together where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a light dark is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of coming sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. Immortals, no illusions, no hollow interventions. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow, we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, tripping keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Fletch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Oh, my goodness, it is debate night. Debate night indeed. Shout out to Lone Wolf in Cub. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are actually gonna be hopping over to Confluence's channel, where we will be debating whether or not America should be an interventionist nation. And I say
panel with them.
No.
And I enjoyed it. It was fun.
Okay, so figure it out.
INTERVENTIONIST is joining. I think he's live. So yeah, just a reminder.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey.
How we doing?
Good. Can you hear us? Can you hear Tyler?
Hey,
you guys. Yep.
Hey.
What's good?
So in a couple of minutes.
Wait. Oh, okay. You're not live yet. I'm live right now. Just to let you know.
Yeah. I was aware, but thanks for saying, just in case. I was about to just get a bunch of slurs off my chest, so that was important reminder. But yeah, my plan. Yeah, I'm about to go live. I'm gonna drop you guys in the back, give a very brief introduction, bring you on. Give you a chance to introduce yourselves. And then go in from there. Beautiful. Does that sound cool?
Sounds good to me.
And yes, I don't know if there's any other housekeeping that has to be done I mean, what time is it? Oh yeah, we're starting like 2 minutes. So
2 minutes.
I'm gonna start.
So yeah, guys, we
spamming the links in the relevant Discord servers that I'm a part of.
I can have sex twice in that time. Be right back.
Shout out to Alone. Shout out to the movie. What's the movie? Oh my God, what's the movie with Wayne and Garth? Brain fart right now. Wayne's World. It's in the name. It's in the name. Wayne's World. Great movie. Great movie. And yeah, right. Get your slurs out while they can. Shout out to Waco Mine. Welcome.
Now, I'm hoping my shit doesn't like crash because
we are just waiting.
My last stream, my whole computer just like bricked up. And I'm hoping that was like a once in a blue moon event. But at least it doesn't kick the studio, is what I found out. So if that does for some reason happen, I will be back.
That struggle streaming. Yeah, anybody who uses StreamYard, I love it. It's great, but sometimes the struggle is real.
But then with OBS would just flat out sometimes just like crash. It would give me like a horrible error message, and then my whole computer would just freeze. I think it has like OBS does not like my graphics card for some reason. So
yeah,
feels like either option.
It took forever for me to understand that my computer only has one like audio channel or whatever, and so being able to hook in all these different things, I need some type of like mixer or something, and that's why my Stream Deck only comes through the speaker. But it's fixable, but.
There's stuff on StreamYards that I wish I could do. Like after my little incident, I was looking to see if there's like a native way to add like a 5-second delay to the stream. And apparently there is not with StreamYards. Like you could do that with OBS. So you'd have to like run OBS or StreamYards through OBS. And then it's like, why am I using StreamYards then if I have to, use YouTube to StreamYards to OBS? It's like, oh, geez.
Yeah. Shout out to L'Oreal. Welcome to the party. We are just waiting for the debate.
I'm going to put the little counter in. So I'm going to take you guys backstage, put up a little 2-minute timer, just enough for me to, kind of start inviting people. Timers.
So the idea here, shout out to Fluffy, the red panda. Welcome.
All right, see you guys in a hot minute.
Here, I'll just mute him. Yeah, so the idea is I am doing very well. Thank you so much for asking. How about yourself? So yeah, we are we plan to do this debate, this interventionist debate. And I was essentially like, Tyler was like, yo, I got that on lock. I'm like, okay, well, that's an interesting discussion that I want to have. And we are going to do this in debate form, but I was like, what if we just kind of frame it more as like a change my mind instead of this side versus that side? Because I do like to debate, but the problem is that we don't have the opportunity to be in the situation where you can give flowers where they're due. And that's my whole thing. When we watch something with someone I love and someone I hate, when the person that I hate says something, I'm like, hey, you got to give it to him there. And I don't feel like debate really does that. So unless you are actually debating somebody that something that you actually really understand well, and B, are both passionate about it, then you're just kind of, wanking each other off. Shout out to Craig over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. We are just waiting for our host to begin the story. The fucking stream. This is not good. I'm about to debate, and my words is everywhere. I'm all over the places. In case you guys didn't hear. I shouldn't have closed it. In case you guys didn't hear, we got a new song for the beginning of check it out. You guys didn't like the last one. Said it was too gay. Gotta get the video made. That's the key. have like a animated video of me and Morty just like running through the fucking I don't know, the city.
The way the truth once stood, a kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mic on is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the
Gotta get a video thing
the
going.
edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. Church will bring the fed. No one else, no illusions, no hollow in your bed. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
So there you go. If you would like to hear that in full, make sure that you are here at the beginning of the streams. So it's an AI song. It's an AI. We made it through AI, but and then I don't know what he's listening. I don't know what we're listening to here, but yeah. And on ice skates, yeah. And I want there to be like I want it to be cool. I want it to be like hard and cool. Craig says definitely not gay. That's a plus. All right. And yeah, right. And I definitely got to get a lyric video so that you guys can actually see what the
welcome one and all.
I
remember to unmute my mic this time. Amazing, amazing.
Yeah, all the time.
Steps in the right direction. We have an amazing debate today with the average debate enjoyer, also known as Tyler, and the Indian Jesus on the topic of America should be an interventionist nation. With Tyler taking the affirmative and the Indian Jesus taking the negative. I'll bring them both onto the stage. I'll summon them with a sheer force of will alone, conjuring them. Yes, my minions, rise up. Rise.
Let's go.
So,
what is good? What is good?
Yeah, good to talk to you both. How are you both doing?
Cannot complain.
Because I haven't talked to either of you today or anything. So, like, this is the first time we're talking. So, we just want to see you. If everyone's good, how are you feeling, you know?
Can't complain. It's a good day.
Life's good. Life's good. Yeah, and nothing to bitch about.
I had a weird client earlier today, but I think I'm good. It's like he's
helped me out too.
You have a weird client, and I let the boss know. I was like, "Hey, I'm just letting you know this might be a thing," and it became a thing. So I'm already out in front of it, but it could be a thing.
Let me guess. Amazon tech support.
No. No, thank you very much. No, for those of you who don't know, I am a dog trainer, and I was training this lady's dog, but the whole time I'm working with her assistant. It's like, lady, you gotta like your assistant's gonna be great with the dog, but if you want your dog trained, then you gotta work with your dog.
Just realized I should be doing this, right? Yeah, there we go. There we go. I'm learning. I should be having you guys on top. We're gonna just do some brief intros, okay? So, actually, we're gonna switch. Affirmative goes on the left. I think. Okay, yeah, that would progress. Okay, so Tyler, introduce yourself. Tell us where we can find you. Plug whatever your little heart desires.
All right. So my name's Tyler. You can find me right motherfucking here. Right now, bitch. And actually, Average Debate Enjoyer on YouTube and Av Debate Enjoyer on X. I just am here for shits and giggles. I love debating politics. I found a whole friend group online that is the same, and we have a great time. So, other than that, I'm here to win.
Okay, and then, the Indian Jesus. Introduce yourself. Where can we find you? And plug off, brother.
Yes, sir. Well, of course, this is the co-host Morty, and I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So come on through. Always, if I'm not debating myself, breaking down another debate or a podcast or something. Lots of fun. And always in the chat. So, all these people that ignore their chat, you ain't going to find that every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Let's do this.
Okay, great. And I'm your faithful moderator who is unbiased. So for the purposes of moderating, I am a dovish warhawk. Okay.
Welcome. I forgot if I was muted.
So Tyler is taking the affirmative again. The prompt is America should be an interventionist nation. And Indian Jesus is taking the negative. We're going to be doing 3 to 5 minute openings. You can take less time, but you can't take more. And it'll be 1 hour to 1.5 hours of open debate after that, depending on how much we're cooking. Then 3 to 5 minutes of closing. Again, you can take less. That's totally fine. Then we're going to move into a question and answer period. So feel free to chat your questions during the debate, and I'll mark down the ones I think are worth asking. Super chat questions get first priority. And in that case, I will read them even if they're not worth asking. So if you're a bit like low-key regarded and stuff, then maybe make it a super chat, because then I'll definitely read it, okay? So yes, Tyler's taking the affirmative, so he'll go first. And during closings, INTERVENTIONIST will go first. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's how it works. But Tyler, if you're ready with your opener, actually, I should have had this open. I mean, I don't know if you're planning on going over the time, but I will just have it
going. I ramble on.
Okay. So you start talking. I'll start the timer when you start talking.
All right. So we are gathered here today, faithful compatriots and patrons, to discuss an important issue. What is a man? And what a man is somebody who protects the weak, a strong person who uses his resources to help the smaller people underneath him. Daniel Penny's a man, and I want to be Daniel Penny on the world stage when there's injustice going on, when the great state of Israel is attacked by 6 fronts funded and backed by the terrorist funders of the world. Our adversaries, Iran. I want to step in and make sure they're good. When Ukraine, a peaceful nation just minding its own business and hiring Hunter Biden, paying him millions of dollars, they're just hanging out, and Russia decides that's our land now and steps in. I want to defend them. When there was a genocide in Rwanda, when Yemen is being starved, when all sorts of bad things are going on, a man would step in and make sure that the weak are protected from the evil. We are the righteous nation, and we need to spread our wings with our greatness. The reason why is because of a more peaceful world. We're going to move into my economic message, which is the core of my argument here. Since the United States is engaged in global hegemony, we have seen the most peaceful world ever in human existence. You can look at territorial maps from the last 2,000 years and see in the last 60 to 70, territories have moved less than they ever have. Nations are invading each other less than they ever have.
You made me cry, brother.
Each other less than they ever have. And when it does arise, who steps in and solves it? America. We stepped into Rwanda and Congo. Solved. They're throwing parties after 25 years of civil war. Pakistan and India, that one should hit close to home for him.
I didn't say that we have all sorts
I just said we different conflicts that America has stepped into and solved for the good of humanity. And what that's done is raise consumer confidence. We now see global trade at all-time highs. What does global trade do? Global trade gives us the cheapest goods that we could possibly buy. With comparative advantage and strong allies, we can now something that costs 50 cents over here but costs us $5, we can now get for 50 cents over here, elevating the United States to a higher class. Instead of working in factories and digging ditches, we now hire people to do that shit for us, and we go work on data, we go work on airplanes, we go work on technology, we work on weapons. We are the cutting edge of technology. AI is another big point. So as we trade with people, the cost of our lives completely plummets. Food and 1990 was about 9.2% of disposable income. Today, it's about 5.5% of disposable income. We see cut in half the price of food out of your pocket. Why? Global trade, supply lines. And on top of that, these supply lines also allow us to punish other people. What we're seeing right now with Venezuela, you want to trade with Russia when they're doing something bad and we sanction them, we're going to take your fucking oil vessels too. Bitch. So that's what happens when we have us at the helm. We are the righteous nation. We are a nation of ideas that did it right. We're not a blood and soil nation. We're not in our own self-interest. We're serving the world, and the world is a better place. Thus, America becomes a better place as a result.
All right. You have a couple minutes left, but yeah, within your time limit. Let me reset the timer.
You asked the ladies. I finish fast.
You're not going to need a timer.
Okay. Then I will not start the timer when you start talking.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a beautiful. I almost shed a tear there at this beautiful utopian story that you just laid out, and very Ubermensch coded, as Confluence might say. And yeah, obviously, if we could live in a world where it was just the good stuff, I don't disagree that there are situations that were bad and that America came in and things got better. That is not the argument that those things did not get better. The argument is is that we should not be spending money. We should not be spending our humans to go and do these things, and we should not be killing innocent civilians all over the world because they don't align with this, that, and the other. Now, the fact that I am more on the isolationist side doesn't mean that I think we should never, ever engage with anything outside of America. But the reasons why we would do that should be because of a direct benefit to America, or obviously, if the homeland gets attacked. Other than that, there are going to be situations that arise where, whether it's the military itself or diplomacy is necessary. And in all of those situations, I think that when we talk about being interventionist, we're not necessarily talking about diplomacy. We're talking about military. So I'd like to nail down those terms a little bit. But in general, I'm America first. Make America great again, and then maybe if we live in this fantastical world that Tyler just put out for us, then maybe we can talk about spending money, time, effort, resources, and human lives in other places. But I don't think that is where we are. But I am happy to have my mind changed. As I was telling Tyler earlier, I'm not necessarily interested in just fighting to fight. I am here to learn and understand. It seems like Tyler has a better understanding of foreign affairs than I do. So, hey, maybe my mind will be changed, and I will not take that as an L. I will just give that W to Tyler. But I do think that America first is pretty simple. America first. And unless America is perfect, then we should only be intervening where there is something that is directly beneficial to us, where we cannot go in the another direction. See my
Perfect. Great. Okay, so now that's good openers, and I think we're going to have a spirited debate upon us. So we're going to be moving now into the open dialogue section. I will try to be as hands-off as possible unless people are getting really, just buck wild, which, I definitely expect from these two. It just, could come to blows. So I will not step in unless there's a crosstalk, but I can be summoned if you feel like you can't get your point across and, then it's like, we can always take a step back and we can do 60 seconds. I don't think that'll be needed, but if it is, I want to give you guys both that right. With that said, good luck, gentlemen. As brothers, fight ye.
So I was gonna play the violin during your opening, but I figured that would be disrespectful. But that's really where it felt like it came from. I think you definitely have a lot of strong points here, but I don't know what part of your opening there was kind of just tongue in cheek versus, hey, no, this is really what we should be doing.
No, it's just the entertainment. I kind of trying to be more than just a monotonous talking Wikipedia at the end of the day. So I wrote down a lot of your key points from your introduction. We can start going point by point here. So you don't want to are spending our money, spending our human capital, and collateral damage. You don't think we should be killing innocent civilians. We can go point by point to those. Spending our money, mostly what we do, most of our military budget gets paid back to us. I think it's like 88% of our military budget that we give out to other nations comes right back to us in terms of weapons sales, boosts our GDP back up. Yes, we can maybe do some interest on these loans and actually make some money off of it. That would be a suggestion I'd be open to, but that wouldn't be getting rid of the program. Even with Israel, with most of what Israel doing, they're purchasing weapons and moving into being able to fully and solely purchase without any form of charity. That's good for me. That's also what Trump's moving to in Europe, as well as the human capital element that you brought up. What Trump's been doing is hiring Ukraine, hiring Israel to use their armies to fight their battles. Keep in mind, both of which of these nations were attacked. So if they have collateral damage that happens to them, if innocent civilians die because of the result of their government actions, all that does to me is emphasize the importance of voting. They voted in motherfucking Hamas. They voted in, and Hamas ran rampant, attacked Israel, and got the hands. So at the end of the day,
so why don't we zoom out as far as we can go? Why should I care about that? As an American, why should I care about that? I'm not saying that there's no reason. I'm just, as a starting point.
So the global trade part, I'll go a little bit more into specific because we're talking about Israel. That specific area of land has two very important straits and one extremely important canal where about 20 to 25% of the entire world's global trade goes through. Those two strips, that's where about 30% of the world's oil goes through. We do not want that to fall in the hands of our enemies. They could absolutely collapse our economy if China had access to this, Russia had access to this, and Iran is just an ally of them. These proxies are working for China and Russia. So at the end of the day, if we're not out there fighting for it, they're just free to take it. Once they control this important strait and 30% of the world's oil, we're basically at their mercy. And do you want to be at the mercy of the Chinese Communist Party? I don't.
No, of course not. But that kind of that kind of puts us in a situation. We've been doing this stuff, and I guess what I'm trying to say is I feel like that kind of ignores the notion that all of these things that require so much what's the word I'm looking for? Just like global cooperation or interaction. I don't know. I'm struggling for the word. You know what I mean? That there's no way that we could have gotten there without just being America world police. And I don't necessarily accept that. And so if that is the case, and again, maybe I'm wrong, but if that's the case, then why would it be reasonable that we can't wind down the again, when I'm talking specifically militarily, wind down those things and it be in a position of, okay, look what we've been doing for the last 20, 30, 50, 70, whatever it is years, depending on the area. Fuck around and find out.
That's effectively what we're doing. We've been winding down U.S. actual intervention. Boots have not been on the ground in Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, and many other nations that we've seen the United States be interventionist with lately. We've been moving to drone technology, bombs from 40,000 feet in the air, things that
cost even more money.
They don't even have technology to push back against. Like, we're sitting back and just kind of not sacrificing any human capital and making sure. You're right that it costs money, but if you look at how much we bring in terms of trade, we bring in about $3 trillion worth of goods. And when you start to put those out on the consumer, we put those out in the consumer market, you look just how much tax, like the things that come in, we tax, and then they go into industries and resell under to the consumer level. We end up seeing about $500 billion worth of tax revenue coming from these imports. So the amount of money we're putting out in our military budget is 89,000, and most of it gets paid back versus taking in $500 billion. And that could be drastically compromised, if not completely stopped, if we don't have some sort of policing over the seas. I'm sure I don't have to convince you that police are necessary to stop crime.
Sure. But so then how does that play into the fact that a lot of the we'll say instability has a lot to do with the fact that not America alone, but, in general, I think everybody should be minding their own business. But whether it's America, the UN, Europe, or whoever else, destabilizing these areas because of the things that you're talking about. Whereas how do we know that if left alone, the Middle East wouldn't? I mean, I'm just probably not. But again, putting this out there for your answer, how do we know that they couldn't have developed, a society where we could have been more diplomatic with them?
They could have. They had 3,000 years to do it. So, they just haven't. If we left Africa alone and there was no colonization, maybe they could have developed it as well. But in the current day and time, we see that most of Africa is inbred with 60% or 60 IQ. So, at the end of the day, the West coming in and giving our Western post-Enlightenment values is showing our cultural superiority. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. The reason why is because we have cultural superiority. We have the best civilization. We're number one for a reason. And in essence, you don't have to be a neocon and nation build to say we should spread these ideals to other people. To have the rest of the world like mini Americas would make it not only the safest, but you could go travel places. We'd have the best trade. You see goods prices plummet. Everyone would live a better life, even if they don't travel.
And that's fair. That's fair. So let's nail down then what we actually mean by interventionist, because if we're just talking about spreading ideas, I don't think that that's typically what we're talking about, unless we're saying spread these ideas at the end of a weapon.
it doesn't have to be a weapon. It could be trade policy. Like, we'll trade with you, but your human rights needs to be at this point, and until you fix that, you're not going to get this trade deal. That's literally how the British and the United States ended slavery in the West. The British went to all of their trade partners and said, look, we ended this practice of slavery in our colonies and in our states, and we're not going to trade with you anymore. We're the superpower. We're the ones that went through the Industrial Revolution. You guys are still using sticks and stones. You need our guns. You need our power. You need our things like that. If you want trade with us, you're going to have to clean out your human rights record. That is a form of economic intervention, sanctions, trade deals, and things of that nature.
I feel like that's a really broad use of intervention. Do you think that when somebody says that somebody says we shouldn't be interventionist, do you think that means that people are saying that we shouldn't trade and we shouldn't, like all what you just said?
No, it's not trade. It's respecting sovereignty. We're telling them, fuck your sovereignty. Do as we say on these human rights issues, or you don't get our trade goods. That's where the interventionist comes from. Is the ultimatum: do better, or you don't get our shit. It's exactly how sanctions work as well. Hey, if you invade that country, we're going to sanction you. We're no longer going to trade with you, and you no longer get our shit. And we're going to say all the people in our little coalition, they're not going to trade with you either. So all your goods are going to skyrocket in price, and that's what happened to Russia. Russia then found alternatives with other countries to bring into their trade networks. And right now, Trump went after that oil tanker specifically because Iran and Russia were buying oil from Venezuela.
Right. The difficulty I'm having is that I don't necessarily disagree with the fact that things that have been done have worked out in such a way that if we hadn't done that, things worked out in such a way that we're like, okay, we're okay with doing that. I'm trying to question the notion of having to do that in the first place. And so let's say if we do something with Iran. So what we wanted from Iran was to make sure they didn't start World War III and everything. And the way that we did that was, go and sending bombs. The question I'm really trying to ask is, if we are, because again, I feel like if any type of discussion of, hey, you guys shouldn't have this much uranium or anything, if that is intervention, as far as we're calling it, then I don't really know what the argument is. I think the conversation really is about the priority, and so it's essentially saying, should we not focus, again, like I said in my opening, on America first, and then if we can address some of the larger global issues, then great. I know it doesn't. I know it's not that they like. We could do this first and put that on the back burner, and it'll just stay as it. I understand that, but I feel like there's such a huge lack of focus on the domestic cultural issues.
I would say that they're being addressed. If you look at government spending, almost all of what we spend yearly is domestic. And then what we do spend on foreign intervention, again, 80-something% of it comes back to us after we give that money out. We do loans to people, we give grants to people sometimes, and they buy our weapons. So the money that's not coming back to us is coming back to our companies and thus into our GDP, and we're taxing it as well. So
can you explain a little about what you mean by that money comes back in what way?
So a lot of our foreign intervention with money is selling weapons to people, and they pay for them. Essentially, we give people X amount of weapons, and then they pass a budget on their end and pay us for those weapons. Or we give people X amount of support, intel, training, things of that nature. It's mostly weapons, though. We export things to them, and they pay us for them. That's a large percent of our military budget.
Isn't that how ISIS got started, with us funding because we wanted to help them, and now they are turning back against us?
That's a little bit different of a conversation. Once we start to get into interventionism, I got to get you to accept interventionism first before we start to get in different branches of it. That's left-wing interventionism, where all cultures are just as good, so let's not change their culture. I'm arguing for right-wing interventionism, which is your culture is inferior to ours, and that's why we're here, and that's why you're trying to come over here. So deal with it and change.
Okay, so so you're saying you need to get me to the point of accepting intervention. Does that just mean that I admit that we cannot be completely isolationist?
Yeah, at some point saying, you know what, maybe some intervention is good and some is bad, and then we can get into the good and the bad.
Yeah,
But
no,
gotta
I
get
think
you there
that's
first.
I think that's where I was starting from. That obviously there are situations where we can't just be in a bubble. I think there's a difference between saying America can and or should intervene in this, and America is interventionist in nature. In nature.
Yeah, so essentially, what interventionism in its most base form means us using economic or military pressures to get nations to do things they wouldn't do on their own. And that's where the pressure comes from. End slavery, or we're not going to trade with you anymore, or stop invading this country, or doing a genocide to your people, or with Syria, stop gassing your people, or we're going to sanction you. Don't steal from the oil companies that are U.S. owned that went into Venezuela to build you up in the first place and make you a profitable nation. Don't go in with guns and seize that oil. That's the type of stuff that we're sanctioning people for. Don't do bad shit on your elections. Like, once you break the rules, there needs to be some sort of penalty in place. And we can see that with China. We're not set up enough to properly hurt China's economy through economic intervention. That's kind of why we've been going after their allies a lot, but we're not set up enough to do it. So China's been stealing billions and hundreds of billions of dollars worth of our IP for decades now. Japan was doing that in the 80s and the 90s. I think Reagan was the one that went hard on them for that. 100% tariff against them, things of that nature. Other nations don't have the same appreciation for intellectual property that we do. When they break rules that they agree to because they don't have that, there needs to be a punishment in place. Otherwise, they're just going to keep doing it and getting worse. And at the end of the day, America loses wealth.
And yet again, I agree with the sentiment, but the question is, why is it, aside from like, okay, if we get in there and we are the ones to control it, obviously that's beneficial for us, but why is it not a goal to work more with like, let's use the UN, for example, where everybody hates the UN because it's just America backing up everybody else. So I'm trying to get down. Is there a way that you think we could address issues like this in a much less antagonistic way?
There could be, but I don't think it'd be as effective. Look at the UN, for instance. The UN is every single country gets a say. Some countries get a little bit more of a say. Absolutely. It depends on how much power they bring to the table, etc. That's the G7 or whatever. But there are, and then there's a G20, which is another hierarchy, and within that hierarchy as well. But at the end of the day, we're now having to compromise with all these other cultures that I'm saying are inferior to Western civilization. And now we're doing what they want. So we have Saudi Arabia that doesn't let women strive, and they're on a women's rights council in the UN. It's an institution that's out of our hands to police corruption and control. What we saw with Israel is they're in the pocket of Qatar. Almost everything resolution they've passed against a nation, Russia's invaded 4 countries. And almost all the resolutions are against Israel. They got 3 resolutions against Russia. Fucking China released COVID, 2 resolutions in the last 30 years. The UN has not been holding up their end of the bargain because they're trying to please everybody. That's global hegemony from a globalist group. I want it to be US based. I want us, the number one, the successful nation that did it right, to be in charge of it. Not everybody. The reason why your population is jumping over our borders is because your nation sucks. I don't need your input.
Again, this is I'm trying. We agree. I don't disagree with the things that you're saying. I'm disagreeing with the notion that this is the only way it has to be. And so the specific focus that I think we should be doing is not necessarily being world police, but trying to help nation build instead of topple a nation and insert somebody. We have allies that will then be able to handle things more regionally.
That's different strategies within interventionism. So neocon specifically, the neocon movement was a bunch of Democrats that voted for Nixon because of foreign policy that moved to the GOP under Reagan, the neoliberalism movement. Neocons are very socially left-wing, and then economically and foreign policy-wise, they're right-wing. They wanted to nation build specifically. Then you get into like the new Democrat stance, which is, let's just give some money to a terrorist group inside the country and maybe we'll have a better shot with them. Neither of these have been the most effective, but I would argue at least neocon nation building has some wins under its belt. This Obama era idea of just supplanting the leader and letting the next group in charge step in and hoping for the best has not worked on almost any attempt. Maybe one or two at best out of 50.
So then I think the question isn't should America be interventionist or not. I think the question is more what would trigger the necessity that we intervene, because we both agree that there are situations. So how then do we decide? Because especially like what I brought up before, if we're getting involved, then it requires us to pick a side.
Yeah, well, I'm going to argue,
which is not any better.
Trump is a unilateralist. Unilateralism is what Jackson was the first unilateralist. It's whatever's in America's interest, we're going to do that. If it's isolationist here, that's okay. If it's interventionist here, that's okay. And Trump is a unilateralist, which means that when it benefits our country, that's when it's good. If we see that this entire region of the world is in chaos and can be completely destabilized, we need to have a handle on it, which is the Middle East. So how we can have that handle on it and make sure Russia doesn't take it over, which they've tried multiple times in the 50s and the 70s and current day. They're still working with Iran to try to take that area over. We could either have battleships staged out there, U.S. boots on the ground, and spend a whole fuck ton of money doing it, or we can say, hey, Israel, that's your job now as our ally. We're going to give you a couple $2 billion a year, and your troops can go die because it's your area of the world. Same thing with Ukraine. Hey, NATO.
Well, but I'm saying not even give them $1 billion. Just, hey, Israel, that's your shit. Fucking deal with it.
Well, you got to hire them. There are allies. We're hiring their army to effectively clean up the mess.
That's inherently not necessarily the allyship itself, although, I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But the notion that, they have the Iron Dome, they have so much military strength, and yet they need us. That is the whole thing that I'm not understanding. And I'll put it out there that it is coming from ignorance. I don't understand why we need to be so closely tied to them, and that's in terms of helping. And then, like you said, we could get into the different the different sides of things, like where we pick a side, and then that side now turns the guns right back on us.
All right, so let's dive into that. So the Israel example. In the Middle East, you said that you agree with there's a couple important straits that really world trade really relies on, especially the oil part. That part's true. So what do? Do we just give it up, put our heads in the sand, and hope our enemies don't take it over? And if they do, we're kind of fucked. Or do we mount some sort of defense? And then that defense could be...
Is that really the dichotomy? Is there not a wait and see where we're stationed and ready, but like they have to make the first move?
Yeah, I mean that's already been happening. The move,
right? That I'm okay with, because then it's like, okay, we've been aggrieved, and so now we're not intervening. We've been brought into the situation.
Yeah. So in the 60s, Iran had female scientists at one point in the 60s, or maybe that's propaganda, but at one point they weren't the religious extremist groups they were today. What happened is the USSR was like, wow, look at all the oil coming into the nation. If we can control that, we would kind of control the oil flow, which is one of the most important resources, especially in the 60s. So they went in, they funded rebellion, and they planted one of their people in to the leadership to go against America. So what America did was go in there, fund some rebels, and remove him from power and put his son in power. Now, his son was kind of feckless and weak, and then the religious extremists said, wow, this guy's feckless and weak. And after we kind of withdrew from there, the religious extremists from the country went in and pushed him out and took over. So basically, it was kind of a mistake on our end because we didn't double down enough on protecting them. But at the end of the day, Russia's been making that first move. Same thing with Israel, same thing with Russia. They attacked our people.
Did they attack our people? I'm not in Ukraine. They didn't attack our people. They attacked those people.
Well, with Ukraine, it was non-binding. It wasn't a treaty. It was a deal. But we told Ukraine in the 90s, if you deproliferate your nuclear weapons and then there's conflict from Russia, we will aid you. We made them that promise. It didn't necessarily say boots on the ground, but it said we will aid you. And that's the same security guarantee.
So do you think that worked out? Do you think that deal worked out for the United States?
At the end of the day, yeah. Think about it.
All the money that we put into Ukraine. You think that this is there's not a better situation with Ukraine. This is the absolute best.
It depends on what you mean by work out. One of our largest geopolitical rivals is.
I'll give you a very specific thing of what I mean. If the people who made the decisions you said it was the 90s, right? To say, hey, if you decommission, then we got your back. If that person could see where we are today, do you think they would still make that same decision?
I do.
Why do you think that?
Well, at the end of the day, the reason why we made those deals in the first place was because Russia was the communist state that we were adversaries with through the Cold War. They look today, they see the current leader of Russia as somebody who was in the KGB, who was a big fan of the Communist Party, is now in leadership, and he's talking about bringing back old Russia, the land that they're entitled to because they took it over or as part of their initial land. They want all of Ukraine. They've been very vocal about that since before the war started. So at the end of the day, I really think that they're the aggressor here. They're the ones to blame, where we told Ukraine, hey, we'll have your back. And all we've done is given money. Not a single U.S. body has died. But at the end of the day, we're getting a huge return on them with the mineral deal that we're having with them. Once the war is over, that mineral deal is going to pay out significantly more than we spent on the war. On top of that, the money we're giving them is coming back to us. They're buying weapons with it. So it's going back to our economy. So they're going to pay it all back with the mineral deal and also our GDP is a massive boost.
And that kind of brings up another thing that I think we need to nail down, like the difference between like the U.S. as our culture, the U.S. government, and the U.S. citizens. Like the amount of money that I'm personally seeing from in my pocket because of what's gone on in Ukraine. I mean, it's multifaceted, so I don't exactly know. Maybe you have an idea of how we could what's the word? Measure that. There we go. Measure how much money each person is getting. But the fact that America, the government, is getting money, that Raytheon is getting money, that the military industrial complex is getting money. That's not necessarily something a good thing in my eyes.
Why not? Those are high-skilled American jobs that pay $100,000 a year. Those are retirement portfolios that people are hoping grow so they can retire at 65.
You're just totally in on big military.
Absolutely. I'm in on all business. All business in the United States succeeds even more if we have more customers. So spreading our customer base out to the entire world is the best thing for the United States. It's the best thing to make our money worth more, our retirement investments worth more, everything. It's just good for America.
I disagree on the maybe I don't necessarily disagree. I think that is the wrong way to think about it, because if it's something that's good for Donald Trump, that doesn't necessarily mean it's good for all Americans. And that, I mean, is a big issue with, at least I'll speak for myself as somebody who was happy to vote for him in 24. And since then, not so happy with him. This is why I'm trying to focus on when you say, oh, it's good for us. Well, yes, it's good for America, but is that benefit such that I am, well, hey, I got an extra 19 cents in my pocket, so let's spend all this money, extend this war, and enrich people that are already at the top of the food chain.
Yeah, well, see, that 19 cents in your pocket, that's for every single item. So you go to the store, you buy 100 things, that's 19 times 100. That's 19 more bucks you just didn't spend on groceries. Well, and then next week, that's 40 bucks you didn't spend on groceries, and et cetera, et cetera. That keeps compiling. That's how disposable income works. It's just nickel and dimes here and there, but that shit adds up. And again,
so maybe you can answer this more concretely then. How when you're talking about the money saved on the mineral deal, how would you calculate the individual, how much an individual is benefiting? because I just threw 19 cents out as as an example, just a random number. But I was saying that it seems like that's the total. Like, oh, we saved all this money, and by the time it goes through all these companies and the bureaucracy or whatever, I get 3 nickels and some pennies.
Do you know how much a data center technician makes starting?
No idea.
$80,000 to $90,000 starting as a data technician. It takes 2 years of tech school, and that's it. It's a $90,000 job, U.S. based for U.S. workers, all because of AI. We need those precious metals to expand this to grow AI. Donald Trump's AI surge with all the tax cuts and whatnot, they're building data centers left and right. These are high-paying, good jobs in America that require this trade to go on from that mineral deal. That results good paying jobs, results in more tax revenue. On top of that, we're the cutting edge. If we decide, hey, China, we don't want you to have this AI chip, they don't get that fucking AI chip, we win. We want to be in control of all that. And again, on top of it, we make tons of money. The mineral deal is paying back everything we gave Ukraine, not even to mention most of what we gave Ukraine came back to us in them buying our weapons from the private market.
Well, right, but you're begging the question. And that's what I'm asking about. When you say we make money, who's the we and how much money?
Well, these companies make money, so whoever owns their stock.
So that's what I'm
buy the stock. Yeah.
So you're saying that's what I'm asking. I'm genuinely asking. So the fact that you don't see an issue with the decisions, the military decisions being based on a little bump in the stock price.
Well, it wouldn't be a little bump in the stock price. If we're selling these mass amounts of weapons, $80 to $100 billion a year, that's a ton. That's a lot of sales to be selling out. And if we're right now, their stockpiles are running out because we're funding 2 different wars, that means these engines are churning. We're hiring more people. And these jobs, again, pay $80,000 to $100,000 for one person. You can have a single family. If you're not living in the middle of a city with high rent, you could raise a family, have a stay-at-home life with those wages. These are good, high-paying American jobs that are cutting edge, and we need the resources for them. So I don't see a downside here. We're not losing U.S. troops. We're gaining a ton of money in the long run, and in the short run, the money we give
people
out
are dying. People are dying.
America first, right? They're not Americans dying.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that other people don't matter. Like, yes, America first.
They don't matter, but
aren't you a Christian?
No, our people aren't dying. America first, baby. That's what we're talking about.
Great.
U.S. soldiers are not dying overseas.
I didn't say they were. You're straw manning me.
I know. That's what I'm saying is the alternative is we hire these other armies with this aid and their troops go die for causes that they're fighting. Israel's fighting for its life. It's fighting for its defense. But it also is a great information for us in that region. They have the best intel in the Middle East, maybe second to Turkey, if anybody. They have an amazing military that we do help build, but we only give them defensive money. Most of the money we give them is for Iron Dome, which is purely defensive. So a lot of their offensive money spent comes from their own government. We only give them yearly about 1.5% of their entire GDP for a year, which sounds like a bit, but I mean, that if they were putting that much into NATO, Trump would say that they're doing way too little. So they have to triple it. It was really not a lot of money we're giving them. And they're turning around and fighting battles with our enemies, people that call us the great Satan, call us terrorists, that want to use the nukes that they're working on to bomb us. They're taking care of it for us, and we're not losing a single U.S. soldier. That, to me, is about as America first as it gets.
I didn't say that it wasn't, but you attributed that to when I said people are dying. And you said, oh, well, they're not Americans, so let them die so that the stock price goes up.
Well, at the end of the day, yes, it does come in tandem with the peace deals. Trump's also tried to push for peace deals with all these conflicts, and he put the
How much longer does Trump have?
About 3 years and 10 months.
And then in 3 years and 10 months, then we have some other typical politician, as if Trump's not already there. But why? Again, going back to the notion that we have to pick a side. This is why I want to separate the notion of the American citizen and the government, not just for the money aspect, but for this as well.
Oh, I get you. I think that they kind of tie. I can separate them only so much as far as they can be separated. They do somewhat tie into each other. The American citizens getting high-paying jobs, getting their stock portfolio through the roof. If you hire somebody to take care of your stock portfolio for retirement for you, I guarantee you they have bought you weapon stock because that shit's solid as hell. So at the end of the day,
again, I'm questioning if that in and of itself is a good thing.
What's the alternative? Your stock portfolio sucks and your
No, there's the economy is not so heavily built up on the military-industrial complex, creating a reason for us to need to go kill people that don't need to be killed.
Well, I mean, it's not just the military. It's also, again, the military is being used to facilitate a trade deal for chips or for rare metals to build chips that we need for AI. AI right now is about 20 to 25% of the GDP, and the economic bubble that they're talking about might burst. So it might not just be the military, but it's the result of military action, being able to bring in all these metals from Rwanda, where we just got a peace deal, from Ukraine, where we just got a mineral deal because we're helping them in the war effort. These things are necessary to then take the AI step, because China controls about 70 to 80% of rare earth trades, and they just told us, no, fuck off. We don't want you guys to beat us in the AI war. We're not giving this shit to you. We have to find alternatives or let them take the lead. And we all agree we don't want China in charge of the world. Like, it's not going to be a good place for the United States if they are.
Sure. So then I think that brings us to the question of what kind of fact like cost benefit analysis do we use to determine, okay, this is something we should intervene versus this is something, hey, let it play out how it plays out?
I would argue personally that once they've violated a certain Western value, you're killing your own people with gas weapons. We have rules of war, essentially.
Okay, but doesn't America also commit war crimes as well? Like, again, I think I'm a Western chauvinist as well, but if that, then that kind of puts us in the crosshairs for more fighting.
There's claims that we have, there's claims that Israel has, but the only investigation that's been done into Israel based off the claims of like Amnesty International and these other NGOs and groups found that there was no evidence that they actually commit war crimes. A lot of it's allegations with no teeth behind them. They go to the ICC, who also has no teeth behind it, and they say, oh, you're bad. And once you go to the ICJ, the actual international court with authority, you find out they're not saying the same shit. They're saying Israel still has not committed a war crime, and it's not a genocide and things of that nature, but they are saying that they do need to get more food into the region and shit like that. But at the end of the day, a lot of that's internet smear. I would say America's not committing war crimes. They're doing a pretty good job in terms of knowing the exact rules.
Maybe not today, but you're saying that these things are happening, and once that happens, then it's justified for another country to intervene. Well, if we're doing this is why I was bringing up the both sides, where we're helping with Israel and we're hurting with the other countries of the Middle East, and the idea being, it was right there, and then it just. What was the last thing you said?
I gotta pull up Google Doc and just type like things in there that remind you. I forgot. I already erased it.
I was talking about the Middle East and it being destabilized. I was gonna go somewhere about like insurgent math, and the why is the notion that blowing up people in other countries that creates more insurgents. How does that play into the fact? Oh, we were talking about the cost benefit analysis. Yeah. So sorry if you could just. I think you just said it, but I lost it. So how do we? Oh, right. Okay, I remember. You said once somebody breaks the law, then they can intervene. So if we've broken a law, then what just stop anyone from intervening with us? That's what I was going to say.
Hey, number one, what are they going to do? They going to come catch these fucking hands? Bring it. But no, at the end of the day, we also have a high standard.
But then you're saying you're opening the door for anybody to justifiably attack us, and now we do have boots on the ground. Now we do send other people's children to go fight a war because, well, we did it, and so once you've broken a law, now anybody can intervene.
Well, okay, there really is.
I'm not saying we would lose, but
I didn't want to
have
to
fight.
Dig deep into. There is a process for this. Let's say there's an instance that happened in Israel. There was a camera on top of a building and actually belonged to Reuters, and Israel thought it might have been a Hamas camera, so they authorized a plane to go and strike the top of the building, not to take down the building, not to hurt it. Some tank heard that. Again, they're not a warrior military. Everybody mandatorily has to serve, so they get a lot of people that aren't fit to serve in the military. The tank thought that the command was for them to fire and shot 2 fucking tank shots at the hospital, doing damage and injuring and killing people. Israel said, that's not what we authorize, and they penalized that dude. They kicked him out of the army, and they threw charges at him. He's currently in court right now. That, to me, shows a good faith effort to adhere to the rules. Somebody has, just like any other law, if somebody has a good faith effort, even if they've broken a rule, but they're generally adhering to it, they're punishing the people responsible, that's fine. Whereas Hamas, on the other hand, something I'm saying with this conflict, Hamas kidnaps a 4-year-old and a 9-month-old, strangles them to death, mutilates their bodies to make it look like tunnels collapsed on them, and then drags their corpses to the street, and all these Gazans are cheering and partying and playing music and dancing and laughing to child corpses getting dragged through the street. They're making zero effort to punish the extremists within them. That, to me, shows the intent of guilt. There's an actual layer of like how much the government in good faith is trying to police the bad actions that may or may not have happened on their own side.
Fair, but maybe I'm stupid. I don't see how that addresses the seeming, or maybe you're just biting the bullet, because I said that your idea opens up the door for other countries to come and intervene in what we're doing, and you said, well, come on, bring it on, we're America, we'll win. And so is it that America should be an interventionist nation because America could and should be the globalist police, or is it any nation should be able to intervene anytime anyone else does something they don't like, and whoever's the strongest wins?
I'd say, again, there has to be a ruling force and a set of rules that are being adhered to. If America breaks those rules, I want them held accountable as well. If we can prove, like, let's say Trump was ordering something that was actually legal, not the Venezuelan boats. The OLC opinions apparently from Syria, Libya, and this are all backed with good documentation. Democrats can't cite what's actually wrong with it. They're just saying it's vague. So I'd say we're backed in the Venezuela conflict. But certain instances, let's say America goes and bombs somebody they're not supposed to, and then we double down on it and say, hey, F you, everybody. I think we should be held accountable in the same way. And that's what
so what does that actually mean then? Does that mean that a country can come and we allow them to do what? What does that mean?
What's happening with Duarte in the Philippines right now? He was executing drug dealers. The Hague and the ICJ said that's actually a violation of these rules. You were doing it in the wrong way. Not that you can't put the death penalty to people for certain instances, but he was doing it in a much more aggressive way. They went and arrested his ass. He's sitting in The Hague right now, and is it Switzerland? I think it is. And they're trying him for war crimes. Okay,
I don't. So the question again being, if Donald Trump does something that is a war crime, you said we should be held accountable.
Yeah, we hand him over to The Hague for a trial. Absolutely. We have a court, the ICJ, that oversees this shit. If Donald Trump does something bad, doubles down on it, refuses to work with the UN, refuses to say this is a war crime, refuses to stop, when he leaves office, we should hand him over to the ICJ for court. And if he's found guilty, he should face the punishments.
So why not? Then that doesn't seem to fall in line with what you're saying about how America should intervene militarily. Even if it's just economically, why aren't we sending the leaders of Hamas to this court then?
They don't follow international law.
Exactly.
They don't give a flying fuck. Yeah.
Right, but that's what we're talking about. So what if we decided we're not going to follow law anymore? Who has the authority to do anything about it? I think you're just making a force doctrine argument.
Yeah, well, that would be a cultural, like, you would have to suppress your own government. Let's say that a president's doing this, and the Senate would have to fully agree with him. He'd have to be unimpeachable. At least the 41% of the Senate would have to agree with him. 51% of the House would have to agree with him. The courts would have to agree with him. There would have to be a lot of guardrails that we have in the United States to prevent such a thing to fail. And if we're at that point, where all those guardrails have failed, we've already fallen into a dictatorship, and this is probably the worst, a smaller version of a bigger problem. I'd say at that point, yeah, then we become a tyranny, and we should probably be ostracized on the world stage.
There's no middle step there. I feel like you're just kind of being like, well, that couldn't happen, so I'm not going to.
I'm trying to take your worst case scenario and say, in the worst case scenario, this is probably what should happen.
Right, but so then I'm not asking. So I agree with you that if we all of those guards.
I'm missing the question, I think. Then I think I'm missing what you're trying to ask. I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
So you said that once we were talking about America, and you said once another country breaks this law, then we as Americans are justified to intervene and I don't paraphrasing, but to fix it. And so then I'm saying, okay, if America does something, then why can't other countries intervene? And you said they could. We should be held liable. But when it's America, we go to court. When it's Russia and Ukraine, we send money and blow them up. Why is it different?
The goal is to get Russia into those courts as well. It's just they're not going willingly. The only reason why I say America come take these hands is because no military is out there to challenge us. Yes, we could abuse this power. Yeah. Absolutely. We could. I mean, but at the end of the day, if this structure didn't exist, we could also abuse it as well. There is always a route for corruption with or without the presence of a global stage.
Right, but I'm trying to understand the principle. The principle. America should be able to do this because, and if America should be able to do this, then is it okay for other countries to do this? So let's say that the Venezuelan boat thing. Maybe let's just turn up the temperature a little bit. Let's say we had barely, we barely do have any information on it, but let's say we had, zero information and Trump went, real rogue and was like, no, I don't give a fuck. I'm commander in chief. We're sending this shit off. Not necessarily something that we'd expect to happen, but if it happened, you wouldn't be like, well, that's probably on my bingo card.
The UK did this. They put sanctions on us for those attacks. And if it was worse, I guarantee other of our trade partners would put sanctions on us and it would hurt our economy. And that's the first step. And hey, cut that shit out. All your trade partners are sanctioning you. And then the next step is something a little more firm. I just don't think anybody practically, that's more ideological. Practically, I just don't think anyone has the military to come stop us if it really gets down to that. So
are you essentially saying that where does this end? This kind of feels like it ends up with a globalist government.
I think I'm trying to prevent the globalist government by saying U.S. should be the ones doing it because we're the nation of ideals founded on a certain...
Sure, but if the whole world is the U.S., that's still globalism.
Yeah, but they are. Almost every nation's a blood and soil nation with their own traditions, cultures, and only a handful of countries in the world are considered Western nations. The majority aren't. And I don't think that their inferior cultures should have a say because we won this hierarchy. We won this game. The rest of the world is relying on this. We're taking them out of poverty. We're giving them shit that they've never seen before, technologies we're improving.
Right. We should be doing that to our own citizens.
Well, with capitalism, with capitalism, just selling them our goods is improving their life situations. Philanthropy as well. Bill Gates made all that money on the private market, giving us computers, the internet, all this cool shit we have. He took that money, went overseas, and almost single-handedly eliminated the lowest forms of poverty. Jimmy Carter took a bunch of donations and cured a bunch of diseases in Africa and things like that. Like, the rest of the world isn't capable of this. We're like one of the few that are. And there's other humanitarian causes that come from it. We work with other nations all the time on things like this. Like when we went into Iraq, it was a coalition of, 3 dozen nations? We partner with people quite a bit.
So you do want globalism?
I think that you need to have a mass of people. I don't want globalism. What I want is a mass of nations on the same page so that when we do decide to sanction somebody like Russia, it really hurts. Because if one country like the UK said, we're going to sanction the United States for those Venezuela attacks, we're like, go fuck yourself. It doesn't hurt us at all. But if the entire EU does that and Africa does that and Asia does that and Australia does that, then it's going to really hurt our economy. And that's why that root mass is necessary to make sure if one nation steps out of line, even a superpower like us, it's going to hurt. So there has to. That's the form.
You don't see that as wild, like as I said about your opening, wildly utopian, because there's cultures that are not Western cultures that aren't necessarily bad. They might not be as good at building civilization and human rights, but they're not like chopping people's heads off and whatever. There's other nations, there's other cultures that aren't compatible with the liberal West. So again, then we're talking about like if we have a situation where country X is getting fucked and we come in and save them, like, oh, okay. Doesn't mean that we're not going to get another ISIS, but okay, I can see the logic behind that. But the country itself being subjugated. Is that the right word?
Just say a shithole.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely talking about the shithole countries. Give me a second. I'm trying to say that. All right, so let me go at it this way. Why is it wrong to have, in your opinion, obviously, why is it wrong to have a libertarian stance on let's take Yemen or Syria or something that's not like the has the World War III at its feet? Just
Why
that we shouldn't be
Ask that one more time. I'm sorry.
So, like, if we're talking about Ukraine, then we have Russia on the footstep. The argument is that World War III. If we're talking about Ukraine, then the issue is World War III. And then if we're talking about Israel, then they're a direct ally. So if we're talking about intervening in somewhere like Syria or Yemen, why is the libertarian principle of just we should not be involved in that? Why is that wrong in your opinion?
Oh, that's the exact thing. So the microcosm of this, what I used in my introduction, was Daniel Penny. A libertarian to me would be the person that sees the woman getting assaulted on the bus and pulls their phone up so they can look away from it. To me, Daniel Penny would be the interventionist that says, hey, that's wrong. And I, as a man, I'm going to protect that weaker person from the stronger aggressor. That to me is morally why it's wrong. You're
right.
burying
your
head in the sand.
I think that
individuals, like, oh, my pockets, when you don't realize that in the long term, it actually benefits your pockets, your children's pockets, etc.
I could definitely agree with you that on an individual level, you should intervene in things, bad things happening. But again, we now have a conflation of an individual situation where it's it's one person or just individuals versus an entity like the United States and Ukraine and Russia. I don't think those are comparable situations.
I just use it as a microcosm to give you my moral stance on it. When Ukraine, a country that is
right, but my point is that muddies the waters because I don't think it is an example.
Yeah, well, Ukraine, let's like for instance, the last 20 years of Ukraine's been trying to join the EU and been trying to join NATO. And in order to do the EU and NATO, they have to meet certain criteria about corruption in their country and things like that. And they've been working hard to kind of stave out the corruption from the government so they can meet the standard to join these organizations. It looks like they might even get into the EU based on the 20-point deal that they signed with the Trump administration. Russia's saying that is even on the table. So they have to clean up their act essentially to join us in this League of Nations. Ukraine's been doing that, and while they're
we
doing
don't want
that,
a League of Nations. That's
why not?
Because we don't have the right to. That's the whole
that's their right. They want to join. That's their right to say, hey, I want to apply to this league that you're in, and we're going to work hard to clean up our government. That's what they want to do.
So, no, that's why I'm specifically asking about countries that are that were, again, not doing good stuff, but they weren't like, hey, America, can we come in? We were saying, okay, we need to do a regime change war.
Yeah, give me a real world like Libya, you're saying?
Yeah, Libya is a better example than for sure. So yeah, great example. That like we just didn't need to be there. Maybe there's maybe there is a level of intervention, but the degree to how far we got into that a libertarian would say that we don't have the authority to say you must be like us as long as
Libya was a mistake and a failure. We can see it today. We brought back slavery by taking out somebody. The reason why, though, is because, again, look who was in power. It was Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. They were the ones pushing the Islamophobia message. If you say this culture is inferior, it's because you're a bigot. And just ignore the fact that they're living in mud huts and killing each other and cutting off the genitals of children and doing all sorts of heinous shit to everybody around them, killing Christians, wanting to wipe out all the Jews. Ignore all that. They're just as valid as we are. It's this anti-hierarchy left-wing stance that led us to say, well, they're equals. All we got to do is give them some food and education. They'll come right around. It was stupid. It was a failure. It was bad forms of intervention. I'm more arguing for something like Afghanistan. Okay. And I know that has negative connotations on it, but if you look at the people of Afghanistan while we were there, their education skyrocketed, their life expectancy skyrocketed, their nutrition skyrocketed, their peace skyrocketed, human rights skyrocketed, everything. They almost became a pseudo-Western nation just from us being there and making sure the religious extremists didn't come out.
And I mean, this might be a pivot or not, but this is kind of when I was bringing up how long does Trump have, that we very well may have another Hillary Clinton or Obama type in the White House. And when we are setting these precedents, or at least not trying to reverse them, then it's full bore.
You're right. And the only mechanism there is to rely on the voters to be able to see the difference. Look, Trump came into office. We got 8 peace deals. We got peace in the Middle East for the first time, this, that, and the other thing. And then the Democrats came back in and they started kissing Iran's ass for the third time, or Syria's ass for the second time. That's the thing.
So you trust the voters?
I trust that the voters, especially in the current climate where Congress is gridlocked and we're doing everything by executive order, the juxtaposition we saw just on the border in like 3 months between Biden and Trump, the voters noticed that. I noticed that. Everyone notices that because we're ruling by executive order right now. Everything's changing at much faster speeds.
That's what I'm disagreeing with. I'm disagreeing.
I trust the voters will see that shit and say, wow, Trump got 8 peace deals and this guy's got more wars.
I disagree entirely. I think that probably everything besides the peace deals, unless you're somebody who's deep into this, most people were just like, oh, he's the guy that's shouting down the woke people. I think that is why most people vote in general, just vibe-based. I remember, I don't think I had more than like 200 or 300 subscribers, and I was doing a stream and somebody asked me, when it comes to politics, is it more about policy or feelings, just in general? Not for like me personally, but how people act. And I was like, policy, of course. And then I was like, that's not right at all. It's very clearly based on feelings. And so the notion that Trump got in doesn't mean that the voters are specifically looking at his global foreign affairs and his military activity. Not that they're ignoring it, but I don't think that you can say, oh, because we have Trump right now, and also Trump has been way better than we've seen in the past, that the voters see that and understand that, and there's nothing else that will come up culturally that are the kitchen table issues that will prevent us from putting somebody in who is going to take any opportunity to intervene.
Yeah, but if you take that argument you're making and you apply it to any subject, why do anything at all as a politician? If you don't trust that the voters are smart enough to see the juxtaposition between you and the other side and say, well, you know, Biden's border was basically open. He let 11 million people in here, abused his parole authority, passed illegal visa plans, and did all these things, let 2 million asylees in here and shit like that. And then Trump comes in and closes that border down, and we see 0 illegals coming over month after month after month. Then I think the voters are smart enough to see that Trump's got positive approval ratings right now on immigration, his healthcare policies, crime, national security, and
right. But you keep coming back to Trump, and I agree with you. Trump is the best president of our lifetimes. But the what I'm trying to nail down on is he was not. That's not why people pick presidents. And so even though we're in a good situation right now, the idea is to roll back a precedent so that when we have a president that isn't as good as Trump and is more like Hillary or Obama, that we're not killing random people that you don't care about because they were born in a different place in the world. But me and the Christians, right? Shout out to the Christians, care about all human life.
Weren't you just an atheist like 2 weeks ago?
I said shout out to the Christians. I said myself and the Christian. I am 1,000% an atheist.
Now, again, I just disagree. I fundamentally disagree. That's what people vote on. I think I look at enough polling and exit polls to know that people vote specifically on policy, specifically around, in this election, the border and immigration or economy. The economy is the economy is probably the single largest factor in every election. Over feelings, over who you like, over partisanship, the economy is the biggest determiner of who is going to win the next election. I think that is why people vote. And at this moment, because of Trump's economy, even though his economic scores are in the gutter, if you look at the same polling, like Harvard Harris every month asks, where do you think Trump is on economy? 34%, 30% on inflation. But if you ask, like in a year or two, will Trump's policies to get better trade deals result in a better economy? 55% of people say yes. So they trust the economy to the Republicans more. You want to keep winning these battles on the country stage. How do you otherwise to me, you're arguing like the voters are too stupid to tell and we're just going to flip sides over. I completely disagree with that though. I think the Democrat Party is driving itself into a wedge that they might not win a presidential election for 20 years if they keep down this path.
Do you think that the average American can pass the citizenship test for immigrants to become?
Yeah, my wife took it. It's not that hard.
Oh, brother. Oh,
it's
brother.
Easy. She was asking me the questions
if
for
you're
it.
Not retarded, but everybody is retarded. Have you not seen how most, I think it's 60% of adults can't read past a third grade level?
That's a little. It's a certain amount of high school graduates right now, and most of them are in.
No, it's not, brother. There's so you know how they've or maybe you. Well, I'll just ask the question. Do you know how they've changed the way that they teach kids to read?
I've known vaguely about it. And I've seen reconstruction efforts in some states.
So we have, when we learned, you learn phonics. You sound out the words. C, K, A, A, T, cat, C-A-T. They're not teaching that, and they haven't been for a while. Like all the trans stuff that people discovered throughout COVID, and they were like, "Wait, this is what they're teaching our kids." Before that, they had switched over to, I forget what it's called, whole word. I don't remember what the fuck it's called, but they just want you to literally memorize a picture of what the word is, and this is leading to college professors not being able. College English professors not being able to assign a book.
Okay, I agree with you, but
this notion that the voters know exactly what. I don't even know what the fuck is going on over in Afghanistan and all that stuff. And you think that the average voter is gonna be like, oh, this person's definitely gonna be right with all of not just Afghanistan, but Ukraine and Yemen and Libya and Syria. I mean.
You say the voters are okay. So trans rights is a good example. When that first came out, the arguments being made were liberal. These people just want the same rights as everybody else. 70% approval. Right now, if you look at some polling, 18% approval. The voters have completely shifted on this. It was one of the major issues in 2024. Why people voted against the Democrat Party. There's like top 3 issues. In some exit polls, it's one of the top issues anyways. And this, so when you start looking at the data, the voters turned on the Democratic Party. We saw all but 20 counties shift millions of votes over from one party to the other. Like the fact that we see these shifts happening, we see these policies come up, the public says absolutely not, and then the Democratic Party's still doing them. Usually that's when a party says, wow, that's a bad idea, let's drop it, like defund the police. They haven't done that with multiple issues since they lost 2024, and it's driving their approval rating lower than it's ever been. Now, this does, as you're saying, there's different varying levels of voters. We have our high preponderance voters, high information voters, and they usually tend to come out during the midterm, special elections. Then we have the low preponderance voters that don't know much about politics, and they come out during the general election. The general election vote is overwhelmingly Republican. They're up 2-3 points right now in terms of party registration. That's the first time it's happened in 100 years.
And how long do you think it's going to last with Trump bungling all this Epstein stuff? We have the. I think we're in an okay position for the midterms if Trump is perfect between now and then. But I don't think any other little thing, I think we're fucked. Maybe not fucked.
Registering to people offline. 1% in the last poll I looked at, only 1% of voters said they changed their vote based off the Epstein stuff.
Oh, fair, but I'm saying there's other reasons that his approval rating is low, and even the base, like people like myself, you'll see there is no MAGA hat in my frame because when he switched up on that, I was like, hey, yo, that's some fuck shit. I don't know why you switched up. I'm not assuming that you have anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein, but you switched up on the most culturally important story of our lifetime, and that's not okay. So I'm not saying that because he did that, we are going to lose. Other people are saying that, but my point is, this is just another grain of sand on the heap of promises not kept, promises made, and people aren't getting what they asked for.
Well, okay, so the Epstein thing, that wasn't like a Trump campaign promise. What happened was
everybody says that, but guess what? He didn't explicitly state, hey guys, one of the things that I'm going to do, but his whole thing about Kash Patel and Dan Bongino being in the FBI was directly related to Epstein.
Okay, and they came out and said, we reviewed all the information that's classified that you can't see, and there's nothing here. They had to eat that cake live on TV. And for me, someone's saying it's a nothing burger since like 2014. There was never anything there. It was all
So
silly.
what did Ghislaine Maxwell
Love
get arrested for?
For trafficking children to Jeffrey Epstein, not to hundreds of billionaires that he was hobnobbing with.
So,
you're
just on straight with Trump. That it's just a hoax.
I think it's all just bullshit. I don't think Oprah was over there eating children.
Okay, so what I know we're getting a little off topic, but I have to understand you here. What do you think of Prince Andrew doing his interview at 60 Minutes back in the day about the girl that he had his arm around? And that was like clearly a humiliation ritual, and obviously didn't help him. So the obvious thing is that he chose to do that interview because whatever else was going to happen would be worse.
Yeah, so I think what his narrative is the Matt Gaetz narrative, the Destiny narrative. I didn't know that bitch was underage. She was 17. I didn't know. I thought she was 18. Like, that's what his narrative is she was just 1 year under, and I was unaware of this fact. That's it's embarrassing, it's bad, but that to me is not proof that he's running an underground pedophile ring that's backed by Mossad and the FBI that Trump is covering up. I don't think any of that. If the Joe Biden administration threw the fucking kitchen sink at Donald Trump. They made up statues in New York that have never been used legally before. A secondary crime that they don't even have to say what the secondary crime is. It's never happened before. Doing a RICO charge on questioning the results of election never happened before. Going after the president for interpreting laws as he's constitutionally obligated to do never happened before. They threw the fucking kitchen sink at him. Why didn't they do this?
Because of I think the same reason that Trump has switched up on it. There's people in there that everybody remember when we used to talk about the Uniparty? Remember that idea that they're all in cahoots? That maybe, just maybe, there's people on the left and the right that are part of this conspiracy.
But they could see all that. Like Jasmine Crockett went out there and alleged all these people took money from Jeffrey Epstein. She was completely wrong about it. She got completely embarrassed last week. Both sides have this unclassified information. They've had it for years now, and nobody's been arrested. To tell me that like every politician in politics is protecting a tiny handful of people who they're trying to supplant, who they're going after. AOC is going for Chuck Schumer's throat to try to take his Senate seat right now. Why the fuck would she not? She's not in the Epstein files at all. Why would she not bring that shit up if there was something there on Chuck Schumer who was friendly with Epstein?
Like I said, because there's so many people connected. I mean, we don't need to go down the whole Epstein road, but I mean, the notion that there is no such thing as elites getting together and doing weird stuff. That I mean, like I don't know how you can like trust the establishment, the official story, all of that stuff so much.
I like Bill Barr. I trust his opinion.
Fair enough.
Bill Barr seemed like a pretty stand-up guy. He stepped in when Trump was getting unfairly targeted, cleared that fucking Russiagate shit up, cleared that Ukraine hoax shit up, cleared up all a bunch of shit for Trump, and allowed him to get some wins in his first presidency. So at the end of the day, if he says that Epstein killed himself based on everything he has, and now Dan Bongino and
he's still alive. He's on the island. He's still alive. But
the guys, right,
there you go. So going back to the notion of you think the voters will pick the right person. We agree then that it is when it comes to global affairs specifically. You do agree that then it is it requires the populace to be well educated enough to make that decision, right?
No, they know what's best for their own situations. So the whole country, the country we live in, the ideals were founded on, the whole John Lockean Western civilization is based off of individualism with a little touch of egoism, meaning that you're supposed to take care of you, yourself, your family, castle doctrine, and then that moves up to local government, state government, and then finally federal government. But you and your people succeeding is the goal here. Oh, fuck, I forgot where I was going with this. What did you just say last?
About Oh,
Yeah,
picking the right person. Picking the right person.
Oh yeah.
Voters.
So they know their own economic situations. They know that they don't want their daughters in sports with men. They know that the police are a good thing. We have tons and tons of polling on this.
Right, but
60+% approval for the police. So when they hear these bad policies, they know this shit's bad, and that's why.
That then requires somebody who is that implies that there can't be somebody who is good on cultural issues and bad with foreign affairs. Because that's, again, people aren't voting based on foreign affairs as much as they're voting on the cultural kitchen table issues. So the fact of the matter is, at least compared to other presidents, that Trump is good on both. And for, to cut him off at the knees a little bit, but the left was that bad that culturally we needed to, defeat them. But I don't know that we're going to be in a situation where it's that clear. We know that leftist propaganda is very, very effective on the middle. And the middle, that's who decides these elections. I reject the notion that we can trust the average American voter to know who is going to be the best president for foreign affairs.
You say that, but again, Trump won 2016 with almost all of the
Biden won, and then Biden won. So what the fuck are we talking about? Trump
had hold on. Biden had the money on his side. Trump had the entire GOP apparatus.
I'm saying that can happen again, Tyler. That's my point.
Absolutely. I get what you're saying. It could happen again. A meteor could fall and hit us tomorrow. What I'm just talking about is the practical of what's actually happening now, not this worst case scenario that people. We live in a self-governing society. The entire idea of us as Americans is we know what's
give
best
all the
for
money
us.
to the elite military.
We know what's best for us as Americans, each individual voter. If you think that the people aren't smart enough to know what's best for them, in a sense,
they're not.
The next step is elitism. Is saying you know better than the people, so you should dictate it to them.
Yeah,
and I don't believe that.
You just said my position specifically is that people should have to take a citizenship test in order to vote, and you said the average American would be able to pass that test. So,
especially
that's elitism. You have to be elite enough to know what's on that test, and if you don't, then you don't get to vote.
Yeah, absolutely. If you put these parameters in place, they'd only work for a couple of cycles, and then George Soros and the Koch brothers would go out and they build schools to teach people exactly what you need to pass these tests, and they build their voter bases up. If you required property ownership, George Soros would go out and buy 100 acres and give a single acre to everybody in that state that doesn't own property to make sure they vote for their side. Then the Koch brothers would have to do the same thing so they don't unilaterally disarm and blah, blah, blah. All these parameters you're putting in place would just be temporary stopgaps. At the end of the day, if you're pro-America, you have to trust the fact that the American people aren't stupid and can self-govern in the way that our nation's set up.
No, I don't. Not at all, I don't. I can look empirically at the fact that our country has gone down the gutter. We can look empirically at the fact that intelligence is gone down. We can see that there is hegemony around ideas that you and I agree are bad, and also, like I said, empirically show that whatever metric we want to use, things are going down. So just because things got bad enough that people were willing to vote for Trump. I
don't think things are going down.
Regardless of how you want to look at it now, let's not forget that in 2015, 2016, everybody thought Trump was a joke, and it took a while for people to warm up to him because he wasn't a quote unquote serious candidate. He wasn't quote unquote presidential, but it got bad enough that people were like, all right, we just got to get the bull in the china shop. So the notion that people can't bring us to where it's so bad, we already lived through that.
I don't think so. I think currently that every single day we're alive in America is a better day for Americans in terms of our living standard, cost of living. And it does fluctuate a little bit, but even after COVID, we're still seeing the best situation for human beings ever. And you can point to kind of some schools right now teaching shitty math and reading tactics, but the average intelligence of an American is still the highest in the world.
Fucking homes, jobs, I mean, these are all things that have been, we've been working on and are starting to get better because of Trump's policies. But they were all things that people voted to get us there. So your claim that the voters are smart enough to not get us there is already debunked because we were already there.
Hold on, no. Did you trust Anthony Fauci during COVID?
Of course not.
Of course not. But your system you're advocating for would be Anthony Fauci's right, and if you say anything, you're too stupid to know what you're talking about, so shut up. That's what you're advocating for.
Say one more time.
That's the system you're advocating for. When you're saying people aren't smart enough to self-govern, you're saying that you should have listened to Anthony Fauci. I'm saying you now. You're saying listen to the experts, that the government is smarter, that X amount of people are smarter and should be in charge, and tell you what's best for you. Anthony Fauci, an expert in his field who's been in government for 30 years, was telling you how you should live. We should lock down the country. You should put on a mask.
Right, but there were other experts that were more correct than him, so I listened to those experts.
Well, we didn't know if they were more correct until after COVID ended. During COVID, he was the official in charge of that. You're saying that the people are too stupid to make up their own minds for the best decisions for them, but at the same time, the government's too stupid to tell them what to do. So really, you're kind of arguing both sides of the point here. Who is smart enough? Just you? Is it just Lutz should be the leader of the country?
No, of course not. As I said, passing a citizenship test. Why is that? Yeah. Why is that so elitist?
That's not. I'm not saying that's elitist. That's just a small step into that direction. Okay,
but again, then why are you trying to frame it like I love Fauci? What are you talking about?
Because you said
because I want people to know what they're voting for. That I must
like the last 20 minutes. You said the voters are too stupid to tell the difference.
Correct. The voters are too stupid.
It would tell the difference between the Democrat and the Republican Party. The voters generally, as a whole, 80% of them generally are too stupid to tell the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. So they're just going to vote in the next person because of feelings and not actually look at the policy wins that they like. I think that's not only
that's not what I said.
The soft science of political effectively.
No, I think you are presenting this notion that, hey, people voted Trump in. Trump is good with foreign affairs. Therefore, people know how to vote somebody in that is good on foreign affairs. I am rejecting that syllogism. I'm saying there are other reasons that Trump was voted in. And yes, he is good. Exactly. Yeah. So what happens when we get somebody who is good on cultural war issues and good on domestic economy, but when it comes to foreign affairs, they want to, whatever it is, something we would both say is bad. It doesn't even matter what it is.
I can tell you more.
But that person has the other policies, has the money, has the propaganda to win the presidency. Why are you saying that American voters would reject that propaganda, reject the other issues that they care more about on a daily basis because of foreign affairs? That's the argument that you're making.
No, they would not. I'm saying that's foreign affairs is just one microcosm. Generally, what people vote on is economy. Culture war does not rise to the top almost ever. It did in this election with trans issues. It did in a couple elections with gay marriage. Otherwise, we don't see cultural issues in the top 10 issues. What we generally see are economic issues, for the most part, border issues, and national security issues that reign the day. And all of those are 100% policy dependent. So if you have the best economy, or if you're trusted more to be the better steward of the economy, that's your best chance to win the presidency. Even no matter how much propaganda is on the other side, no matter how many people are out there saying trans women are real women, and the Democratic Party blowing it through a blowhorn and saying it at every event, people didn't buy it. People didn't give a shit. No matter how many people are out there saying the thing that you don't believe, you're not buying it. And I don't see why other Americans aren't afforded that same luxury that they could potentially be just as smart as you. I think they're just as smart as me.
Well, again, just empirically, they're not. Empirically, they're not. You are smarter than most people. What was the George Carlin bit? Think about how stupid the average American is. Now realize that that half of them are even dumber than that. This is not. This is not like I'm at a loss here. But even if we are, because again, myself, I don't know at this moment who should I be looking at in terms of the best foreign policy as we're gearing up for the midterms, and maybe the Republicans won't be in such a good position, so we're going to need somebody a little bit more centrist or moderate than a Trump figure. Who should I be looking at right now?
If you're one of the rare people that puts foreign policy ahead of security, national issues, and economy, fucking awesome. You're like one of the few I've ever met. But I would look to somebody personally like Fetterman. Fetterman's my goat.
Okay, and how many people do you think if we polled 100 people and we said, okay, who are you thinking of voting for in 2028? You know, it's a little bit of a while, but you know, just throw out a name. How many of those people, out of those 100 people, do you think would say Fetterman?
We've done this breakdown actually of the Democratic Party. Some polls had AOC out at 40%. Some polls had her at like 10% in fourth place. So it really bounces all over the place. But Fetterman is one of the more popular Democrats in the party. Slightly
not the most popular.
No, Josh Shapiro usually reigns a little ahead of it. It really depends on the poll.
So then my notion that the customers, the voters, aren't necessarily going to go with the person who has the best foreign policy.
No, generally not.
That's my point. So why are you saying we agree then that we don't trust that the voters are going to make their vote, whether they're smart enough to understand or not?
Exclusively foreign policy. Yeah, I agree with that. I never said that.
That's what I was saying.
It is a factor, but it's a factor. Absolutely.
I never said it wasn't. I am trying to show you that there can be, as you said, there are other factors. Right now, it's okay to be more interventionist because those other factors fall in line. What I'm saying is that there could be somebody else who feels this way about foreign affairs, but the other factors don't fall in line. And so then we are split between the people who have the right idea on foreign policy and the people who are right on the kitchen table issues, like the culture war issues and the economy, not just the transes. I mean, actual kitchen table issues. How then do you, what is the trust that you have? What line of thinking do you think the average voter is going to have that will land them in your camp?
Generally, it's economy. Okay, so this is how America generally views this in terms of our Western liberal, John Lockean, egoist system is that the leader in a household knows what's best for their household. If the economy is hurting because of the policies like an EV mandate to make it so you have to buy an EV in 12 years because gas cars, things like that, they'll know that's going to hurt their bottom line. They'll know what regulations are going to hurt them. They'll know what things they don't like, and then they weigh it out. Usually voters, how this generally goes is voters have a top 3 set of issues, and they
thank you to say that voters
set of issues
fucking know what they're talking about is ridiculous.
Based. You can have your own that's unique to you. Everybody potentially could, but generally what we see is economy, national security, and crime are usually in 3 of the top 5 of those things for the preponderance of people. So I don't see what, like, we could get somebody like JD Vance who's got a good economic message and is shit on foreign policy. I agree with you. That's how elections go. You don't get a perfect warrior.
Right. So that's why I'm saying that even though right now we have a good intervener, that being interventionist by nature is not necessarily good because we can have a different intervener that is not intervening in the way we want to intervene.
Yeah, I get you, but at the end of the day,
people, that's all I was saying. That's the whole time. That's all I've been trying to say.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, people go through and make these policy judgments, and when we see that interventionism is extremely popular still in the United States, 65% of people back Trump bombing votes in Venezuela, back our efforts in Ukraine, back our efforts in aiding Israel, things like that. We see it's popular. Why would you say, I'm going to take the unpopular stance on this? All it's going to do is isolate maybe a smaller group, but still going to isolate a group of voters. If you can avoid isolating that group of voters, the larger of the two on the other side of the argument, why would you not do that? I just don't. It doesn't make sense. You just worsen your chances of winning by taking the stance that the majority is against.
So it was just 5 years ago. You wanted to bring up the trans stuff. It was just 5 years ago where the majority of people wanted the trans stuff. So I don't. Maybe I missed the core of your point there. But it sounds like you're just saying, well, if most people want it, then it must be good.
No, it started out with liberal principles, and then the mask slipped off, and everyone said, no, this is actually a woman now. You got to let her change you got to let this dude change with your 5-year-old daughter. That's when it went from a liberal stance of just give us the same rights and privileges as everybody else to actually we're going to reform society completely around this tiny group of people that doesn't actually exist. That's the change, and the American voters saw it and reacted to it, and we saw support go from 74 to 78% against in just a small amount of time because the voters are smart enough to recognize what's good for them. And in America, that's what we fundamentally believe. Okay,
so then I apologize, but I missed your point on what you were saying with why would you want to go against the majority? What can you go back on that, please?
Yeah. So in this instance, you're talking about different politicians. When you take a stance on foreign policy that's isolationist for right-wing reasons, it's rather unpopular with 80% of the public. And then when you take a stance that's like anti-imperialism and colonialism for left-wing leftists and shit like that, that's extremely unpopular for the rest of the country as well. So these two small groups that are anti-war on both sides make up a tiny percent. They don't even agree with each other on the reasons why. So you're sacrificing like 60 to 70% of the voting base to take these unpopular fringe policies on something that may not be the biggest deal, but it's, in the top 10. It's not a top 5 issue, but it's always in the top 10.
Okay, fair. So maybe I'll understand if we go back to, you were saying there's the left-wing type of intervention and the right-wing type of intervention. How, keeping in mind everything that we were just saying, how do you make that distinction? What makes it the right wing or left wing?
I dabbled into it a little bit. There's the left-wingers don't like hierarchy. They don't like saying somebody's the winner and somebody's the loser, or culture is better or culture is worse. So what we saw under the Obama administration is this massive push to protect Islamophobia. That Norm Macdonald joke. It'd be really awful if the terrorists struck another building in New York because of all the Islamophobia that would result from it. That like that joke right there. That's the Democrat Party. Under Obama, they lied about San Bernardino. They lied about the Pulse nightclub shooting to make it seem like these were people that were disgruntled with their jobs, or a gay repressed person. It was Islamic terror that did both of these things. They lied initially about Benghazi, or got it wrong. I don't remember how that ended up resulting, but they did a lot to try to cover up for Islamic terror because they saw this is just another option. It's what Andrew Wilson complains about. If you're not a religious moralist, then every moral system is exactly the same. That's what left-wingers actually believe, that Islamic cultures were just as good as our cultures, and they just needed that economic push and they would get there.
Can I pause you right there? And did you just establish right here on Confluence show that Andrew Wilson is a lefty?
No. I'm taking one of his arguments. Yeah, no, that's all. I took one of his arguments and borrowed it so I could paraphrase in a way you guys would understand. That's all. But I would say the left-wing interventionism is that's a bad man in power. We're going to take him out. And those people over there, they're going to have all this democracy. They're just going to sort it out on their own because they're all just good people that are oppressed by the oppressed system and the root causes of the roots and things like that. All that stupid shit they say that leads them to want to defund the police, but instead send money to some criminal gang in another country to stop reporting people. All that dumb shit. That's got to go. Right-wing interventionism is, we're the base culture. We're here to fucking save you. Bad guys, get the fuck out. Your culture sucks. Stop having sex with your cousins. Stop raping goats. Get the fuck out of this country. And everybody that's going to stay here, oh, look at that. Your life expectancy, your education, your nutritional value, your productivity all went through the roof while we were here. Like what we did in Afghanistan was great. The only reason we left that is the same reason we lost Vietnam, is because public sentiment here changed and demanded changes.
So then,
not because of what was going on over there.
So would you say that, does that mean that you think we should not have pulled out of Afghanistan?
Hell no, we shouldn't have.
Why do you say that?
Again, the way nation building works, it takes multiple generations. We had done all the hard work. We had 6,000 troops die and taking and holding it in the first 12 years. In the last 2 years of holding Afghanistan, I think it was like the last 18 months, 0 troops had died. We had that area fucking completely secured, and we saw their population for the first time in decades, if not ever, educating women, treating women like first-class citizens, again, the nutritional value, all the life expectancy things I keep going over. Their entire civilization started going through the roof in terms of becoming an advanced nation. And if we did that for 20 more years and spent a whole nother generation getting rid of the people that actually believe this but were staying quiet about it or whatnot, and then we had the women that knew nothing but this lifestyle, the people that knew nothing but this lifestyle, those religious extremists wouldn't have any popularity if they ever made their way back in.
I hear you, man. There's a couple parts of this where I think you make a lot of sense. And, I never claim to be isolationist. I think the way that you use the word interventionist is a little bit broader than what I was interpreting. But I still like aspects of, and I know that you were saying this in tongue in cheek, but don't say it was completely a lie. When you're saying, oh, well, and I said other people die, you're like, oh, well, they're not Americans, America first. That does actually matter to me. When it comes to the money that we're spending, I don't know enough to challenge you on the notion that all this money is coming back in, and if that money is directly helping Americans or if it's just helping elites, continue to you're making me sound like a lefty, increase the wage gap and all that stuff. I don't see it. I'm definitely open to looking into some of the specifics of what you're talking about. But I cannot get away from this libertarian, like even just small L libertarian perspective that you seem to have this a priori justification or entitlement that America should be the one to do all of this stuff. I don't think that is good for our culture, and I don't think that it is good for the world, especially if you are saying the best case scenario is globalism, but just American globalism. I don't know if you guys know this, but a big reason why I wanted to separate Americans or America as the citizens and the government is because I fucking hate the government. Like, yeah, it's much better than any other fucking government, but it's still a fucking government. So I just can't get behind pouring more into the powers that be, so to speak.
I think there is going to be wealth disparities, absolutely, because when you do global trade, only a certain amount of companies have the financial capital enough to access the global markets. So those companies are going to get richer while American companies are left behind. But the upside of that is because they're able to bring in cheaper goods and redistribute those cheaper goods, they might hold a monopoly over that specific, or an oligopoly over that specific distribution. But the cheaper goods that they're selling to these companies that are U.S. based result in cheaper products as well. And we start to see that trickle-down effect, especially with, again, as we see Trump doubling down on AI and us shipping these shitty factory jobs overseas and then getting tech-centered jobs as we expand AI. We're seeing income levels rise for U.S. workers. We're seeing all sorts of like blue-collar jobs that could actually.
I'm sure he's going to open the panel.
Popping up. Data center technician is one of the fastest-growing jobs right now, and it's because of Trump's AI boom that he made. That are jobs that other countries just aren't even capable of. Our comparative advantage here is not just a factor; it's also the fact that we are the technological revolutionizers of the world, and that keeps us at the top. We want to be at the top because America is the best country. We have the best system. And as soon as we let another country take those reins, we have to risk an inferior system. Like England isn't too bad, but they don't have a First Amendment. They don't have a Second Amendment. And they have a fucking monarchy at the end of the day. Even if it doesn't have,
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I don't think that there's a reason to say, well, we must change that until it becomes like I said earlier, until it becomes a direct problem for American lives.
Well, that's kind of what I wanted to ask you. Is I did kind of shrug off the non-American lives as secondary, but would you rather, if the trolley situation, would you rather have a U.S. soldier die or a soldier from another country fighting for their conflict?
Sure, yeah, America first. But exactly, yeah, the point there was that people, you use that as a response to, well, people are dying. You're like, yeah, but they're not Americans.
They're not U.S. troops, yeah.
Okay, but that still is bad that we're killing innocent people.
Oh, I agree. Russia shouldn't have invaded. Hamas shouldn't have attacked Israel. I agree. All those things were bad and it sucks.
I don't know how much time we have left, but I want to get your opinion on this because I've kind of just been throwing this out there tongue in cheek, but I kind of mean it, and I don't know enough to determine if it makes sense or it doesn't. And so, like with the involvement in Israel, Gaza, Palestine, that whole thing. Like in the beginning, I didn't know much about anything. So like when I first covered, I had people coming onto my channel to tell me like, hey, what's going on here? And then, obviously paid attention. It became a much bigger issue. And it became clear. And like at the beginning, I was like, oh, well, poor Israel. They're our ally. They got attacked. And then as time went on, it's just like, well, okay. I realized these are two entities that are trying to fight. They're not trying to solve anything. And I just think that if we want to say, okay, well, they're doing bad stuff though, so we as America, we have to intervene. Why not send SEAL Team 6 and get them in, take out the leaders of Hamas, and call it a day? We had Zero Dark 30. why can't we do that exact same thing instead
We
of
don't
just
want to
pouring
or
money?
need to. Israel's already doing that. They've killed Hamas's leadership like 6 times over. They have people that have never seen combat in their leadership right now. They have fucking young people that don't know what the fuck they're doing. They killed Sinlar. They were killing Hamas leaders inside Qatar and Iran. One guy showed up for a fucking funeral, and they had a bomb already planted in his hotel room. He shows up, he gets he takes his pants off, starts jerking off to goats and young boys, bakabazis, and then boom, gone. So Israel has been doing that. They are micro striking. But at the end of the day, this is also a fighting force inside of an urban conflict zone. If you look at what we did in Tokyo versus what Israel's doing in Gaza, it's significantly more humane. We never relocated 2/3 of the population of Japan,
Right, but
before
again,
we dropped the A-bomb.
Right, but the point of that was to stop the fighting. So obviously that did that was not good. But theoretically, if World War II went on as long as the Israeli-Palestinian conflict had gone on, then we don't know if there would be more deaths or not.
World War II was 7 years, and we're only 2 years into this Israeli-Gaza fight.
Oh, honey, sweetie, baby. I mean, the entire conflict.
Oh,
that's what it is. Is it a different thing? Is it it's a different fight over a piece of land. Yes, who owns it?
These are different groups. Yes, these are different groups of people. These are Iranian proxies. This isn't so. Egypt's been in, Israel's been in 3 different wars that are attacked by 6 fronts. The first one was Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. Those countries are now Israel's allies. They work with Israel to deter Iran and its proxies.
Okay,
so these are different entities each time.
Okay, fine. So then let's talk about specifically Muslims and Jews fighting in that area of the world. That is what I meant. Because right now we could theoretically drop an A-bomb and take them both out, and there's no more fighting. That would
we are at time, but I will let you guys finish this out because I want to hear this thing. But just don't change topics on me.
Fair. Well, yeah, so just even if it's different groups of people, obviously over the past thousands of years, it's not the same individuals, but it's the Muslims versus the Jews, and who has the right to land. And again, I'm not claiming to know the ins and outs, but that is the conflict. Who deserves to be there? And
so this. Sorry.
Why would we not drop the drop a theoretical A-bomb to end what's going on there, because there's so many people suffering, so many people dying, and yes, this would kill a lot of people, but the purpose there is to stop it instead of just feeding into it and fuel the fire.
Well, we already have Trump's plan, so let's start from the beginning here. In 1946. Well, before that era, there were not as many Jews as there are in Israel living there. There were millions less. I think it was only a couple million Jews lived in that area. What happened was the UN gave this area that used to be controlled by the Byzantine Empire to all the people that said they were from there, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and the Arabs and whatnot. So what happened shortly after is the Arab state of Jordan was formed in 1946. Israel said, we want our own state too. The UN passed a partition to say Israel can have its own state too, and then the Palestinians can have their own state, which is Jordan, and they could also have Gaza. Instead of saying, okay, cool, UN, the Arab nations rejected that and said, fuck you, UN, and 6 nations attacked Israel. So moving forward a couple, I think 20 more years, they attacked again. 3 of the same nations, 3 different nations attacked again. Israel won these wars. What happened was Gaza was being under the military control of Egypt in 1948. When Israel won the war that Egypt started by attacking Israel, they forced Egypt out of that land and took control of it. So if that was the United States, China, Russia, any other country, they would have said, that land's now ours, get the fuck out. Literally what the U.S. did with the Mexicans when we won Texas. Any other nation would have said that, but Israel said you could stay as long as you work with us. Then they spent decades doing things like the Oslo Accords, which was limited self-governments, trying to turn them into a civilized nation state while they were just being attacked, bombarded with thousands of rockets every year. I think that is the fundamental starting of it. The Jews were forced into that area. They got Israel, and then 109 nations kicked Jews out, forcing them out of their country. Israel was their safe haven. And then Israel did a bunch of airlifting missions in countries in Africa to take black Israelis out of these nations and bring them to Israel. The Jews did not exist there. They're Jews from all over the world, from Africa, from Europe, from the United States, from different countries. They were persecuted, Asia as well. They all came back to this nation because they finally have a safe haven. The other people say we need to completely kill every single Jew on the planet. One of them say we just want to exist and have this little section of the land that the UN gave us, that all the nations except for 6 agreed to. All the major nations agreed to that we should have this. And then we have one nation say that shouldn't exist. Fuck the UN. We're going to blow them up. So I think that
so all of that is what I meant. That the notion of if we could drop an atomic bomb,
as the same. You see them as the same. I think Israel is
different battles, but it's the same war.
Yeah, but Israel is the justified state that went into the UN partition.
Wait, hold on. Do we disagree with that? It's different battles and it's the same war.
I don't think it's the same war. I think now it's a different group of people. I mean,
okay, well then just
similar. The dispute, the idea behind the dispute.
So just to tie a bow on the whole thing. So the what I was saying is that obviously it's not good that we drop the atomic bomb, but the idea behind dropping the atomic bomb was stopping the fighting, and it doesn't seem to me, at least in my ignorance, might it be. It doesn't seem to me like any party involved, America included, wants to end the current conflict that's going on in Gaza. It seems like there's too much money to be made.
That Trump peace plan not only is we're not making any return on this besides Israel paying back money. Yeah. We're going to make some money off this Gaza peace deal. So what Trump did was he took all these Arab nations that formerly were opposed to Israel, got a bunch of them on the Abraham Accords, regulated trade and travel with Israel, and then have those nations, they're going to take over Gaza and be the police there. They're the ones that are going to get Hamas out. Israel's going to completely leave Gaza after phase 3 of the plan. This Trump peace plan completely pulls Israel out of Gaza. They have no say over it anymore. They're done. Arab nations are going to come in with the United States as a team and be the police of that area, get the terrorists out and turn it into a nation state. So the Trump peace plan not only disarms Hamas, tells them they either put down their guns and disarm and pledge no longer to be aligned to Hamas, or get the fuck out or they die. That's it. And until Hamas does that, they haven't agreed to it yet. So we're still waiting for phase 1 to be agreed to. They still have to return 2 dead bodies of Israelis before and disarm themselves. So we're not quite there yet. But the Trump peace plan would end all of that and turn Gaza into a nation that the United States would be investing in. They have a bunch of oil off their coast that we're going to be investing in, getting U.S. companies in there to get that oil and put it into the world economy, making us net more money.
Hey man, I hope you're right, and I hope it works out like that. I just don't have the level of faith in our government that you do.
Okay, great. That's a good point. That's a good point to stop it. This has been, as many of the comments have said, this is a way more chill than most of the debates I'm used to watching. Which, I mean, congrats for both of you. I was maybe hoping there would be a little more attacks so I could jump in and do my job and stuff, but you guys are super chill and cool, and it was a really fun debate to listen to. So congrats.
Oh, we're all internet buddies. We all internet buddies. We all chat and hang out and shit. Generally, we all agree.
To anyone out there who has seen me go blood sport, you've got to find something I really, really, really care about and haven't know well about and haven't talked about recently. Those are the 3 criteria. I'm moving away from this debate bro stuff just because I think it's way better. I've learnred a lot tonight. I'm glad that I was open here and open to learning, because I don't feel very well. I do feel pretty strongly, but I'm not super well educated and on foreign affairs and stuff like that. So I definitely was open to having my mind changed, and in some ways I did. But I think that's way more useful to me, to you guys, for us to have the conversation. So I'm not saying I won't debate anymore, but I think debating religion is stupid. That just doesn't ever go anywhere. I might do that every once in a while.
I will find the 3 criteria on Lutch, and I will challenge you. Okay, I will find those 3 things.
Let's
So moving into closings again, max 5 minutes. You don't have to use all that time, but starting with the Indian Jesus. So I think Tyler made some very strong points about why we can't be a completely isolationist nation, and I agree with that. I think the way that he is using interventionist is a little bit broader than I think what most people talk about when we are discussing intervention versus isolation.
based on that wider definition, I mean, I do agree that there are, as I said in my opening, there are many situations where we can't just live in a little bubble. We have to interact with other countries, whether it's because of oil or money or same thing, right? Or military conflict. But the point is that when I hear interventionist nation, I think, all right, what else can we do? Which seems to be where we're at, as opposed to this landed on my lap, and now we got to deal with it. I would much rather be the nation of we can deal with anything that lands in our lap, but let's only deal with the shit that lands in our lap. Let's not go looking for conflict. And thank you to Tyler for the debate, and thank you for Confluence for hosting.
Great. Okay, and now sending it off to you, Tyler. You're closing. I'll start the timer when you start talking.
All right. So I'm probably going to use a little bit more of it, not the whole 5 minutes, but I kind of want to just spend the first part here going over my argument again. The way what interventionism versus isolation means is how much you respect another nation's sovereignty. If you're going to use your trade policy or your economic prowess to get them to change policy, that's considered economic interventionism. If you're going to use your military to do it, that's considered military interventionism. Generally, when people hear
what do you guys think?
They think the latter, but the former is a
not
very
my strongest
version, actually much more.
But I think he kind of dropped the ball a little bit.
The country's been doing for a long time. It's how the United States and England worked together in the 1800s to force their trade allies and people that relied on their industrially revolutionized countries to get them off of slavery and push these Western values further and further and further to where we are now, the best standard of living for human beings. When we talk about where the world we are now, we need somebody policing the world. We need somebody keeping these bad actors at bay. We need somebody keeping the pirates off, keeping the Houthis from firing on trade ships to make sure the Houthis straight and that, what the fuck was that?
I don't get
that canal, the Suez Canal is the one in Africa. Yeah, make sure the Suez Canal is under the control of nations that are going to allow free trade. If China and Russia, who have been trying for much longer than the United States to co-opt the world to their side, if they gain access to these vital infrastructures, they could destroy our economy. They could really hurt us. So we need to fight back against that. The best and most efficient way for the American people to fight back against that is to hire proxy armies to do these fighting for us. We hire Israel. Israel keeps the Middle East at bay. They keep check on all these groups that the Iranian proxies, as well as Iran. As you saw in that war, Israel's 1/10 the size of Iran with 1/3 of the GDP. They go in there, they completely destroy half of their ICBM launchers. They destroy drone facilities. These drones are going to Russia for the Ukraine war. They destroy energy facilities. This energy is coming from Venezuela, getting exported to China. So when we go into these nations, we're actually hurting our real adversary, which is China on the world stage, but also Russia.
That's why I'm not saying
who's
isolation.
Kind of a paper tiger at this point. But
not intervention.
Our adversary. We are hurting them on the world stage. What are we getting for it? Well, with Ukraine, we're getting this mineral deal. With Israel, we could have investment into the oil right off the shore of Gaza, as well as really nice real estate, as Trump's talking about, investing in hotels there to make it a really nice vacation spot and such like that. A mix of the Arab and Israeli world for the first time ever. That would be great. America's going to benefit. But at the end of the day, what we're spending on military pales in comparison to what we take in terms of the tax money we get for our imports. If we don't do this military intervention, global trade will eventually collapse because there'll be nobody there making sure that global trade happens. Consumer confidence will plummet. People will say the risk of getting my boat hijacked or my boat shot at or my boat stolen from another hostile nation.
You know this is way better than I do.
Too high for me. We're just going to keep these goods here. And then we see the end of world trade. And then we see massive inflation. Just look at what Trump's tariffs did for inflation here. Inflation should be fully cooled off at this point, and it's been remaining stable the entire year. We need global trade to make the price of the American lifestyle come down, and it's worked. Everything has come down in price besides hospitals, colleges, and housing. The three things that are super over-regulated in our government. Everything else, food,
That's
kitchen
nice.
appliances, cars, all of which, everything in your life has come down in terms of disposable income cost out of your pockets. And that's what capitalism does best. On top of that, the living standard for everybody, even in the world, but generally the US, is going through the roof. The poor in the United States live better than most of the world's middle class because we are number one. On top of that, morally, our nation is a nation of ideas. We are in a unique spot, unlike almost any other nation that has nationalism and tradition. We are in a unique spot to make sure that our ideas are purveyed on the world stage. If we can take this and push it out to the world stage, we'll have a better world, and that better world will result in a better United States. Now, bringing in all these resources that we're getting, we're able to do our AI boom to keep us in the technological lead over other countries. We're going to have moderately skilled, high-paying jobs coming in because of this AI boom. And one or two I named, but there's several more. I work inside that industry.
So bad.
Banging-ass job in Texas that I'm about to go to, exactly in this industry because of Trump's AI boom. And they're out there. They're desperate for people. So if you want to get in there, I go do 2 years of IT technical colleges and get in there, because this shit's blowing up right now. This is the new American blue collar job. And the only reason is because interventionism and the Trump administration has made it this way. Our country is 100% better off because of this. You can't have America first if we don't have strong allies.
Wow, I don't know if you had a timer going, but you have 1 second left on my timer. Damn. So if you didn't have a timer, that was incredibly well timed.
I was using the clock up here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. Well,
cheating.
Dilly to both of you.
Yeah. So this was great. So now if we can move into some a brief Q&A. Okay. So I'm gonna read some questions from chat and some that myself.
Right. I'm right here. I just gotta take a piss, but I can hear you guys and talk.
Okay. So yeah. So if you can keep the questions, might be directed to one person or another or both. Try to keep your answers to around a minute. Not strict on it, but try to keep it, and then the person can respond to, or they can choose not to respond. Up to you. Okay. So first of all, have to shout out the super chats. This is not really a question for the panelists, maybe more a question to me, but Alex, how did we get to the Epstein on this prompt? What I said, all roads lead to Epstein. Thank you for your support, Alex. And again, anyone, you can still get your questions in, okay? And also,
he's still alive.
Thank you to Guam Tech. Thank you from the INTERVENTIONIST crew. So thank you to both of those. W to both of you. So first question, and this is earlier on, and this one is directed at Tyler. It's a two-parter because the chat message is long. It's from Big Soda. Okay, W in the chat for Big Soda.
Shout out.
If loans make up a small percentage of military aid and non-repayable grants make up a larger portion, is it relevant to bring up loans if the minority of the percentage compared to non-repayable grants?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of those grants don't start as grants. They turn into grants from later administrations and things like that. But yeah, if the ideal is to sell weapons, and then another administration that wants to earn some kudos with a special interest group or something like that says, we're going to turn that into a grant now instead of a weapons sale. Yeah, it's relevant to bring it up because getting some of that money back shows that the cost isn't nearly as high as it looks like on paper. It's just, I'm a pretty detail-oriented person. It's just kind of my debate style.
Do you have a response to that, Lutch? You don't have to. If you want to say something, you can.
I was peeing. I missed the question. Towie.
Okay, I think that's fine. I think it was mainly directed to Tyler. So if you
shout out to Garrett Grant.
Wally. This is, I think, a question to both of you. We also promised Russia would be a buffer zone between them and NATO territory, and that we allowed Ukraine to saber rattle that possibility. Do we agree with this? Do we disagree with this?
Russia a buffer zone.
Actual Justice Warrior did a video on this. You should check out. I can find it. This is based off of something that didn't actually happen. Yeah, he did a long video on it. This is based off of, I want to say this was somebody else's interpretation of what was said during the meeting, and both people in the meeting have come out and said, no, this isn't actually what we said.
He didn't say, wasn't that like the red line? That not 1 inch eastward? I don't know a lot about the was that UN or the other one, but I don't know.
That's what is said, but at the end of the day, it's not Russia's decision as to what Ukraine does, nor is it ours. Ukraine wanted to join NATO.
Right, but once we promise it, once we say okay, then that's our word.
But there are other, not that I'm supposed to intervene, but there are other Baltic nations that are, I think, that would be if I can add to Wikiwally's question, there are other NATO countries on the border of Russia. So to I guess maybe pivot the question, is Ukraine a special red line? Is there any reason
Yes,
for us to think
because
that?
he said, okay, you can go up, but you're not taking Ukraine. And then, or I mean, wait, I just confused myself.
You're saying NATO, like Ukraine shouldn't join.
Oh yeah,
NATO.
yeah. Okay,
Like,
so
NATO's
yeah.
not-
That NATO wouldn't join Ukraine. Ukraine wouldn't join NATO, and then we're helping them when they got invaded, and that then puts us in the situation of having to be on the dole, and so on both ends. We shouldn't have made that promise, but we did. So that's a promise. And now, when that promise is broken, now we have to go to bat for other people. And that disrupts the entire world, but individuals' lives as well.
Okay, so what was happening? This was a conversation between James Baker and the Soviet president at the time, Mikhail Gorbachev.
Shout out, Garrett. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
1 inch eastward was in reference to German reunification, not NATO application. Russia does not get a say on what another sovereign nation does as long as it's legal. They are legally allowed to join whatever fucking group they want. And for us to say, well, the Russians made a demand, just kind of sounds to me like you're conceding that we should listen to Russia when they demand that other nations listen to their sovereignty.
Well, I think it's more. I think it's more so the diplomacy aspect. That if we're gonna, if Russia is saying, all right, we're not gonna do any fuck shit unless you do X, and then we do X.
Well, the X was.
It's not about demand. It's not about demanding. It's just like, all right, well, we can do whatever we fucking want. You're not the leaders of us.
Yeah, I know.
So
I agree. But this up by jumping in, maybe give 30 seconds each, and then we will be opening this up if you guys have time. But we're gonna get through more things, so 30 seconds each.
I agree with where Wikiwally's coming from. If I'm understanding correctly, it seems like that had we not backed Ukraine, that it would have just been a Russian-Ukrainian thing, and then it would have stopped there. Because obviously, if they went into Poland, then there's no way you wouldn't get involved.
I reject that because Russia took over. This is now their third country in 20 years that they're moving aggressively to retake that was formerly a USSR territory. They did it in 2 other nations prior to this, and they've already done it once in Ukraine prior to. So deterrence is the only thing that really stopped them. Trump threatening to nuke Moscow, or maybe he didn't say nuke, maybe he said bomb Moscow. But we did not tell them 1 more inch forward for NATO. I want to reiterate this. This had to do with German reunification. People are taking 4 words out of a sentence and inventing a new context for it. I can give you the declassified documents to show you. It was about German reunification only.
And we can move into that. We can. I mean, I don't know if you guys have hard outs. My plan is to finish the Q&A. And then if you guys both have time, if you don't, that's fine. Move into call-ins and stuff. If you want to, or, just open panel. But yeah, I don't know what your time schedule is, but
you got to cam up, or we got to know you.
Yes. There's now, we're on high alert right now.
Trolls ruined it for everybody.
Landon, you don't have to cam up. We trust you, Landon.
Yeah, if someone can vouch for you in a very good way, then perhaps. But okay, so Ivor Sanch. I mean, who is this guy? I mean, he says, here's what I'll say. And this is, not necessarily about interventionism, but it's a good question nonetheless. Here's what I'll say. I think conservatism has some solid takes on lifestyle and culture and some bad ones, but the government should stay out of that and focus on the economy instead. Do we agree with that?
Yep.
Either one of you, if you want to start.
Absolutely agree.
Whoops.
I don't. I'm a fan of the Civil Rights Act. I don't like some of the racial gerrymandering and stuff, but generally, I think the government should be in the business of making sure discrimination doesn't happen.
Nope. This was my. We have, yes. Like if we're talking about, even just regardless of where you stand on the 19th Amendment, I think it is the job of the government to say, okay, either you can't keep women from voting, or women must be allowed to vote. You can't discriminate on the basis of race and all of those core things from the Civil Rights Act. I think those are kind of at this point ingrained in American culture, And so when I see people talking about culture, then it seems to be the more modern interpretation of what's happening right now. So like conservatism solid takes on lifestyle and culture and some bad ones. The government should stay out of that. To me, that means we've got the Civil Rights Act. Some people are talking about the some type of trans rights act or something. I don't think the government should be going any further than it already has. I think the way that the Civil Rights Act was written is perfectly fine for everyone to be treated equally under the law. Further than that, since we already have the Civil Rights Act, further than that, I don't think the government should be involved.
I agree that there's some of this DEI shit went way too far. Absolutely, there you definitely can go too far with it. But baseline cultural stuff, there are some staples that you absolutely need in there. That if you got rid of all cultural governance, you would see is probably a bad thing overall.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, time to ask a Confluence question. Okay, because I've been having some questions myself. Okay. So, when we were talking about the definition earlier on about intervention, right? I understand the definition can be, from what Tyler was giving, I think is defined as like a stage of degree. So even like sanctions and stuff with the economy, right, is a scale of intervention. But I guess at what point would either of you say, starting with Tyler, at what point do we escalate to intervening with force? Like what is the specific line that we go from economic sanctions and tariffs and all this stuff to actual using force?
Ooh, fuck, that's a tough one. It has a lot of variables to it. I'd say one of the biggest variables is this a country that has nukes or not? Because if they have nukes, it's whenever they piss us off enough, for the U.S. Voters will let us get away with it. But they have nukes. Obviously, you got to pussyfoot around the fact that we could potentially start World War III. So I think it has to do a lot more with situational. But generally, once you start seeing mass amounts of people unjustly getting killed by their government, I'd say that's when we should definitely step in.
Okay, Lutch?
Fair enough. I think that unless there is so obviously if we are attacked, then yeah, force is necessary. Outside of that, it should only be a situation where if we don't do something, either a lot of people are going to die, or it is almost certain that like a China or a Russia or an Iran will take control of something that somebody needs to control. And so it's best in our hands. Other than that, okay, leave everybody the fuck alone. Focus on America.
Okay, fair. Another Confluence question, was posted into the chat, so I guess I have to ask this as well.
Channel, bro. Do what you want. Be the man.
The question I guess I have is, at what point, because we're talking about interventionism, and I feel like, yeah, a lot of the focus is on like America first and the economic realities and stuff. I guess I would ask both of you, at what point does morality come into play? And I think, Lutch, you questioned Tyler, and I wanted that to maybe continue a little bit more. So I kind of want to know your thoughts, because yes, even if we're America first, presumably we still hold some value of human life to people that aren't. So where does morals play into this? So I guess we'll start with Lutch, and then we'll go.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that humans are humans, and human life matters more than animal life. But that doesn't mean that we can't say that American life matters more than Syrian life. That doesn't mean we can't say that my family's life is more important to me than your family's life. There's no reason to conflate wanting the government to put the government and the people to put America first, and not caring if non-Americans die. I don't see a connection there. So yeah, I would think that we would want to limit people dying and getting hurt if we could. Call me a liberal, but
Tyler?
I'd say my stance, morality has been at play since the inception of the stance because it comes from the fundamental argument of the American moral principle, life, liberty, and property, or pursuit of happiness, if you want to quote the Declaration of Independence, or a moral principle. I'm not a religious person, but I am somebody that came to objective morality based on something human nature-wise, like it's inherent to our nature, and I think religious people say that that's what religious people claim is us being made in the image of God. I think those things personally are just inherent to us as sentient beings. So I've come to the similar conclusion of an objective morality. And I say in the United States, there's only a certain level of government intervention into our lives that the voters will allow. You guys don't want more government, so we can only do so
but then
much.
COVID happened.
Yeah, well, we can only do so much with our limited government and our populace not wanting government intervention too much. Once we get to the point where we're overflowing, why not extend that helping hand to other people? Why not be Daniel Penny when you see somebody dying over there? Like, I made a joke that they're not Americans, America first. It was a tongue-in-cheek comment, but at the end of the day, my stance is we see people dying over there. We should help them. I just don't want U.S. troops to be the ones to die for it. We can hire somebody else to do it for us, especially someone in that region, and especially someone that would benefit from taking down that regime, like in this case, Israel, by taking down Iran a couple of pegs. They would benefit in many other ways. So it's like two birds with one stone. We're still being the humanitarians and emphasizing the American moral principle for all of humanity while also emphasizing America first.
That
Okay.
seems kind of speaking out of both sides of your mouth.
Well,
It seems like
a little,
we
yeah.
can get into this. Yeah, we
Okay.
can get into this.
Fair enough,
And
fair
it
enough.
might be. But we have a dono from Alex. Indian, hit me with that. But thank you. Yeah, I don't have that technology yet. Thank you, Alex, with the $10. And again, I might not have an actual animal to give treats to like the Indian Jesus does, but I do have a spirit animal named Anna Kasparian. And every super chat, I will try to slide into Anna Kasparian's DMs. And so if you want to, hit me up and I'll slide into my spirit animal's DMs, give her a treat, I'm just saying, okay? Alex's question though is, I have a question. What do you guys think what do you think the role of the government is when it comes to society? We'll start with Tyler.
So it's a mix between two things. Again, it's the American moral principle, and again, what the voters will allow in terms of government intervention into their day-to-day lives. I think that we as Americans, all men are created equal. So if somebody wants to treat a human being like a second-class citizen in our country, we need our government to prevent that in a way. That's why we have the 14th Amendment, I think the 13th as well, and the 15th actually too, was because of slavery. We were treating an entire group of people, an entire demographic like subhumans, like property, and that did not fit our American moral principle written by our founders in our Declaration of Independence. So once the public, the populace, the laws start, the local laws, the local regulations start infringing on the American moral principle, a higher level of government needs to step in and make sure that doesn't happen to provide guardrails.
Okay.
I don't fully disagree on principle, but I would imagine that there's a lot of places where Tyler and I would disagree on what constitutes those metrics. But in general, I think that reflecting the will of the people in the sense of our laws and the military. I really don't. I mean, I don't know if you could call me a minarchist, but just in the more colloquial sense, I'm a minarchist. The less the government is involved in, the better. And I think in general, the more that we outsource our morality to the government for saying, well, it doesn't matter if it only matters rather if it's legal or it's not legal. I think that's a big issue. Why we see American culture going down the toilet.
Okay.
Minimum.
We will open this to call-ins briefly, but a couple more questions, a couple of Conflu questions. Okay. This one is from Confluence, directed at Tyler first, I guess, but also to Lutch as well. You guys were briefly talking about American war crimes. Tyler seemed a bit ambivalent on the extent or what happened there. And I was talking to ICJ from some guy named Confluence's knowledge. America's not beholden to the ICJ. So in what world, how can Trump be given over to the ICJ if the U.S. isn't signed on to the ICJ? So Tyler and then Lutch.
Are we? I think we're not signed on to the ICC. I think we recognize the ICJ.
No, we don't. We're not beholden. Ever since Nicaragua in like the 80s.
Well, there are different mechanisms to punish us, and again, that's why I was arguing for like the World Council of Nations that follow these rules. So, like, if the United States, let's say we elect AOC, and she does something that would technically be considered an infringement of those rules, these other nations are supposed to put these economic sanctions on us and hurt our economy in the same way. Yeah, it's something that the UK just trying to do on its own.
Fuck that. We'll take care of our own. And like you said, we got the military, so if it's if it's against somebody else, come and fuck with us then.
Yeah, what we see from Russia's being sanctioned to the ground, and they're still a functioning nation. It's not like they're not able to run. It just hurts their economy. It hurts their productivity. It hurts their oligarchs that are the ones that donate to the government and want to change. It just hurts them. Sanctions not gonna ruin your country. It's just meant to like be like a slap on the wrist. Hey, cut that shit out.
Okay, great. Big Soda asked, does the number of negative military interventions outweigh the positive military interventions? I don't know if anyone wants to start first.
That's a value judgment that you have to make. I don't think they do, but if you think that, hey, as he was saying, eventually a Democrat's going to get into power and they're going to do their stupid all cultures are equal types of interventionism. And if you think that the government should not have that power because Democrats are going to do their stupid thing and abuse it, then that's a value judgment you have to make at the ballot box on your own. I just disagree with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know enough about which all of the interventions and how did this go and how did that go. I'm too ignorant to answer that question, but based on vibes, I would probably say no, but I think there would be enough there where the discussion of why are we doing these negative military interventions, even if let's just say most of them, we would all agree, let's say most of them are what we're calling positive. I think there's still enough negative there to ask the question, should we be intervening this much?
Yeah, I realize now I completely misunderstood this question. I took negative military interventions to be an absence of military interventions, but I realizing that's probably almost certainly not what was meant, but that's how I originally read it.
I'm doxing my drink. No, you got to pay me before you see that. If it meant like situations where we could
let's say it did.
We could have intervened and we didn't, versus situations where we intervened. I mean, obviously this is a counterfactual, so nobody can know this for sure, but I would guess that, that the non-interventions probably were better situations than all these forever wars. But
Tyler, do you have any comment on that? No?
Nothing that we discussed it during the debate.
Okay, I think this is the final question. And it comes from Confluence. I mean, I don't even know who that is, but
you're number one fan, dude.
Yeah, he is a super fan. That is true. This one's directed at Lutch. What is your opinion on Tyler's perspective that Afghanistan was better when we were there? Do you agree with that?
No, I see where he's coming from in the sense that if he believes that we had a significant role there, that pulling out is bad. Because we're not involved in that anymore. And now, shit's gone whatever. Even if we did get to use Trump's pullout plan, I think he's of the position that, we should be concentrated or, not concentrated. What the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Not infiltrated. Oh, come on. occupying. There we go. We should be occupying these countries because we don't know what's going to happen, or there's X, Y, and Z reason. I am more of a position that despite X, Y, and Z reason, there are moral aspects and again, I'll say cultural aspects that I don't agree with, where I want to be more libertarian and slightly, not completely, slightly more isolationist.
Could I ask you this, though? Because of those cultural differences, if we had given Saudi Arabia, let's say, $20 billion, a small fraction of what the Afghanistan war actually cost, and told them to do it, would you be for or against it? These are the guys that trained the people that did 9/11 and were harboring the guy that was orchestrating it. So,
yeah, I'm. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think if I could know for sure that we had situation A and situation B, and situation B is eternal occupation, but we do the cost benefit analysis and that was better, then okay, it is what it is. But I don't believe with, and again, coming from ignorance, I don't believe that we can make that cost benefit analysis and landing on staying in Afghanistan forever. Because like then what would be the justification for leaving, or do we just occupy the whole world and become globalist America?
In this example, we wouldn't have even attacked Afghanistan. We would have said, Saudi Arabia, you're our attack dogs, which we did in Yemen, actually, against the Houthis. You're our attack dogs. You're going in there. You're going to clear out al-Qaeda. You're going to take over governance, and you're going to make sure that the next leader isn't somebody that's a fucking extremist that allows al-Qaeda to foster in his state, and we'll give you some money to make up for your losses. That would be all hands off U.S. We wouldn't be doing any of the occupation. They'd have a culture that, if you ask them in polling, a culture that they appreciate much more than the United States culture, but it would also be an ally of ours that also works with Israel. So it would solve all the problems at once. Wouldn't that be the best option?
Theoretically, yeah.
All for $20 billion. That sounds like all that and more.
Would it work out like that? That's the question. That's the question.
That is the question. Shout out to Big Soda with the $5. I think I'd rather have that money returned to the taxpayers. Bingo. I wish that
we're making so much money on this deal, bro. The minerals. You guys are so rich from this money, from this mineral deal, and it's crazy. Just wait.
Yeah, if the money was given back, if the money was, then I think I would be more aligned with that.
On top of that, the money we're giving them, I think with Ukraine, it's only about 2/3 of the money is coming back to the U.S. and people are buying weapons. So we're not only getting that money back in terms of what they're buying, we're also going to pay it back long term with the minerals, and we're going to have all sorts of jobs, blue collar jobs that pay good for tech people. Like, this is exactly what we want.
So let's go. Then why don't we go fucking intervene all over the fucking place? It's not just fighting in Ukraine. Let's get everywhere. Why not? Why not get involved in our sticky little fingers in every single country? Oh wait, you've already argued for that.
We already knew.
American globalism, because
hell yeah, American imperialism.
Because you want the government, that the absolute best person to ever be part of it of our lifetime was Donald Trump, who clearly was the best, but is also Donald Trump. That should be the leader of the world. I'm good.
Okay, now if you both still have time, we're gonna do some call-ins. Are you guys good with that?
Yes, sir.
I told the wife that I will be done in 8 minutes. She's standing next to me. So if there's anyone that exclusively wants to ask me a question, if they could get pushed up a little bit, that would be appreciated. But it's your show.
There's been someone that's been Jason, just shoot me a quick message on Discord. Just real quick. I'm on high alert. Just want to make sure that everyone. Okay, there we go. So Jason wanted to come up. So here we go.
Jason, let me tell you that Afghanistan being run by the Saudis question real quick, because I know you never work.
Guys, that's the link if you want to be part of the panel. Shout out to Buggy Fresh. My goodness, thank you so very much, sir.
Well, yeah. If you're going to give them an option of who they would rather be puppeteered by, yes, they would rather have. They definitely would rather have the Sunnis, the Sunni Wahhabis do it. However, the Saudis are fucking retarded. And they don't do anything themselves. They use slave labor for everything. So I mean, you're talking about a populace that is incompetent in everything they do. The only thing they can do is eat and wipe their ass. So,
and sell oil.
No, we do that for them too.
Generally, but yeah, they're our attack dog. What they did in Yemen for us was pretty solid. Actually, you're up here to ask a question.
Okay. So I actually am a little bit more towards Lutch's or IJ's side, as you know, Tyler. With all the intervention that we have done worldwide, how many successes have we had? One question. Question two, and why would you say, and this is to both of you, why would you say that those were successes?
That was going to be, I got the second question was going to be what I led with anyways. It really depends on how you define success. So like in terms of like us going into nation building, only a small handful, South Korea, Japan, Germany, and a couple more. In terms of preventing atrocities in those nations, it's a little bit higher of a success rate. We have deterred a lot of people from actions within their own country because of interventionism or threats of it. But I'd still say that if you look at the world stage, especially in the last like 40 years, there's been more failures than successes, unfortunately, because of the fucking Democrat.
You're a Democrat?
Yeah. I used to be back when Bill Clinton was the guy. I don't think I like them anymore.
I voted for Bill Clinton, and I'm a hardcore fucking conservative, but yeah.
I voted for Obama, but that was before I knew better. I thought he was going to be a continuation of Clinton and not a fucking intersectionalist.
IJ, what do you say to my question, sir?
I'm sorry. Can you? I got a super chat here. Can you mind? Do you mind repeating it? I apologize.
Yeah. So, when it comes to the successes versus the failures of our intervention, how many would you call a success, and how were those successes accomplished? That you would say.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, outside of Japan, I don't really know if I would look at anything and be like, that was a success. Tyler brought up a lot of examples where things went well, but that is not taking into account the counterfactual of like, okay, well, what if we did it this way? So I mean, again, this is not my strongest wheelhouse. But I do think that there's a notion of, well, because this worked out, that it was the best option. And I reject that. And so maybe there's certain situations where maybe it is Afghanistan. Maybe if we never went to Afghanistan, then the world will be worse off than it is right now. Probably not, but I don't know.
I have a different point of view. So I would say most of our humanitarian interventions have been quite successful. You look at the tsunami relief down in Southeast Asia, things like that. I think we actually did well with that, but we did have failures with certain deals, such as the Sudan, our humanitarian actions over in the Sudan. But the majority of our successes, especially with nation building, only resulted in Japan, Germany, and South Korea. And two of those, we didn't allow them to govern themselves until the 70s. We actually had the reason why they succeeded is because we used brute force in about 30 years worth of
that was fucking good
imperialism.
Crowder
True American imperialism, where they were literally part of our country, and we ran them like they were part of our country. We instilled those values multi-generationally. Y'all were talking about the domestic electorate and their ability to
stupid.
Their ability to actually, think in what they use. I think both of y'all are right and wrong at the same time. And I think with this being mostly a foreign policy debate, I think it actually fails to address the true thing. I think the electorate doesn't give a fuck about foreign relations overall. All they care about is domestic policies.
Yep.
That's why it's the economy stupid, and that's why the border and the economy worked. Under Tyler's ideals, we should be bombing random drug cartel members out in the middle of the ocean, where I would suggest that we actually pull back our military actions until they were actually, I don't know, within actual distance of American territories instead of bombing things that are heading to UK territories and things like that, because not our monkeys, not our circus. What say you?
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. I think this yeah, I mean, I think that we don't, it's not, I'm not convinced that this is a good way to approach things. If we are going to approach things the way that Tyler is saying we should approach them, then like, yes, it does seem like things typically will work out in our favor. But I think that's a very different thing than how do we solve this problem?
Yeah, I would say 20 years of occupation in Afghanistan and Iraq literally proved that point.
Yeah.
Tyler, how do you
it wasn't
respond to
enough.
that?
I would say that we needed more time in Afghanistan. We didn't occupy Iraq like that. We fucked up there. All we did was say, we're going to train their military up and they're going to handle this. And then the military gets out there, throws down their weapons and bolts and gives them all to the fucking terrorist entities. Yeah, that was a complete failure, huh? But Afghanistan's a little different. I do think if you had a couple generations and you eventually weaved out this Eastern culture, you could eventually bring those people around. But I am in favor. I just think there has to be a balance. You can't go and solve every single one of the world. Every time there's a small atrocity in your country, we don't get to go in. This has to be a level of atrocity that the world is required to step in, a failing that can't be handled with the mechanisms that are in place. The same way I think federal government should step in. You need to put guardrails on it. I agree you can go too far, and I agree you can fuck it up. But
that's interesting. So where's the line?
That's the line is somewhat. I think that differs from individual to individual. Different.
No, I'm asking what's your line. What is your line before you're willing to sacrifice American soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines? What line has to be crossed where you're like, hey, and you're the pro-interventionist. So where is that line where you're willing to put American blood and treasure on the line in order to prevent?
A lot of things have to go wrong first. First, all the economic sanctions have to fail. We have to see a large, long-term, cheapest with China ignoring 27 trade deals and still stealing your IP, or Russia breaking X amount of ceasefires or something like that. You have to see a clear timeline of bad faith and dishonoring agreements.
All right, is this better
next level,
or worse?
We've got this. If Ukraine, let's say hypothetically, Russia was doing worse and Ukraine failed, and then did a bunch of war crimes to just kill off the population.
We're a couple seconds behind.
Bomb on Ukraine tomorrow. I think that would be the line. Once you've gone into the point where it's like you just wiped out an entire civilization over a territorial.
About 20 minutes behind.
I think at that point, we and the United Nations, or we and NATO all declare war on Russia and get in there.
Too much of it.
That's interesting, because that sounds quite like an incrementalist, where you were literally just advocating for interventionist policies. Extreme interventionist policies prior. So why did you flip the script there?
I didn't. I advocated for most of my pro-interventionist policies are
get him a fucking trade then.
Intervention. They all start with sanctioning, slapping on the wrist, and say, "Hey, that's not good." And then if you take certain steps, I gave the example with the Israel tanks. If the government sees that this X bad thing happened and they're policing it, that's a show of good faith and things like that. I'm saying in this circumstance where we see bad faith established and all the other checks and balances in the way fail, that's when. But yeah, no, you have to at least hit all those boxes along the way still. Like you can't just escalate right from 0 to 100. It's the escalation of force has to be like a police officer, essentially. You can't just pull out your gun and shoot somebody unless your life's at threat. That's the same level of escalation, but just with different circumstances.
Well, I think American foreign policy would like to discuss their differences in opinion with you. But I offer this as a bit of a neutral arbiter, as someone who is highly non-interventionist, because I was part of the spear of American foreign policy for well over a decade, going to multiple different continents, forcing America's wills on people who wanted nothing to do with us. How about we divert some of that money and we actually do something for the American people for once, and we fortify our infrastructure, we bolster our manufacturing base, actually
You're
do
doing
the
all
things
that.
that Americans care about.
Joe Biden passed a $1 trillion infrastructure bill. Okay, we're doing that right now. Thank you. I gotta go though. I got to jet. It's dinner time. I just want to say thank you, Jason. We will continue this probably while we're playing.
Yeah, Tyler, if you want to plug your stuff, you have to go. You want to plug?
Right. Average Debate Enjoyer on YouTube, AverageDebateEnjoyer on Twitter, and on top of that, this is my wife.
Hey!
All right, see you later.
Thank you for joining. I feel like Tyler was frozen for the wife reveal.
Yeah, he was.
Did anyone, I didn't see it. Was that a calculated move? I was so excited, and then
he's a poor man with bad internet connection. But that's okay. His wife is a sweet woman, from what I know. Thank you, America's Debate Wine Mom, for allowing me to come on.
yeah, thank you, Jason, for hopping on.
And Lutch, IJ, I won't call you by your internet handle because it's blasphemous. And no.
It's actually not. I have the argument if you want to hear it.
The Lutch people do. We were talking about this. If people think it is blasphemous, so I guess you were right that some people do.
Well, and I don't hold it against him. He's an atheist, so I mean, he mocks my beliefs, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. No, I'm not saying you're making jokes, but to me, I see that as a mocking.
Fair.
But
it's incorrect, but it's fair.
I still think you're a good guy. I don't hold it against you. I hope your opinions changed on the whole deity thing. But hey,
inshallah.
Yeah, dude. Whatever. By the way, Allah is not a god. But yeah,
says you.
Yeah, says me. I've seen what those street shitters do. I hate Islam. I'm completely anti-Islam,
as we all should.
Yes, but no, it was an interesting discussion. I actually, my opinion on you changed on it, not because we agree. It's because I actually had a misunderstanding of your beliefs prior. So it's an interesting thing.
Can I ask, is that from some other recent debates that I've done?
There was a couple of debates where I've seen you and I was like, he's towing a line that's a little too far over to an area that I'm not, which I don't care if you're a left or a right guy. That doesn't matter. It's just, there was just some things. Are
you saying your opinion changed in the better for the IJ or in the worse?
My view of him changed.
In which way? Like a good way?
I had a preconceived notion that he was a little bit more left than what he is. And I hate libertarians. I find them to be hilarious. But no, I can still break bread with libertarians all day long, as I can actual, real liberals, not the illiberal bullshit that we see going on with the extreme left. I don't really care what your beliefs are, just as long as we can have a civil discussion without, calling the isms and all the everythings. But no, it was very interesting hearing a non-interventionist push coming from someone of not either of the far left or from a conservative point of view. I'm a non-interventionist because I was the product of America's intervention for decades. I'm a 9/11 vet. I am a GWAT vet. I've done Iraq. I did Afghanistan, did Kosovo. I've been to South America. I've been all over the fucking world fighting people with weird ideologies. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't our problem. And because of that, I've watched my country degrade.
Yeah.
I've seen all this, and we've spent so much money overseas with people who didn't want our way of life, only to lose all that money, lose all that influence. And we ceded Afghanistan. If you want true American imperialism, you have to take the land. You cannot let them govern themselves. You cannot let their culture exist. You have to destroy it.
Well, and that's a really good point about, like, it's almost like a eternal occupation is like a half measure. And if you guys seen Breaking Bad, no half measures. Yeah. And that's a really good point, that if whatever it is that whether Tyler or anybody else says that we should be we should have been in Afghanistan. We should have stayed in Afghanistan. It was good that we were in Afghanistan. Then the question should be, to what end?
Yes,
And
exactly.
And
To
it didn't
what end?
seem like there was, except
So, as someone who was part of the invasion force for both Afghanistan and later Iraq, I was part of the initial invasion force for both. We went into Afghanistan with the goal of killing the people who planned 9/11. A month and a half into our initial occupation and invasion of that country, we knew the person responsible for planning 9/11 was no longer in that country. And we continued to prop up a government that was comprised of Afghanis, and we let them believe that, you know, they could run themselves while we manipulated things economically to get them to play nice.
yeah, and
we
that's
didn't do that in Japan. Japan was not allowed to govern itself until the 70s. Neither was Germany. So you want to know where the reason why South Korea thrived is because the Korean culture was so capitalistic already prior to our intervention that they just went super capitalist.
Yeah.
And that's why they succeeded. Japan, we didn't allow them to be Japanese until the 70s.
and it makes a lot of sense. And so, like that, you know, as somebody who, what, you coming up here, more? No, he jumps up on the chair. I turn the chair, and then he runs away. As someone who is, you know, I focus a lot more on the, you know, the cultural issues, the everyday. Like, I try to be a little bit of I try to be a little bit of an on ramp for people who maybe don't really care about the specific policy and the dates of the trial and just like, but I care about what's going on. I try to be that on ramp. And, you know, not that that's an excuse for not being as well informed, but there's an aspect of, I see a lot of people get, the further they get with their platform, they lose that. And so I almost, again, maybe this is cope, maybe this is just rationalization, but it gives me a reason to kind of not get too deep, so that I can still relate to the people who's like, I don't really know what's going on, but this team's like, it's probably bad, because you can theorize and get to any conclusion with enough intellectualization, as we've seen with everything on the left.
Well, I don't expect people to have remotely my point of view when it comes to policy. I'm a policy wonk. I have spent most of my adult life working with and for the military. I still do it today, even though I'm no longer a member of the uniformed forces. I'm part of their civilian support. So it's what I live to do. It's what I like to do. So when I do stuff, I talk about policies. I think we need more people talking the more cultural issues, and they need to talk from a more normie perspective, because that's how you actually get people involved and you actually get them to be engaged. Most people see what's going on in the news, doesn't matter which network, and they go, I don't fucking care. All I know is that my eggnog costs $5.50 a half gallon. And that's a little pricey. And I like eggnog, damn it. You know, that's what people care about. They care about how can they live. You know,
So
our wages have been stagnating.
If you want suffering, you should go up to Canada, brother. That's a good price for eggnog. I wish I could get eggnog at that price.
I never want to be a frostback. I don't want to be in frostback land. The only thing good that you have is poutine and fucking Tim Hortons. But you know what? I can get Tim Hortons in New York State, but fuck that state.
Yeah.
And I know how to make poutine. So
yeah, it's really not that hard. You know?
So just, I know you kind of opened with this, but now that I'm understanding your position a little bit better, the notion of wanting to see, like, okay, I'll take the example of Tyler brought up all this money that we're going to make off of the mineral deal in Ukraine. And I don't have enough understanding of foreign affairs to attack that, but like I can still say that doesn't really seem like a good enough reason to get involved.
It's not a good enough reason. It's he's living in a pipe dream. It doesn't exist. even if we get access to these minerals, it's not that we're going to be making money off.
He joined the panel. Come on through, bro. Tell him what's
We're
good.
going to make the money off the manufacturing of the items from the minerals. The mining of the minerals is not going to make us shit. In fact, it's going to cost us a shitload because we're going to have to transport those heavy ass minerals to areas to refine them, and then we're going to have to transport them to manufacturing areas to turn those refined minerals into components and everything else. So we're actually going to be fronting a lot of money. Yes, we'll make money on the back end, but it's nothing that the American taxpayer is going to see anything from, except for maybe lower commodity prices on the shelves.
Okay, briefly, I gotta shout out this super chat from K2, who gave the $5. Jesus, can you hit me with a bomb real quick?
I already did, but I
don't hear it. Where's my?
He's muted.
I'm muted. Sorry. I was like, I was ahead of you. All right, wait. Take two. Put the super chat down and then pull it back up.
Okay, guys, we just got a super chat from K2 for $5. There we go. Thank you, K2, for the chat. He says, karaoke this Christmas song sent to Discord. I will definitely do that tomorrow as a part of Evan's karaoke stream, because that stream will be deleted. This one will not. So not gonna happen on this one. And we have another super chat from Big Soda, who says he's paneling up soon. You just got to put Baby Soda to bed. Jason, what 3 policies you want passed that are not passed? Jason, your thoughts?
And what context?
I mean, on the domestic side, I would want no omnibus bills, only single issue bills to be passed through Congress. That way we actually know what the fuck they're voting for. I would want to suspend all asylum claims from non-neighboring countries altogether. We just don't accept them, because we should have third country policies where if they travel through another country that they are safe, they cannot apply for asylum here in the United States. Only Mexico, Canada, Cuba, Haiti, only your direct neighbors can actually apply for asylum, and that's for cultural reasons. And finally, I would demand that we invest in America's infrastructure. We modernize our power grid and our water grid. That's what I want to see on the domestic front. On the foreign front, I want to see America out of the UN altogether. I want to see the UN dissolved, because it is a worthless organization. I want to see releasing Japan from their previous treaty, where they can't have offensive forces, because I think they have learned their lesson. They've become a responsible country, and I think that we need to allow them to become the military power that they once were. That way they can help defend us from the threat of China. And finally, I think we need to stop seeing Russia as the great big bad boogeyman that they are, and we start to work on cooperative peace amongst ourselves and the Russians. And it's not because I honestly don't give two shits about Ukraine or Russia, but I think culturally we see them as an enemy that they were, and not the people that they are today.
Can I push you on your second point of domestic policy?
Go ahead.
My chat's loving Jason.
Okay, yeah, everyone loves Jason. He's a very lovable guy. But okay, the second policy that you said. So you said that no asylum claims from non-neighboring countries, and then maybe this is the answer, because you also said that you're anti-UN, which based to be clear. But so do you think with the asylum thing, there's like kind of two things, right? There's asylum where you enter the country, you claim asylum, and then there's like the UNHCR, where it's like that's the UN group where you apply and then you're voluntarily placed into countries, and the US accepts a certain number of asylees, or whatever the noun of that is. Should that be stopped too, or are you just talking about like claiming of asylum? Do you think the UNHCR should stop placing asylees, or whatever the word is, into the US as well? And that is a voluntary thing. The US doesn't have to accept them, so we can
try to get by.
But what do you think about that part of it?
So the problem is the UN has no enforcement arm without the US. In fact, they have relied on that for decades, and the fact that the U.S. has played along with the UN, trying
James
to establish
Egan,
a liberal
the
world
trumpet
order,
player
is why we have allowed the things to happen
these
that
bands,
has happened.
was the
I'm
music
saying
teacher.
point blank, if you're not directly our neighbor, we should
At a
not even have to
school
consider you as an asylee,
that some
because
of my friends went.
culturally you're not close enough. Okay, and look, I don't give a shit if you're
Okay,
from
but
the
what
UK. I don't
what
want
about,
you
like,
either.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You.
Okay,
That's
I
right.
don't
That's
get
right.
it. What about, like,
Everybody.
the South African, you know, the farmers, right? We've all seen the unalive the white farmer chants, right? Trump presented it. Do you not want any of those people either?
Look, I find that to be sad, but I find that to not be our problem as well.
Exactly.
So
I mean,
I-
it's not. But again, when is there a certain point where at which morality creeps
It's
in,
not-
where it's
so-
like they are Christian, they are
Well,
people on
so
our
here's-
side?
So here's the deal. The reason why I limit it to geographical distance is because, one, we have a huge problem with people coming who are quote unquote asylees, not assimilating into our country. Assimilation has to be mandatory in order for you to come to this country. It should be. I'm just
But the
saying.
South Africans would, right? The people
I
who are
don't-
white
I
South
don't care.
Africans.
In order to be fair and impartial, you have to be equal in your enforcement. That's why I say we do not accept it. I don't care where the South Africans that are being persecuted by their government go. That's none of my problem.
Okay, but
Now, maybe if they were an
Why,
ally,
though?
maybe I could be convinced more. But
But
no,
why do you see it? Why do you see it as like you have to be kind of impartial in this? Why can't you say that people groups that are more likely to assimilate, we would accept those more? So we're not going to treat someone who's coming from like Syria, I mean, depending on, you know, I like the Kurds, but like besides that, you know,
I
other
hate
Syria.
the Kurds.
Well, okay, I personally,
I-
okay, so we
Well,
disagree on that.
do you actually understand what the Kurds do?
Okay, but besides that,
But
I
this
mean,
is
that
not
was just
an
maybe that was a
individual-
wrong example, but would you not see like someone who's like a Christian from a westernized country? Why can't the US be like, they will assimilate way better than like a Muslim from Syria would? So why can't we make that kind of judgment call and be like, we'll take the South African people, they're on our side, they will assimilate, they want to assimilate, they are of us.
I get what you're saying.
Okay.
If you look at American culture, one of the things that we actually kind of thrive on, one of the things we try to champion as much as we can is equality. Okay, not equity. We actually like to say, hey, we treat people this way because of this. Okay, the reason why I put that stipulation on only neighboring countries is because now we cannot be accused of being racist, because we are not excluding people because of their race. We're excluding them because of their geography. Okay, if you were traveling from South Africa to America for asylum, how many other countries are you?
I'm joining the
gonna go
panel,
to?
guys. It's just three of
The
us just
actual
chilling.
international
Come
law, when it
on
talks
through.
Safety for asylum, they say the first country that you go to that you are safe in, that's where you should.
But that
So,
that's
No,
only
this
one
is
part,
not a choose your own
UN
adventure. This
not
is
the
not a choose your- I don't give a
UNHCR.
fuck
No,
what
that
the
is in fact.
UN
I know, but
says.
I'm just saying
Maine
that's
and
not-
Mexico.
that is a large. Okay, so there's two things. There's that type of asylum, but the UNHCR is responsible for millions of refugees. I mean, that's the biggest organization, right? That deals and they place refugees in different parts. It is voluntary, like you don't have to accept them. But I'm saying that you can't like neglect that. It's not like unlawful or it's not
I
some
actually
contravening
can.
of international
Oh,
law.
I actually can neglect it, and I counter with remove
I mean,
the
you
UN
can
from the
disavow-
US.
You can disavow it, but I'm just saying
No,
that
I'm not disavowing it. I am literally saying in my foreign policy deals, I literally said remove the US from the UN. I think the UN is a mistake, and adhering to anything that UN mandates or even says we'd really like you to participate in, I could not give two fucks. I really,
That's fine.
honestly,
The only
one of the
only
best
reason
things that I would love to see, I would absolutely love to see, bring the fucking blue helmets here, please. Try to enforce something on America. Bring the blue helmets. I can see them from a long
the only
And
reason I bring
that
that
would
up
be
is
a situation where it's like, all right, let's get the military going.
I'm just saying that's not my only reason for bringing that up is that that's not like under international law and stuff. That is what you said is only true for people that are claiming asylum in the country. That's not true for a large percentage of asylum claimees. Like in de facto, how it actually works in the real
First of
world,
all,
it's not the case.
First of all, America will never be held to any standard of international law because there is no enforcement wing.
There's not. I said that explicitly. The UNHCR is like it's a suggestion, and America can reject it, and sometimes they do. Like it's completely voluntary. There's no pressure to accept it.
But I'm saying, in order for us to be equal in how we treat people, we look at their country of origin, where they are claiming asylum from. If they are not a neighboring deal, we do not accept them. And the reason why is because, one, you have to travel through other countries where they will be safe. So by international standards, that is acceptable.
That's
Two,
not. That's
why.
It's just not. That's not true. That's
no.
There's two ways of claiming asylum.
Look, I don't care.
One way. There's a second way.
I'm talking about the international laws, the UN and their little special
So wait.
I don't care.
Wait. Conflict. So are you disagreeing with the fact that if someone is in a dangerous country, or is a country that is a danger to them, and they go through another country that is safe to them, then that doesn't matter? They should still be able to come to America.
No, what I'm saying is there's two paths.
Because I think that, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, but I think that's just what you're saying.
Well,
there's two paths, though. That's one path is if you physically go. So if you're in Costa Rica and you go to whatever the next fucking country is, Nicaragua or something. I don't know my Central America stuff well enough, but maybe Nicaragua, right? Then yes. Then if you're in that country, you have to claim asylum in that country. But if you're in, let's say, Syria, you can apply to the UNHCR and get asylum, and then they will place you in a country, and it's voluntary, so the countries can say no. But the U.S. has accepted many people, even under the Trump administration. They continue to accept people,
and I think that is a mistake.
But it's not contravening of international law or standards. Is my only point. It's not like you keep.
Why is that relevant to the conflict? Why is that relevant?
Because
we're talking about the principle and the concept, and you're talking about the law.
I'm talking about what ought be, not what is.
Jason is saying about what the international standard is. I'm saying that's half of the international standards. You're missing out probably the bigger half of the two international standards.
So Confluence, okay.
Wait, Big Soda. Okay, sorry. Big Soda wants that. Big Soda, you have to. I forgot. You have to give me one of these. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
that's funny.
We know.
Give me one moment, and you will understand why.
Okay.
I reject the notion of any UN anything. Please reference get the US out of the UN. Okay. So when you bring the UN into the conversation, I've already rejected the notion. See my comments on the UN.
That's fine, and I agree with that. Say what is the
international norm.
The international I do not care about the UN.
The UN is international norm. I'm sorry, the UN
don't go to college
version, 180 countries or some shit.
Right?
Like it is
amazing.
Frostback, please.
Don't leave me all alone.
I understand, but if you're saying international norm, what do you mean by international norm? If you're eliminating the biggest international organization that exists that contains like the vast majority of countries, I understand you hate the UN. I hate the UN.
Asked and answered.
Or hey, Mark.
I don't.
Just because you don't accept my answer doesn't mean it changes. My answer is very, very straightforward. I reject the UN wholeheartedly.
I know. I feel like we're talking past each other.
No, we're not talking
past each other. I hate the UN too. I too hate the UN.
You're using it. You're pleading to the UN standard, of which I wholly reject.
Again, then what do you mean when you say the international standard is you have to claim asylum in each country? That's part of it. The second part.
International asylum laws, which is brought through the ICJ.
Oh,
and the
G
ICC,
in the bill.
have
Do
determined.
you accept those? You accept the ICJ, but not the UN?
I don't accept them.
So then why are you quoting the fucking ICJ? How come I can't quote the UN, but you can quote the ICJ and the ICC, which are just as globalist and fucking WEF coded as the UN is?
But hold on, it's very simple. If you think about it for a moment. The U.S. acknowledges the existence of these organizations, but doesn't really participate in them.
Right.
We participate in the UN, and please see my previous comment on the UN. The UN should not exist under the U.S. purveyance. In fact, we should kick them out of New York. We should kick their fucking headquarters out of the North America. NATO has been an all-around bad. However, we do utilize the ICJ and the ICC in order to prosecute bad guys that we don't want to fuck with.
Yeah, but we're not beholden to either of those things, right?
No, we're not. You know why? Because where's their fucking enforcement wing? Yeah, that's right. That's us. So at the end of the day, we don't really care what they say, but we will utilize their standards to enforce laws on other weaker countries.
Sometimes we do. I mean, we went against the ICJ ruling on Israel, right? So like sometimes we'll go with them, sometimes we don't.
No, we didn't. Israel went against the ICJ. The U.S.
So did we?
Said, no,
so did we.
No, we didn't.
We absolutely. What are you talking about?
Didn't. We just said we don't care. It's not our business.
No, and that's emphatically not what we said.
What did we say?
We went against the South African thing, the South African case.
Yeah,
we
South African case is stupid. Next.
Yeah, that was the ICJ thing. We said that was.
We said South Africa. Yeah, we said South Africa was stupid. We don't care.
Yeah, but the ICJ took that case. We looked at that case and we said that shit's stupid.
Yeah,
we're looking at ICJ ruling and we said we don't give a shit. We're not going to say that. We don't care if the rest of the world says it's a G side. Yeah. We don't care. The U.S. is not going to say that, right? That's what we said.
Yes.
So we don't care. We don't. So we agree with their rulings when we agree with them, but when we don't, then we don't. Which I'm fine with.
And I will tell you,
so
Israel doesn't care either. Israel doesn't care either because at the end of the day, no country will ever listen to the ICJ or the ICC unless they are conquered and have no other choice. Because
importantly, Israel's not signed on to the ICC or ICJ either.
Please listen for a moment. No country, even if it's signed on to the ICC, will cede its sovereignty to a foreign court. No country will. I don't care if they signed a treaty or not. They will not do it.
Okay. So this is me learning now. So is there a country that is signed on that then is not beholden to the rulings?
All countries that are signed on will not be beholden because unless.
But can you give is there an example? Like, and I actually don't know. Like, this is me trying to just figure it out.
I don't know all the countries. I believe there's like 120 that is signed on to it, but they're all nothing countries. In fact, I think your country of Canada is signed on to it.
And we are, unfortunately.
And I guarantee you that you will not cede a Canadian citizen to the judgment.
But look, this was brought up by, I don't know if you watched the whole thing or if you or I don't know at what point you tuned in, but Tyler brought up Duterte from the Philippines, right? And he's currently in the fucking Hague, right? So the Philippines was signed on to the ICC and the ICJ, and they gave over Duterte, or at least Duterte. I don't know if he traveled and but either way, it's like, and now I think Duterte's son is in charge now, who's also named Duterte. I can't remember any of these people's first names.
That's the last name. I mean,
yeah. So I don't know. I can't remember either of the first names of these people because it's like Tagalog or some shit. So, but yeah, it's like the point is like that guy is being held in international stuff now, right? Like,
so what my understanding, I could be wrong, okay, but he traveled to a foreign country that turned him over, which is actually a diplomatic faux pas. Unfortunately for Duarte, the Philippines doesn't have an army that is expeditionary, so it's not like they can declare war on the country that actually took away their diplomat.
Do you know they threatened to declare war in Canada? Just a fun fact.
I would declare war on Canada. I would declare war on Canada tomorrow.
Yeah, we're close, Confluence. We're real close. You keep fucking acting up and.
Look!
I told you I'm a Quincy. I'm a Quincy. Please take us over.
Us for the good time, right?
Don't threaten me with a good time. Fuck it. Annex Canada. Go off.
We're just waiting for the summer and to determine if we're actually going to just starve out the fucking French Canadians.
Don't threaten me with a fucking better time, okay? Jesus.
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I would just take over Canada, deport all the natives to India.
So put the Indians with the Indians. Is that what you're saying?
I honestly,
we just want the resources.
Actually, yes.
You just want our water. Come on,
make
Get
North
your
America,
own fucking water,
America.
Okay? Fuck off.
Look, bro, we don't really care about your water. If we want it,
let's say that when it comes to the 2060 water wars that's gonna happen. Okay, then tell us you don't care about our water.
Well, but Big Soda,
close to dead.
Big Soda, you seem to be more on the non-interventionist side. I tried to write some questions for you, but I was a little biased, to be honest with you. So I don't know how to tackle it.
Oh, it's simple. So you just ask him to justify his stances, and then you just give them a little bit of pushback. It's very simple.
Actually, okay, wait. To just
That's fair.
read this briefly from Big Soda, who's on panel now. Confluence is unbiased. Okay, my mod hat is fully off at this point. Just to be clear. Okay, so This is.
Oh yeah, moderator's
just
done.
saying.
You know what the
saying.
panel verse says? There's a moderator for the debate, not for the panel.
Exactly. So yeah, not neutral anymore.
But yeah,
Fully
so
neoconservative. Fully Warhawk. Okay,
yeah, we need a
interventionist.
neocon, some Warhawks. We gotta get some other people.
Look, you have all
here.
the neocon and Warhawks in me. Okay. Which
So,
I think I
okay,
I
so then
think that's a disagreement with all three of you. Which I hate to disagree with Jason because he's the only one of us that's actually fought in these conflicts, and I definitely have not. So in some ways,
I
I
don't
feel a little
see that.
shitty.
No,
I
I don't see that as a
tell-
barrier. I don't see that as a barrier at all because I believe you can have an opinion on something. Now, I think that you can be grossly ignorant on subjects because of your lack of experience, and I'll just call that out.
And
But I'm
I
not gonna
agree.
tell
I agree.
someone- But I won't
So-
tell someone they shouldn't have an opinion on it.
So if Confluence, if you and I were having this debate, where would you fall?
I would say I mostly I think agree with Tyler, except for like some key issues. My main consideration is not necessarily, well, I don't want to say this, but it's not America first economically all the time. That is not my main consideration. I am like what's the thing where it's like
You're
an
a global homo?
aspirational neocon. Okay, so
Well-
it's like, so I want the world to be the best it can be, and I think America can do that. So I'm very much like America, world police. I think that's a good thing, and I like to see it. And let's just
Yeah,
shake
but
his head.
you're a Canuckistani. I don't think you know what good is.
Look, I'm from Wisconsin. Okay, I'm just temporally located
That's
in Canada
essentially
at this
Canada.
moment. But I am from Wisconsin. Okay, so I am American. To be clear,
I
I'm American.
reject your notion, Frostback. You may have been born in Wisconsin, but I see where you reside now.
I
So
don't,
that's
I
where
don't
your
want to
loyalties
reside
are.
here. Okay,
Well-
circumstance and dint of fate. I ended up in the terrible land
what
of
do
the
you-
North.
What do you think? Like, how do you see, like, best case scenario? Let's say we lean into America, world police, and blah 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 blah. What is the best case scenario of that? If it's not the globalist, a globalist government that's just the American government worldwide, what is the best case?
Well, okay. First of all, again, don't threaten me with a good time. If
Yeah, the little
Americans did
toes. Yeah,
run
we got
everything,
both.
I think that would
If you
probably
prefer
be
the
better. I
long
think
one,
the best case
the
scenario
link is
is
pinned.
having all
Welcome,
of these
welcome.
backwards countries westernized, which I think we have done to a large extent. I
No.
think, yeah,
What do you-
Jason,
wait,
Jason doesn't like this.
We've
So-
done what
so
to a
here-
large extent?
Okay.
We've caused a lot of countries to westernize. Look what we did to Japan. Japan again. I think even Jason said this, right? Japan is pretty like goated now. Japan is like on our side, and like you look at like 70 years ago, Japan was like blowing themselves up to take us out and would fight to the death and would do harikiri and all that
They
shit, right?
attacked
And
us,
and
brother.
the
That's
divine wind.
Christianism. They attacked us.
Yeah.
They attacked Pearl Harbor. Okay,
Wait,
That's
wait,
America, motherfucker.
America
I
is.
know you're
then
in a
Then
Canucky
we
brain.
Tokyo carpet bombed them and dropped 2 nukes on them. Okay,
Okay, that's
I actually
it
think was a
wasn't
good
enough.
thing.
What we're saying,
Wasn't
Confluence.
enough then.
What we're saying,
It was
Confluence.
enough. It caused
What
the end
we're
of the
saying-
war. It was enough.
Confluence. What we're saying is that you are mischaracterizing Japan as an interventionist situation. We did not intervene in that. They intervened in us. They attacked us, so then we got into the war.
You could have done that? No.
Wait. So let me correct a little bit of history here, IJ. Lutch. So actually what happened is we actually softly declared war on Japan by putting embargoes on them for oil and lumber. And their attack on Pearl Harbor was actually a retaliation and was an open declaration of war. What we did is we just like what we're doing in Venezuela right now, when we told them to shut down their airspace and we're blowing up their citizens in international waters just off their coast. We are doing soft declarations of war, which I think is actually kind of shitty and sad. Okay. Under my prescriptions, I would say we would wait until these drug smugglers get closer to our shores, because then we could say it's an actual threat to the
Sure,
homeland.
but okay, fine. Then if we go back to Japan and say that Pearl Harbor was a response, then okay, it's intervention that was a world fucking war. How is that? Either way you cut it, how is it a good way?
So when we talk about intervention, mostly when I would say what we did in Iraq was an interventionist act. Okay, we told kind of half truths to the American people, and we justified our invasion based on some half truths that had nothing to do with what we were actually going there for. We went there to depose Saddam Hussein, but we told America it was about WMDs. We knew they had WMDs.
Yeah, right. Like America created Japanese culture. Come on.
But
they also wait, Jason, you'd agree with this? They also did have WMDs. That
but they still had U.S. Army stenciled on the side of them, dude.
I'm saying I'm talking about like the first Gulf War, and like you tell me if I'm wrong, Jason, but like in the Gulf War, right? Like Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. The question was if he disengaged them or not. I know,
but they sold them to them in the 70s. Yes. We sold them mustard and sarin gas. We also sold them some biological weapons too.
Right, and the question was, did they decommission those or not?
No,
right?
In fact, they used them against their own people after George Bush suggested an uprising within the Iraqi people. After the conclusion of Desert Storm, the Iraqi people did listen to George Bush. They stood up, and Saddam Hussein mustard gassed them. However,
right, but I'm talking about the second Iraq War.
The second Iraq War.
At that point, we don't know. We're kind of trusting that they've gotten rid.
We actually do know.
We knew that they decommissioned all their chemical weapons.
No, we knew they had chemical weapons. Chemical weapons were used on in a small part against some USMC soldiers in Fallujah.
According to Tyler,
we treated about 15 to 20 Marines for exposure to mustard gas. But CNN and stuff won't talk about that. We actually found WMDs.
Okay,
but it kind of goes against the narrative of the whole lying to the American people. We did lie.
But I feel like that is that not on my side of the stuff where it's like, so there was even better reason to think they had WMDs.
No, it was still an intervention, though.
No, I know. Look, I know it was an intervention. I agree.
We had no casus belli, and so the difference
is having WMDs not a cause to war.
No. You know,
why
are we getting bombed right now? We have WMDs. We have nukes.
That's because we're based. Wait, are we like negative the Iran nuclear attacks that we did?
Yes.
Like I'm
yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's insane.
Because if they didn't play nice, then we would be in World War III right now.
Fuck off. Iran can fuck off. Iran has I
would have loved to let them fuck off, but we didn't let them fuck off.
No, I'm saying we could turn Iran into glass in the same way that Israel could turn Gaza into glass. Okay, we definitely could do that.
Well, wait, I got a question for Jason.
It's relevant to this argument because we're specifically talking about whether we should or should not be doing that, not whether we can. Obviously, we can blow the entire Earth.
You said it would lead to World War III, and I'm saying no, it wouldn't. We could wipe out Iran completely.
That's World War III, motherfucker.
No.
What do you think happens if we turn Iran to glass? What do you think happens next?
You think China and Russia actually give a shit about Iran? No,
they give a shit about an opportunity to fuck with America.
Are you kidding me? One of Russia's largest trading partners is Iran.
You think Russia is going to start an actual hot war with America? Did Russia do anything after we took out all the nuclear facilities?
We did limited strikes, buddy, and we didn't take out the nuclear facilities.
Yeah, I heard that from CNN that we delayed them 5 months, and now 5 months into the future, they have no more capacity than they did. So apparently that was fake news.
Information cucked. Guantek, I'm adding this to information cucked. Well, I heard it on CNN, so it must be not true.
Look,
no, hold on. Okay, I have to answer Lutch. I heard it on CNN, and this was like 7 months ago or 8 months ago, and they said, in a few months, Iran will be back to their normal capabilities. And I'm saying right now, Iran is in the same fucking place. So I'm not saying because I heard it on CNN, it's not true. I'm saying I heard it on CNN, and now we're in the future, and their prediction was incredibly wrong. That's why it's fake news.
Well, so I would
So
argue-
hashtag not infocucked. Okay,
Hold on.
so Womtech, and you could take that off the record. Okay, you can delete that one.
Wait, before we move on too far, I just want to ask Jason this one question that connects back to the Iraq. So when you're talking about like the 1979, like a lot of the weapons that were sold to Iraq, you're talking about like the Iraq and Iran war that we supported. Yeah.
10-year
Okay.
war where we bolstered and we brought Saddam Hussein into power. We actually helped create the Ba'athist Party, and yes, we helped build up their artillery arsenal. Yes.
Yep. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought I remember that correctly. That was one of those situations where we
I will never.
I don't want to say we built a bad man, but it's kind of like we gave a bad man power and then it bit us in the ass.
No, so you actually stated it right. So every modern day monster post Mustache Man has been created by the United States. We made Saddam Hussein.
I think that's hackneyed. I really do.
I mean, you can think it, but the question is, just because you think it, don't make it
What is
false.
that word that you
Well,
said?
we can actually
Hackneyed.
justify this.
That means-
We can actually justify this by looking historically through the interactions with American foreign policy and the individuals that we helped put into power.
I understand,
Okay. Well,
obviously
please stop
time
for a
moves in
moment.
one direction, but I
Please
think
stop
the
for a
whole
moment.
ISIS argument that people use,
Please
right? That
stop
like
for a moment. Please
ISIS
stop
was
for a
created
moment.
from
I'm going to
Al-Qaeda.
justify everything.
Okay,
okay.
okay. Sound off.
Okay, so there was a very rich Saudi Arabian that we actually helped train. The CIA went over to Afghanistan and made him into a mullah. His name was Osama bin Laden.
Yeah.
And, guess what happened? He planned 9/11. Okay, he was the mastermind behind 9/11. Well,
I never would have guessed.
he used the exact same things that the CIA taught him to use against the Russians, against the Americans. Guess what? That works both ways. If you want to go down to Panama, Manuel Noriega. Okay, he's sitting in prison right now in Miami. We had a whole ass operation to remove him from power because he became one of the very big drug lords. Guess who put him in there? The United States CIA were the ones that put him in power. Saddam Hussein, we did the same thing because we were a little pissed after Iran got taken over by Ayatollah Asshole. So look, every modern day bad guy, including Muammar Gaddafi, which died of a dagger enema. By the way, from what I understand, very smelly and very painful way to go.
Yeah.
But so can I jump in, Jason? So what you're saying is essentially where I was coming from, but obviously not able to properly articulate that. And the point that I was trying to make is that once we have made the decision to intervene, especially militarily, then like, okay, there are outcomes that aren't necessarily bad. But the question is, the question that I had for Tyler was, do we need to do that intervention?
Well,
And
so the problem here's the biggest problem with intervention as I see it. Okay, all good intentions will lead you to hell. Okay, I actually believe that no one thinks that they are going to commit evil. They actually come up with an idea that they believe will have a good outcome, but maybe a little more morally sketch here and there, right? We do it all the time. Every time America actually goes into these regime change type ideals and things like that, we basically build a puppet government, and eventually Pinocchio thinks he doesn't need the strings anymore. And then they try to stand up, and then America has to go in and shut them down. We've seen this with Manuel Noriega. We've seen this with Osama bin Laden. We've seen this with Saddam Hussein. Muammar Gaddafi, we really didn't perch him up, but we did actually fund the continuance of him staying in power in Libya after the incident in the 80s, when he stood up and we killed off his entire fucking family tree, and we left him all alone, and we said, you don't fuck up anymore, and we'll leave you alone. And we actually let him control Libya for several more decades.
Mm-hmm.
Then he ran afoul of fucking Hillary Clinton. He got the dagger enema, and now there is slavery going on, chattel slavery happening in North Africa today. Great job, America. Interventionism.
This is going to seem like a random question, but I guess it's directed to everybody, but I guess more so Jason. Has everybody seen the movie The Age of Ultron that the Avengers did?
Yep.
Okay. Have you, Jason?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that that's an archetype of kind of what we're doing in the Middle East? So like the whole story of Ultron is we want to create this suit of armor that we want to put around the world to protect everybody. And what ends up happening is we create this thing to help defend the world, and then it turns against us and we don't see that. And then now the same thing we thought was going to save us is now fighting us.
That's a great analogy. I wish I thought of that.
I think it's.
I mean, it's loosely. It's not perfect.
I think it's too deep. The truth of the matter is, the only reason why we're involved in the Middle East is because they have large reserves of this black gold, aka Texas, aka oil. And all we really care about is controlling the world oil supply because we want the petrodollar to be the dominant currency. So really, it is all about the money, honey. We actually don't give a fuck about the Middle East. Brown people,
give me one of
we don't
these.
hate them. We don't love them.
One of these, Guamtech. I'm sorry, I have to be
now.
Okay.
Would you say Venezuela also loosely ties into that?
So I would actually argue that Venezuela is Iraq 2.0. Instead of WMDs, we're saying it is drug trafficking.
Funky Fresh!
We are using the
Just
drug trafficking
making it rain! Oh my goodness! Oh
only
my
so
goodness!
we can actually
We're back
force
down
them
to fucking. I had to
surge
order a new
their,
thing. So give them a little,
oil reserves into the world market to help prop up the petrodollar.
It kind of seems like there's a deeper point behind Venezuela. I mean, yes, they do have a drug narco state, but it seems like we've been lenient in a lot of situations toward drug narco states.
The reason why I say that is because if we were actually that concerned over narco terrorism, as they call it, we've also labeled all the Mexican cartels narco terrorists, and we would actually, through proximity, attack the closest threat. Why have we not deposed the Mexican government, which we can actually, through a lot of evidence, not hard evidence, but conjecture, we could actually argue that Gloria Steinbaum is actually a puppet of the cartels. And the way we can support that is recognize that 37 other candidates were brutally assassinated by the cartels, and she was allowed to fucking get into power. And when Trump acknowledged that we need to attack the cartels, President Steinbaum said, no, thank you. Why is she protecting the cartels? So the actual
isn't that pro-interventionist now? Like,
no,
I feel like that's my argument. I think we should go after the cartels.
So you can call that interventionist, but I would call that more of actual defense of our nation.
Exactly, because they are coming into. So even though
we could stop the borders, though. We could secure the borders. We don't have to intervene.
Just on the concept, let's say because I was wrong. I was wrong about the actual facts of Pearl Harbor. But let's just take that as an example because I think it is directly relevant. So let's say that it was as simple as we were just minding our own business, and Japan came and bombed Pearl Harbor, and that's what got us in. In that situation, I wouldn't have considered that intervention because we were brought in. And I think even though that's not actually what happened, when we go to the cartels, I think that is what's happening. That like we didn't piss off we didn't do anything to piss off the cartel except for not let them do their illegal shit. And so they're the interveners, and we're just responding.
It just starts loosening the definition of attacking. Right.
So let me explain to you what I would consider intervention.
You mean
intervention?
Borderline
in a country that we really have no real deals with or anything like that. We actually have no business dealing
borderline
with at all.
This man is
trying to influence how their government runs. We are trying to depose their government and things like that. What we're doing in Venezuela is more interventionist than what it would be if we did it against Mexico because of proximity. Okay, that's your difference. Okay, Mexico is actually a threat because of proximity to our borders and our sovereignty, where Venezuela, not so much. We could actually wait, track all those shipments, and as they get closer to U.S. territory, then engage them. But we're also gathering more intelligence so we get a better understanding of these cartels and their supply chains supply lines and logistics.
So you're
I
saying
agree, but I feel like
you're
you're
saying in
saying
general that proximity should be a big factor in whether or not we intervene.
Absolutely.
you also said dealings. Like so are you like pro the funding of Israel? Because we've had decades and decades of dealings with Israel, but they're not,
So,
proximal to us.
I would actually be more pro defunding of all foreign aid.
Mhm.
Fuck them.
Okay,
hoe
but
ass.
so it's not about what you
go.
said initially. It's not about the amount of dealings we have, because we have obviously a rich
we
history of
don't-
dealing
if we
with
don't-
Israel.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I feel
It's
like I'm
very-
listening.
No,
I feel like I'm
you're
listening
not.
very well. You said two
Okay.
things. You said the dealings of a country, and then you also said proximity. I'm just saying which
Okay,
one.
So when we
I was
have
pissed
to
off that I had to
This is
actually
a
go to the
country
dispensary.
that we have no dealings with. That
That's
means
where
trade
I'm at.
dealings, that means
I
any
gotta
kind of
actually
dealings.
drive to the
Venezuela
corner.
would be a very good example. We do not have trade deals or anything going on with them.
But that's
But
why I'm
we
bringing up
would-
Israel. We have an extensive history of
So
deals
if we
and agreements
wait,
with Israel.
so how would dealing with Israel have anything to do with intervention? Because we already have dealings with them.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking you if you think
know,
us
you asked
funding
me-
Israel
you
is an
asked me-
example of intervention.
No, because we trade with them and everything else. However, I would suggest ending all foreign aid altogether, because we have a crumbling infrastructure and we need to deal with things domestically before we help the rest of the world.
Okay,
Okay.
I think I understand where you guys are talking past each other.
I
Where
got something after you too, Lutch.
yeah, so it seems like Confluence, you're saying that when we have dealings with Israel, that is a form of interventionism. But Jason, it sounds like you're saying that they're already an ally. So
Yeah, well,
that's
they're trading partners. So
we're all
we have a partnership with them. Therefore, it's not intervention.
and so then
We already do things with them without trying to influence their society. In fact, we don't try to influence their society. We just try to sell them shit.
right, and so
That's
then
it.
you would say that the
We ask them
if-
not to participate in shit when we're doing things in the Middle East.
So then intervention then heavily implies, and this is the way that I see it, that we're starting something. And so
Yes,
because we're already dealing with
we have no relations with said country, and we are trying to intervene, interdict, change something in their country when we absolutely have no reason to.
Okay, but we had dealings with Kuwait, and then we intervened once the shit hit the fan, right?
Something
Like we were
like that.
allies with
No.
Kuwait, right?
We were strategic trading partners with Kuwait. Kuwait
Okay,
was
so
invaded-
so the Gulf War is not interventionism, like.
it actually kind of was and kind of wasn't.
So
So
that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
So
Yeah.
based on-
basically, we went as a security force, mercenary style, against a foreign army, of which we've had dealings with before. By the way, Iraq. Please refer back to my talking about stepping up and holding up the Ba'athist Party and bringing Saddam Hussein into power. But Saddam Hussein went off the strings. Pinocchio can do his own thing, and we had to.
yeah,
kind of
that's
put
what I was
him
trying
back in
to
his
nail
place.
down.
Unfortunately for him, he
seems like they're
attacked one of
still
the
talking
richest-
past
one of
each
the
other.
richest
I feel
trading
bad for
partners we
Guam,
had in the
but,
Middle East.
you know.
And so we went in and said,
just
no,
jump
no,
in.
no.
You gotta
don't fuck
go.
with our cash
Ain't nobody gonna
cow.
wait for you.
That's a bit holy to us. And we kicked that ass.
and I look,
Would
I
you call that
agree.
intervention?
Go
Would
on,
you call
go.
that- Would you call that intervention?
How
I
is the
would not.
first Gulf War? How is that not intervention? Like, I feel like that's definitionally
The way
interventionism. Like, I feel like we're
the
just
way-
defining it at an arbitrary point. Then
This is where we get back to the point you're not listening to me. If we don't have any prior dealings, if we don't have any relations with them, and we are trying to influence how their country
That-
operates, that is interventionism.
I understand, but that's not how it's defined in
don't
any
care if you
dictionary.
don't
And
accept
that's not
Confluence,
how anyone else defines it.
Confluence,
So that could be a special
stop,
definition.
stop.
That's fine.
What it seems like you're almost purposely trying to go past the point. Nobody is saying that according to the legal definition of X, Y, and Z, we're colloquially defining what we think is a justified intervention versus a non-justified intervention. And so you brought the Gulf War and you said, well,
Okay, so
kind
they're
of.
both.
But
They're
hold
both
on.
intervention.
So, but
From what you just said.
you keep trying to go back to, well, but that's not the definition. But we've colloquially defined that. We're saying this is what we are talking about, and so whatever the official definition is not relevant to this conversation.
Yeah,
You-
you don't have to like how I define it, but you have to at least acknowledge what I am saying, and you are not doing that. Lay off the wine, my
maybe
bro.
Guamtech can find
I
some
haven't
middle
drank
ground.
a single drop of wine tonight. Okay, just to be clear, I can be retarded enough without the wine.
Well,
brother.
fucking drink up, motherfucker.
I mean, just for the purposes of this conversation, I think you guys have definitely, put forth the definition of intervention that you guys are going off of, which, there's going to be different definitions depending on what kind of conversations you're going to be having. But it does seem like there's almost two different conversations that are trying to be had. But hey, that's what happens. I just had a super quick question. So outside of Lutch, is anybody here under the assumption that like the majority of intervention would not have to happen if America just actually like got its own shit together and got everything actually running the way that it should be, like by their laws and everything else? So, like for instance, cracking down on illegal immigration, cracking down on drug problems and that sort of thing as well. Trying to stop the
like as good as realistically can be expected.
Yeah, and trying to stop the cartels without having to actually go to the other country and bomb them.
So I actually have the answer for you, and you're not going to like it, unfortunately, because of America and how we actually have become a society of consumers, not manufacturers, things like that. We require a dependence on the world supply line. Therefore, as long as we have trade partners and stuff, we will actually do what we can to bring forward our influence, which is going to increase our intervention. Now, when I'm talking about intervention, normally I talk about it in a negative connotation. So I'm talking about countries to where we don't have these type of deals with. Okay. So when I'm talking about intervention in a bad way, I'm literally just talking about, hey, we have nothing to do with these countries. Why are we fucking with them? Not our monkeys, not our circus. Japan is our monkeys, is our circus. So is China in a way, because we deal with them. South Korea, these other countries. So colloquial, when I'm talking about intervention and I'm talking about it in a bad sense, I'm talking about where we don't belong at all. We do have some belonging in these others until America actually becomes independent. And I know you're saying get their shit together. Yes, part of getting the shit together would actually be manufacturing independence, energy independence, things like that, things that I would definitely agree with. Unfortunately, culturally, we will not accept that because we have two generations of fucking retards that have been raised on the idea that you have to go to college in order to be successful. And by the way, if you want to be a dirty, dirty carpenter, you're not a good person for some stupid reason. By the way,
we need close to Jesus, man.
Dude, Yeshua was an amazing man, and I hope you learn from his teachings and come to him, come part of the family. I would love to have you all. But
as an atheist, I agree that he had some great teachings.
Yeah. In fact, most of your moral oughts probably come from the Christian faith.
Yep.
Which means, brother, we can work on you, and I can show you the way. I can show you the way.
The irony that in 50 years I will have shown all of you the way. Oh, that will be a sweet thing.
The second coming of common sense,
But
or you guys could just do the thing that I've been saying, which is just figure out what part of the fucking end of the rope you should be towing.
Well, look, America wants to tow the middle. We actually want to tow both sides of the rope at the same time because fuck you, we're America. Yeah. Better than you, and we know it. That's just how we play. We are an elitist group. We really are. We are founded by a bunch of people that had the cob shoved so far up their ass that even Europe's like, we can't do it anymore.
But to your point, what you were talking about as far as like we have our dealings with like most of the world at this point, which is, I mean, those countries that you're talking about that we shouldn't really be intervening in. I mean, at some point, we probably are going to have to intervene in them at some point because we will be closer to a global society.
So
and I'm not saying that I like it, but
I can understand
it's just kind of the reality of it.
I can understand that point of view, but there's a reality that we must understand. First of all, not all societies are equal. Second of all, not everyone has our same moral founding or basis. Okay. And so when you actually look at those two facts alone, you should comprehend that there is no amount of moral frogging America can do to force people without the same moral standards as yourself. We will never get them to think the way we do.
Exactly.
So are we just basically past the point of America kick ass, be fucking the best ever, and lead by example?
We can lead by example without any problem by being a leader economically, morally, and everything else. But the problem is we've neglected our own homeland in lieu of trying to make the rest of the world conform to our standards. How about we actually set the standard for the world to see?
Oh yeah. And I think this is there's an analogy in Guamtech, what you're asking about. Is America past that point? And I think there is a reflection in Trump himself, where in 2016, even up to 2020, he was what was needed. And then the question I continue to ask myself from now, let's just say after the election, is similar to how you were asking about, is America past the point where we can effectively do that? I also think that Trump may be potentially past the point of where, the 2016 Trump that we all loved. Well, I mean, I didn't love it at first, but you know what I mean. Is he past that point?
Grew on you is what you're saying?
Say again, Jason?
Like a fungus, he grew on you?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I was an ever-Trumper in 2015, and I only voted for him in 24, and I was very enthusiastic, but I don't love what he's doing.
I don't think America or any society could ever be past the point of anything. I think the human condition can do amazing things if they're willing to open their minds to new ideas and new perspectives.
Fair, but then I would say we're not currently in that status. We were, and we're not now. Maybe we could be again, but we need to pull it all in.
Right now, we're having an ideological civil war within and amongst ourselves. Okay, we have extreme ideologies, polar opposites fighting each other, with most people in the middle going, "I just want the screaming to stop."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the reality is we're allowing the retards on both extreme sides to determine actual policies when it should be the quote unquote silent majority, which are the people in the middle who are just tired of hearing the fucking retards yell at each other.
Yeah, that's why everybody in the chat who is not up here actually talking about this stuff, and just hoping we will figure it out. Guys, we're pretty fucking stupid. I don't think we're gonna figure it out, but with your help,
I will plant my flag, and I will say that I am definitely the most extreme right person on this panel, but probably not for the reasons you would think. But we hit those topics.
Classically right?
Am I classically right? It depends. I mean, I'm not a monarchist by any means, but I do think that democracy is a fucking joke. I'm a representative. I'm a republic guy. I'm an actual republic guy. I'm a constitutional republic guy. I do not believe in democracy at all. Democracy is a bunch of dumbasses controlling everything. I think we need to go back to things like landowners being able to vote. I would actually offer for those that are too poor and unfortunate to not be able to own land, there is a path to citizenship. Hence, Starship Troopers service guarantees citizenship. It doesn't have to be military service either. Under my model, civil service after a 4-year period of seeing how the sausage is made. I think you should have rights as a citizen, but I think we give too many voting rights to a bunch of idiots.
And the citizenship test.
Yeah,
either or service guarantees.
So only citizens can vote.
Right.
So you have to
right. No. I'm saying citizens themselves have to take the test in order to vote as American citizens.
I feel like you're both nuts right now. I just want to say that.
Why?
It's about the disenfranchisement of like a large amount of people. I just think I just fundamentally disagree.
Confluence, vote for me, free blowjobs, and fucking mountain of money every year.
Well, hell, I mean, if that's your fucking platform,
hold on,
are you voting for me?
Who's giving the BJs would be what I would be asking.
No more questions. That's my platform. Are you voting for me?
It sounds reasonable enough. I can understand your political positions.
So you're voting for me, correct?
Well, I'm kind of a single party voter, so yeah, the blowjob thing has convinced me.
Okay, so here's the deal. See, that's fucking scary because our politicians have figured out that we can actually bribe the constituency. So we're having renters who actually own no shares in the country who have not sacrificed anything. They are voting for whoever gives me most free shit. That's whom I'm voting for. So we have a bunch of we have an uneducated fucking population that is voting based on give me shit.
But
I was very surprised when Tyler pushed back on me.
Happening though. That's not like that didn't happen during the last fucking election.
Wait.
Wait, what?
Kamala promised, what was it, like $20,000 or some shit to like new homeowners? Like Kamala was giving way more free shit than Trump was, and yet Trump won the popular vote and he won the electoral college.
That's other things. This is why we're talking about people like Mamdani.
People who give the most free shit. I'm saying
Kamala was giving free material value. Trump was going off of giving like opportunity value.
Yes, and you also have to
understand. Not just free shit.
Hold on,
a lot of it was like culture wars, a lot of it was immigration laws, economic policy. Right. It wasn't just helicopter money being given to people.
So instead of just free shit, you can just say incentivize.
Keep in mind that Trump is an anomaly. You can't use Trump for these types of patterns. He's an anomaly.
We can look at a lot of elections. It's not just who offers the most free stuff to people. That's not how the U.S. voting record has happened. It's a good theory, but it's not what's happening.
Look, I understand you're trying to live up to the haircut, but slow down for a moment. Stop the spurging. Okay.
Cute, Jason, cute.
Well, look, dude, you shave one side of your head, you're going to be fucking deemed a fucking lefty. Okay.
Hey, don't talk about haircuts unless you're going to take off the hat.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I still got more hair than you, Pat.
I win.
You sure do, but I still look better.
You do. I'm a fat fuck. But hey, at least I don't have the Hunger Games cut like this guy. Okay.
Hey, that might come in handy.
Jason, you're not the first one. You're not going to be the last one that mogs me on my haircut. Okay. So sound off.
I can tell you something. Anyway,
free spirit, Jason.
When it comes, yes, you're a Canuckastani. I understand.
Why would that matter?
At the end of the day, you say the wrong thing, you go to prison, you get sick, and they'll tell you have you considered killing yourself.
What do you mean?
Here in America, we actually believe in helping people for the most part,
even when they don't want it.
That second qualifier is good. But we're euthanizing. I think we're leading the world in euthanasia. Okay, so
it's fucking sad. I mean, look, the Frostbacks need to actually rise the fuck up and decide that they want to become a territory of the United States, because we will never let you fucking liberty hating fucking cocksuckers ever become a voting citizen to the greatest fucking wonderful.
I'm already a voting citizen. Okay, so fuck you, Jason. Okay?
Yeah, you know what? We're gonna rescind that because you've got Canuckastani tendencies now. The fact that you've lived in Frostback land so long, you're done. You're done, son.
But as much as I want to be on your side, Confluence, on that like I do highly regard liberty for all people to be like the highest thing. I mean, god damn, dude, especially since the internet's come through, there are a lot of useless eaters out there right now, and it's only going to get worse when more.
What do you want to do with them, though, Guam? What do you want to do with those people?
They can still do everything that they want, and all I'm saying is that eventually we're going to have to find a way to make people earn their keep a little bit more when it comes to running the government.
I understand, but what does that mean? Like this is the thing. People say this shit, and then I feel like Jason will proudly own it. Guam, will you proudly own it? Do you want to cut off food stamps, EBT? You want just people to be
go back to WIC? Go back to WIC. Go and snap. Go back to WIC.
I would say earn it a little bit.
I don't know.
You know, take a test.
I don't know what that means.
Maybe do some kind of like civil service of some kind. And
if they don't, those people die. That's what you're. Is that what you're saying?
Oh my god!
No, that's what I mean, Jason. Jason, I understand you're gonna own that. I'm not trying to virtue signal. I'm just trying to clarify, Jason. I know you're fine with that. I'm asking Guam.
No, I'm actually not fine with people dying. You're so fucking melodramatic. Okay, we used to have
fuck me then. I guess.
Hear me out.
Who's dying? Wait, who's dying? Who's dying?
Hear me out. Our homeless are the fattest people in the fucking world. Are homeless. Okay.
No, that's statistically not true at all. That's just that's what I mean. You just, Jason, I love you, but you just drop insane statements that are just completely factually untrue. Like completely factually, just not true.
Are you kidding?
So
You're saying
I
that
would
our homeless
actually,
are not the fattest in the fucking world?
You think?
I would actually say that
Okay,
what
okay,
you're
maybe
talking
I'm
about
mishearing. Okay,
Confluence.
maybe I'm mishearing you. Okay, sorry. I think I misunderstood what Jason's saying. Just to
Most,
clarify.
most people, when they're homeless, they're starving. Here in America,
Okay, sorry.
far from
Okay,
that.
no, that's fair.
They
I thought you were saying the homeless people are fatter than the non-homeless people. If you're comparing homeless and I was like, that's fucking mental.
You're jumping to weird.
Fatter with a PH.
That's just how I heard
why
it.
I'm
That's how I
saying-
heard it.
This is why I'm
But
saying
not. I don't know. I don't know if I would say in the world either. I mean, like Canada. I mean, has
Americans
probably
Hold on,
fatter.
wait, because we keep jumping from topics and we're not digging into
homeless
anything.
people fatter than Canadian homeless people? I'm not sure.
Hold on, guys. We keep jumping from topic to topic, and we're not digging into anything. We're just saying a bunch of random shit. So let's go back to that the notion of the homelessness and tied to the notion of keeping people out. This level of elitism. I was so surprised when Tyler had such a strong reaction to me saying that most of the voters are stupid. People are not smart. The notion of expecting the average voter to think, oh, this guy has the best foreign policy, so I'm going to go with him, is ridiculous. And he was like, what do you mean? I think they're going to be great. What do you guys? I mean, Confluence. Clearly, you think that everybody is super smart. Maybe it's because you're stupid.
Well, no. Actually,
Kidding.
no. Actually, I actually want to say something on that because this was a question I didn't ask because I had too many questions to ask during the Q&A. But I was going to ask Tyler on how he justifies his perspective, because when I was listening to that, he was using exit polls to judge that, and I think the main problem with that is that. Yes, I think I agree with you that people mainly vote on feelings. But when you leave and you're given an exit poll, it's not like my feelings are written on the exit poll. So if you ask people, do you care about immigration or the economy? They're going to select one of them. But they're actually, I'm Lutch coded on this. I actually think they are voting with their feelings. And when you give them an exit poll, yeah, they're just going to write down what they think. But that is not the same thing. So I think... So that's what I'm saying. So Tyler's not here, so I can't press him on that. But I actually disagree with Tyler's justification of using exit pollings to say people are voting rationally instead of emotionally.
Well,
so I agree with you on that. I think most people do vote emotionally.
Tyler likes to believe the polling can answer everything. The biggest problem, we'll just do, what did the people vote on? I've literally already said this. They vote on domestic shit, things that they can see on the daily. They don't give a fuck about foreign policy unless it's going to get them drafted and sent somewhere to go die. Okay, seriously, most Americans don't give a fuck about anything other than, hey, is it in not Americanistan? Then we don't care. Yep. If it's in Americanistan,
as it should be. Yes. As it should be, as we've gotten with the internet and social media, and everybody feels like they need to care about all this stuff and not actually learn anything about it, then we have a lot more people giving strong opinions with no basis.
To tie all this in,
okay. I know I just did
talking about disenfranchising people, which Confluence immediately had an objection to. Here's the reason why I have this problem. Okay, I actually look at America running more like a business. In fact, we see that when America is ran more business-like as a corporation, it tends to run more efficiently. Look at how the economy improves under businessmen such as Donald Trump versus career politicians such as Biden, as your example.
I'm right wing. I think it's the opposite. I think the economy does better historically under Democrats, which is a point I don't like, but that is statistically true.
I would say the deficit actually does worse under either party. And when we look at the actual wage growth and things like that, prosperity, it tends to happen under more of your Reagan-esque type.
If you look at the stock market and GDP, they both, I think,
the stock market is a betting market,
and GDP per capita.
Well, yeah, but that's how we're going to get all the money from the Ukraine minerals deal.
So I look at it. I look at it like this: we shouldn't have people who don't own stock in the country to be able to determine the future of it. How do you get stock? Well, you can buy land, or you can serve the country for X amount of time. So you've actually seen how the sausage is made, and you actually understand how and why the government works the way it does.
So Confluence,
that's something.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask, like, Confluence, if you could give an example, because I have a possible opportunity here. but I want to hear your example first of who would be the people who are disenfranchised if they had to earn their keep.
That's where I was going.
Like just anybody. Like, is it grandma
I don't.
who lives off Social Security or?
Yeah,
I mean,
like
I
under
think-
the
I
world
think-
that Jason just presented.
Yeah, I mean, it's millions and millions and millions of people that don't own land, right? Which
A little more. Well, okay,
which
well,
Jason
I'm not going to
is-
go that far, but I'm
yeah, but
saying like
that's the
under
just to be
something
clear,
where they
that's where
hypothetically-
Jason is going. Like that's
Okay.
just to be very clear, right? And Jason's fine with that, and that's fine. But
all
I
right,
just
well,
we have
see
to
it from
be-
the middle a little more, from my point of view. Like,
But then, okay,
just
what's your
if there-
so Jason
Who
is
is
land
being-
ownership?
who is
Then what
being-
is your thing?
Well,
My
so
thing is more.
I feel like I'm answering this under Jason's, but if you guys
Yeah.
have a different on the left, then I can't answer the question without knowing what your standard is for.
My thing
voting.
is a little bit more along the lines of, again, more civil service, maybe a test of some kind, every 4 years or something like that. Like, it doesn't have to be like owning land or going to war that gives you the ability to vote. Like, there are other civil things that you'd be able
So I
to do for
actually said
society to earn your
through
keep.
service of your country. It doesn't have to be through military. That could also be civil service
let's
because not everyone can serve in the military.
I
let's
still-
not
I still
also
would
let's also not
disavow that.
forget that just because you're in the military doesn't mean you're on the front lines with fucking whatever. I don't know.
But no one, no,
Right.
like
there's
we're
cooks,
still
there's
leading out.
secretaries,
leaving out-
There's
I know, but
lawyers.
you're not going to do civil service just to get the right to vote.
Why not?
Which under Jason's thing, well,
Cool.
Why not?
what?
Even
Yeah,
better.
that's what I mean. Yeah, I know.
Us
I know.
voters
too.
know better.
I understand you like that, but I'm just presenting that like Lutch, you have to agree. Like, I mean, the right to vote is important to a lot of people. What percent of those people are going to actually sign up for like 4
Well,
years?
I guess
of
it's not that
service?
fucking important to them.
No,
Then
Hold on,
is it?
Hold on. I have
It's
an
important.
It's not important enough to take
wait,
away. I don't
Okay,
know,
if
5%
it's not
I have-
important enough
total
to you to
life,
take a simple test, then it's not important enough
That's-
to you
you're
to have
changing
a
it,
say.
Lutch. You're changing it. You're changing it.
Hey,
That's
Confluence.
not what we're talking about. If we're
Confluence.
again, that's we have two different things. We
I
have
will-
Jason and Guam's. I'm responding to Jason's thing. Guam's
Okay.
thing, I can respond to that next. But Jason's thing is either owning land or doing years of civil service or military service. Right?
You said
I'm
years?
saying he did say years.
Okay,
He
I'm
literally
asking
said
you a
years.
question. Just a question. Fair enough.
He
Okay.
literally
Okay.
said years.
Okay,
yes.
fair enough. Fair
So
enough. I'm just
here,
okay.
let
so
me-
under that,
let-
then what is it that you're saying? Confidence.
So wait. I'm sorry, but if you're not willing to actually read up on on the policies of the person you're voting for, if you don't think it's important enough to understand the person you're voting for, then you don't give a fuck about the
Okay.
importance of your right
Okay.
to vote.
Exactly.
So
That's cool.
don't come
So
to
you're
me with the,
shifting.
it's so important.
No,
oh my God, no,
you
it
are
isn't.
shifting
They don't
now.
care.
You
They
that's
don't
fine.
care.
You're shifting the goalposts,
I'm not
which
shifting the
I'm.
goalposts.
You
I'm
are
literally
because you
just
said
saying
you said
I'm
owning
going
property
full of shit.
or being in years of service. That's
Yeah.
what
Yeah,
you
it's
said. Those
shifting
are
it
your
more
two
towards
things.
your side.
Now you're shifting it to if you don't know enough, which is what Guam is saying, and I think
no.
Lutch about a citizenship
No.
test or a
You
knowledge
made-
test or something. Those are two different,
made a statement-
completely
you
separate things.
May I?
You
May
made
I?
a statement about pardon me. You made a statement saying that voting is so important, and I rebutted that saying that if it was so important, then why is the electorate so uneducated on the stances of the people they vote for?
I don't think that's how the
meaning
conversation
they
went.
don't
Just to be
exactly
clear,
what it
I disagree with that.
logic, bro. You've
Not
been
what
in
I'm saying.
Christianity too long. You need to come back home to
Okay.
Cheeseland.
So let me, if I may.
I mean, that's true. I mean,
think-
I agree with Jason.
It seems like
Okay.
Jason and I are both. You were separating what Guamtech and Jason said, but to me, it seems like an either or. And maybe you guys can correct me, but if Jason is saying you got to do service, and Guamtech is saying that you've got to have a certain level of knowledge. What I'm saying is either one. Either you do your service or you take the test every 4 years so that you get your right to vote.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay,
Like, I
so
don't.
where's the disagreement then?
The disagreement is specifically with what Jason said about his two things, which is what he said was land ownership or serving for years. I think that would disenfranchise millions and millions of people. And Jason, see, he likes that. And whereas Guam. And I think you, Lutch, I think you're more saying like that you should have some breadth of knowledge about who you're voting for. I am way more okay with that. Like
Okay.
I mean, sign me up. I think that's a totally fair thing. But those are diametrically, well, not diametrically, but very
different. Fair enough.
They're very different standards, right? Like one you could just like study in a library for a couple days. One is like 4 years, or like owning property and stuff. Like those are, so the standards just like so far off that to conflate them, I think is a great misdeed, I think.
Fair. But so then under what Jason is saying, where either years of service or what's the other one?
Land ownership.
Land ownership. Yeah. So I understand that you're coming from the position that not everybody can do that.
Well, I'm saying not everyone can own land because not everyone has the money for it. Cool. The way you can get around that is you can do service. Service could be in the military or things like civil service. That way, people with disabilities who would not qualify for the military could still serve their community.
So the question I have,
I'm saying that's way too onerous.
Okay,
is what I would say.
Why? Bore that out. What is
because literally nobody, like even though the right to vote is something that everyone wants to do. I mean, I want to vote. Let's say I wasn't allowed, and the only way I could vote is by me doing 4 years of free labor for the U.S. I would just not vote. I mean, who the fuck would ever do that? That's a fucking insane thing.
To your country. What do
Literally,
you mean?
no one said free. Why are you saying free? Why are you adding that qualifier?
Well, I guess I.
Why are you adding that qualifier? Why are you strawmanning me? Why are
you thinking like community service?
No, I'm not. I guess if you mean like if someone has to get a well-paying government job in the United States and the government is like,
there is no such thing as a well-paying government job.
Oh, you are wrong about that, sir.
I'm a civil service. I work in civil service, and if I did what I do in the civilian sector, I would make about probably 1.5 to 2 times more money.
That's true for some sectors, but that is very untrue for other sectors.
Okay,
right?
so let's get back to, let's say it has to be land ownership or service.
Yes.
What specifically, Confluence, is the issue with why that is too restrictive?
My issue is I think that very few people, if it works out like economically, then and they can do a civil service that is safe, then yeah, some amount of people are going to do that. But I think it's a way too onerous ask if it's like not well paying for people to spend years of their life just to gain the right to vote. I think almost no one would actually do that. People might take it for economic reasons, that job. No one is going to actually spend 4 years in civil service to get the vote. And Jason knows this, and that's why he's doing the little, the little evil mastermind thing. So it's a nonsense thing. You're adding something. You're saying, oh, this is a powerful you but no civilian is ever going to do that.
Fine, but then you guys can just say, okay, agree to disagree. I don't think less people voting is a better thing, and Jason thinks less people voting is a good thing. Like that's the bedrock.
I want an electorate that is harder to bribe, because I can't even remember who said it, but they said once the politicians realize they can bribe the electorate, okay, that is going to be the end of this country, essentially. And that's what we're seeing right now.
That was Freddie Mercury.
Jason's
gay pilled? What?
So Jason, how open would you be then to what you're proposing, but also what Guamtech and are saying, where every election, every year, you can take this test and show that you have enough knowledge to be involved.
We already had something like that before, and they ended up calling that like a poll tax, and the Supreme Court actually said that was discriminatory because some people don't have the proper education in order to pass these tests. In fact, they found racial bias in them and things like that. So that's why I oppose that. I actually came up with my theory the way it should be to get around things where it's discriminatory against people based on their culture, race, and things like that. This is something everyone can do.
Jason, it sounds like you're more left-leaning than I am on that, because I would say fuck all that shit if it's discriminatory. I'd be totally fine with having a test.
So here's the deal. I recognize that people can actually rig tests to make other people fail. As someone who works in who has worked in education and still works education now at the adult continuing ed side for the Department of War, I understand that I can write a test to where a certain group of people based on their demographic will not understand what I am asking and will answer the question incorrectly. So
okay, can I run
away those issues?
Can I run something past you? Because this is a proposal I have had, and I don't know if there's probably many flaws, but this is just something I had come up with in a different conversation. So I think you could have a test where you have, let's say each candidate picks, let's say 5 questions that you have to answer, right? Like, and not even like a super high bar in my universe. It's like you have to have like basic familiarity with like what Trump is running on, what Harris is running on. And then to stop what you're talking about, which is a real problem, then both candidates have to both kind of agree on the other person's questions. So you can have it set up where, so from Trump's point of view, he wants to make the questions as easy as possible to get a Republican to be able to vote. But then they can't be so easy because then Harris would say, well, I don't agree with them, and then vice versa. And they can't be so obfuscated that then they wouldn't pass either. So both parties kind of have to come to some type of bipartisan agreement on the other party's questions.
And this is why I'm actually less in favor.
Question a little bit.
This is why I'm actually less in favor of a test and more in favor of some kind of civil service. So it doesn't have to be go out there and fucking lay a road or something like that. It could be literally, you're 75 years old and you're at a home living facility. Go around and ask people if they're going to go vote. You know, something as simple as that.
But why? But what's the problem? What's the problem with what I'm saying? I guess like what is the?
So here's actually the problem. Here's the biggest problem. Let's say, Lutch is running for dog catcher in your area, and you just like him.
Gotta catch them all.
Yeah, and you're like, you know what? I want to vote. I want to vote for my boy Lutch because he's a good guy and he's got great hair, much better than yours, much less social justice-y and everything else.
Social justice coded. What can I say?
So, and you're like, I want to vote for him, but hey, you don't know none of his policies. You just think he's a really swell guy, but you still want to vote for him. See, I have no problem with you throwing away your vote. I really don't. However, you can also get the alternative. Someone like me, I see a candidate that I really like. I like Guamtech because he says no fat chicks. And I'm like, you know what? That's a hell of a great policy. I can get behind that 1,000%. But he's running against Lutch, and Lutch is like, he's got to catch them all. And I'm like, well, that's a great slogan. But all the same time, the no fat chicks policy is much better. I don't know a thing about Lutch's policies except his wonderful catchphrase, got to catch them all. But Guamtech's policy of no fat chicks, I'm real behind. How am I going to answer questions on Lutch's shit when I don't give a fuck because I was sold right off the bat because Lutch is more aerodynamic because of that wonderful haircut. Okay.
Well, then I would say under what I propose, then you shouldn't be able to vote because you don't understand.
Okay,
you haven't.
Let's try this.
The issues.
So
I feel like that's a defeater to my position at all.
My deal is actually an easier barrier. Okay, because literally you will have lots of people who will not listen to other sides' opinions. We see this from the left, and we see this from some
those
of the
people
far
shouldn't
right.
vote. Those people shouldn't vote then.
So that I mean, that's a good segue. So Confluence, let's try to come from the other direction here. What types of discrimination, elitism, whatever you want to call it, preventing people from voting? What is something that you're comfortable with? So, like, we'll start easy. Under 18, you're a child. It's okay that we discriminate that you can't vote.
Yeah.
So, like, where's that line where you'd be like, okay?
I think
some people would say, well, you're a woman. Some people would say, well, you're this.
Right. I think if you're the only, like, so what it is right now, the only thing I would add to that I'd be comfortable adding would be the thing I proposed, right? Some type of basic test, and I wouldn't make it complicated, but it has to, it's something that you could in one day of just like looking at policies, you could know the answers. So it would just eliminate kind of, I think, Jason's like the dog catcher stuff of just like, oh, I heard got to catch them all, and I love that, right? It would take out those people, the very just knee-jerk voters. The voters, they would at least have to do a baseline, a modicum of research into the policies that they're voting on. That's it. I think anything beyond that, I think I would get more uncomfortable with, because then it's like, I think there could be some actual like discriminatory aspects, but just that, it's like, if you if you don't have time to spend a day to like look into policies, then yeah, you probably shouldn't be voting. And if you're not,
what if there's 40 different?
Well, hold on, Jason, if I may, because I want
to know all those policies.
Hold on, Jason, if I may, because I want to ask you the inverse of that question? What is the whatever you would define as the lowest level of people who maybe you personally feel like I really wish these people weren't voting, but I don't have a legal principle on why I would say they shouldn't.
The inverse is what it is now. I think being a citizen and
Jason,
being
you've changed
18.
your hair. Sorry, I was addressing Jason. So I'm asking Jason the opposite of what I just asked you.
Oh, sorry.
Like what? Yeah, what is the level that?
I'm so lost on that. I missed that completely.
So if I wanted to exclude a certain demographic, I would definitely exclude based on sexuality, because go straight or don't go at all. But that's only because I'm anti-LGBT. Like, you could be gay, I won't hate you. I just don't think you should have any decision. But that's because I'm a bigot in that way. But at least I'll admit it.
No,
God damn. All right, that's pretty
I
fucking
think what
wild.
Lutch is asking is like, what is your lowest common denominator that
So
you
my
would
low-
go for?
So my lowest common denominator, is honestly, it's going to be that I believe that you need to have some form of investment in the country.
But like that's what I'm asking though. Like what? How would you measure?
So that measurement would be through land ownership. By the way, corporations would not be able to vote.
China's going to be voting a shit ton.
No, because under my policy, there would be no foreign ownership of land. Only American residents can own land, not foreign nationals. So that'd
be nice.
So, and yes, I would 100% confiscate all lands from foreign owners. I don't care what country they're from. Fuck them. Our country, our shit. Fuck off. Because in America, actually, no one ever truly owns land in America. Because if you don't pay your taxes, they're going to take it away from you. That's just what they do.
We can all agree taxation is theft.
But land ownership would be the minimal barrier, and 4 years of service to the country in some form of manner. Now that
is being straight also, is that still the minimum, or
no,
you swayed on that?
But that's
just me being a little shit. I don't.
But so if you actually had the power to make it,
if I actually had the power,
would you actually do that, or are you?
No, I'm taking a piss. No, I'm actually.
Would.
Even though I'm pretty far right, I still have some very classical liberal tendencies. I do believe in classical liberalism, and I do believe that some certain people should have the privilege to vote where others should not. I don't believe voting is a right, because it's never been a right until someone decided, oh well, I guess we'll have to let the blacks and the women vote. So there was no right to vote. That was something that didn't exist until
Jason. I don't think I believe you. I don't think if you were the king, that would be the only things you would add. It's just you wouldn't exclude.
No, if I was
else.
king, there wouldn't be any voting because I'd be fucking king. That's a different question altogether.
Okay.
If I'm God Emperor,
who's gonna vote for the king?
Yeah, you're gonna do what the fuck I say, or I'm gonna shove the iron fist of the state up your ass.
Okay, let's say you're president. Let's say you're president, and you can really abuse executive power. Okay, and so now you're choosing who can vote, but it's like, yeah, you're not gonna be king forever. Then who's voting in that temporary span of time?
King now, but there's going to be a predecessor that will be voted on.
There's gonna be a statute of limitations on your
monarchy are we talking about?
Yeah. No. Look, if I were president, and since I am a conservative constitutional populist, okay, I would advocate for things such as land ownership and civil service of a period of at least 4 years before you can vote. Everyone else,
I would come in there and I would create some kind of benefit where just having kids is civil service.
Well, see, no,
I don't hate.
I'm not against.
Right now, it'll be
could raise the birth rate.
Okay,
I have to pee. Everett maintain TOS. Okay.
If there's two, why would you bring that up? Well, whatever. I don't hate that idea because we do want to foster, people having kids. But I would limit that to being together. Like there has to be
Tyler. So Tyler actually knows my civil service. Yes, even the post office weirdo. You know this. We've talked about this before.
So we're like 0.4% of our nation in the military, and we are hitting
not just
numbers.
military service, because honestly, I will tell you, as a veteran of the United States military, not all people in the military are good. In fact, many of them are fucking criminal. But they are willing to fucking write that blank check, so they are invested in that country. And I find that to be more magnanimous than some schmuck that's just collecting welfare and voting for whoever make my SNAP benefits better. Okay, I'm just like, I'm not against welfare either. I like the old workfare programs that Bill Clinton had.
Well, yeah, that's my position, is that get rid of SNAP and go back to WIC. I wasn't sure, like
WIC
some other
exists. WIC still exists.
No, but I'm saying go WIC only, where it's like you.
I hate SNAP and I hate the EBT system because that is set on in perpetuity, forever.
Perpetuity, yeah. Yeah, I like yeah, and I mean, if we're going to keep that should be something that, like, every year you should have to go reapply and go through it should not be that easy to just get your entire life paid for by the by us, the taxpayers. And like, that doesn't mean that like you said, it doesn't mean that we don't want people to be able to get help. It just means that we don't want to give it away to people who don't actually need it.
Yeah, I think the way our welfare system is set up right now, it's meant to hold people there, and it becomes a crutch. So,
yep.
The taxes, I think taxes should be a flat 10 to 15%, just across the board. Period. No loopholes. In fact, tax code under my administration, a tax code would be very easy. A flat 10% across the board, no loopholes. Get fucked. More money in the American pockets. Also more taxes.
What about capital gains?
Capital gains, 10%.
Really?
I think I answered it. 10% across the board. Get fucked.
So you're okay with double taxing?
Yeah, that's
there
different than
a lot more IULs and annuities sold under your program.
But
that's
also
wild.
there would also be fucking refunds. See, I think one of the biggest problems we have in America is that we allow the poor to not pay taxes. In fact, we pay them more. We give them more money than they even pay in.
Yeah, that's true of like anyone who makes like under like 100,000, right? Like,
no,
I think it literally is.
No, it literally isn't.
I think it literally.
What is it for? What are you saying?
If you are a single person, and you are making under 45K, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a refund.
Okay, however, we're talking about two different things, though. I'm saying
saying no refunds.
That's fine. I'm just
flat 10%.
I guess
most people are taxed at around 35%. That is the average tax rate.
But you can't. I don't know if it's helpful to look at that. I guess what I'm saying is that you have to be. You have to be incredibly.
Tax Jeff Bezos pays.
You have to. First of all, I just want to say this: you have to be incredibly wealthy to be actually paying your own way. Like if you make under 100 grand, you are not paying your own way. You might think you are, but you're actually not. Everything is being funded by the wealthy. They're paying way more.
Jeff Bezos pays.
I mean, it depends on the year.
It's a single digit number.
It depends on the year. It depends on the year. I don't know. I guess I'll just repeat myself. It depends on the year. He's not always paying zero taxes. It depends. That's how the ultra wealthy run, right? Sometimes they just hold their stuff in stocks and bonds and everything. Sometimes they
Jeff Bezos has an annual salary of like $40,000, my dude.
I'm saying he doesn't pay zero taxes in every year. That's just that is just not true.
His companies pay taxes.
No, I'm saying him personally. He doesn't pay zero every year. Some years, yes, just like Trump.
God, you prattle like a fucking woman.
I'm sorry for giving like correct things. God, fuck me, I guess. No, Jesus Christ,
wrong, brother. Look. When it comes down to it, Jeff Bezos makes like $40,000 a year. That's his salary. Everything else he gets in stock options. When he has to roll them over, yes, he does have to pay some taxes.
Okay, so it's not every year.
But
Holy shit! So I prattle
his
on like a
income
woman,
tax
except
is
now
a
you're
zero.
saying I'm literally
His
right. So I
income
guess
tax
women literally
is
right. I don't know.
zero. His income tax is zero.
It's not every. This is a quick Google you can do, brother. This is a quick Google you can do.
Pull it up.
Every year
Is
is
there
his
a
income
difference?
tax zero. It's
there a-
not.
Is there a difference between income tax and capital gains?
Yeah.
Okay. So his income tax is zero, my guy.
I don't want to source
And
bro
it
you.
shouldn't. It shouldn't be.
Source bro?
Let's just say that it is. It shouldn't be, but
I
you just have to pay taxes on the money that comes in
10% across the
one
board,
time. And
Okay,
instead of
because
having
what's
no
happening-
taxes on his actual income,
What
but being taxed on the money that comes through the company, which is taxed there and then taxed again when you pull it out of the stock market.
What happens? And look, I utilize loopholes to get out of taxes too, because they fucking put them there. But under my policies, it would just be a flat 10% tax instead of me trying to scrape out an 8% tax in savings. You know, not paying the government because I'm itemizing and shit like that. Okay. The reality is most people pay between 20 to 35% of their salaries into taxes. Under my policies, it would be a flat 10%, and there would be no more refunds. Tax deductions wouldn't exist because you pay a flat 10% tax. It is too easy. You're saving more money than what you would ever spend. Yes, poor people would not get their $5,000 refund checks at the end of the year when they only paid $200 to begin with. Hate it for you.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing about people be like, oh, my tax refund. It's like, well, that just means that they took money that you wasn't owed.
They took more
And
money
they
than
could
what you
have
owed.
not, and you don't know that this refund shouldn't be even more.
Yeah. So I'm
Taxes
just
are fucked.
I mean, it
Taxes are
depends.
fucked.
I think
It does depend on the
a
refund,
flat
though, right?
I think a
How
flat tax would do so much better. It truly would.
Wait, but how does it depend on? What did you say? Confluence depends on the what?
Well, if you make more money than you should have paid in taxes, yes, but there is like special tax deductions and refunds that you get that are based on like other things, like the child tax benefit that used to exist, right? It's like so it's not that you paid too much; it's that you're being given a special refund because of the fact that you have kids, right?
That actually still exists. You know, the child tax credit's never gone away.
It's
Actually supposed to be making it better.
I think it's a lot less than it was, right?
No.
I thought it went up.
Is that
Yeah,
not
yeah,
true?
I think they're jumping into 2,000 a child now.
Yeah, it used
No,
to
there's
be,
no word.
used
I
to be
mean,
a max.
Fucking for
It used to be a max.
money.
there's no way.
Fucking for
Wait, like
money.
2,000 a month, Guam?
No,
No.
just 2,000 for the tax credit for each child.
2,000
Oh, per
child.
year.
Yeah,
It used to be a cap of 5,000, by the way, for the child. Now there is no cap.
Man, yeah. See, maybe I have been in Canuck land too long. I mean,
Multi-pass.
child tax benefit is like you get like $800 a month for like per
Yes.
child. I guess yeah, it's like it
You
can be
live in a
wild,
welfare
yeah.
state.
thanks,
We
We
Canada.
live in a place that has a bad birth rate, just like you guys do, and you know, it's like we're trying to fix that. I don't know if that's the best way to fix it, but we're trying. We're trying.
Well, the best way to fix it is to kill off the citizenship. I mean, that's what they're doing. They're saving money through putting them down.
We're doing that because our publicly funded healthcare system isn't, working so well. But
Well, it's because
but our birth rates are still like 1.4, 1.5, something like that, like for both of our countries, right? And so Canada is trying to incentivize things. It's something. It's close.
I thought we were
Could
below
be off.
replacement rate.
That is very much way below. Replacement's like 2.2.
Oh, 2.1. Right. I was thinking 1 point. I don't know why I was thinking one.
But,
Real quick, can I give my
Yeah.
conspiracy theory on why there hasn't been like any kind of incentive for parenting right now?
sure.
They're weighing whether or not the automation and AI is going to take jobs as much as they think that they will.
Oh shit! That makes a
Because
lot of
if
sense.
it does,
They don't
then
need. They don't
we
want a
won't
bunch of
need as
people.
many people.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
So I would disagree because the people who run our country doesn't understand technology. I'm serious. I mean,
Well, they're also probably not the ones
Well,
who run the country.
I just took the words right out of my mouth.
no, they absolutely are. The problem is that they're being
On paper.
they're influenced by lobbyists, I think is what you're actually more referring to. But the people at the end of the day, they can take the money and still not do that vote that gave them the money, which just means they won't get any money in the future. So the people that are actually running the country are the ones who are doing the votes. Now, are they being bribed? Absolutely. I fully believe they are. Look at Dan Crenshaw making his $170,000 a year, and some reason he's a multimillionaire, and he paid $100,000 for a DJ to come and play at his birthday party, for his 40th birthday.
Before we get too far away from that, shout out to Liberty Plus TV for my chat. It said, if inflation wasn't out of control, a low birth rate would correct itself in one generation because people would inherit their parents' houses and have more opportunities. Everything in society is driven by central bank policy.
I don't know if that's true. I mean, we see this happen. I guess whatever explanation we have, it has to fit globally. Because this is just a global statistical thing that we know. Well, okay, let me finish both of you, and I will say more. Okay, so if we look, there is a massive correlation, right, in all these countries between how economically well people are doing and how many kids they have. We see this on a population level, we see this on a country level, we see this on a global level, right? There is a direct correlation between how economically well you're doing and how many kids you have, or an inverse correlation, right? The better off you're doing economically, the less kids you have. And again, this applies on an individual level. If you look at any specific country, it applies on a countrywide level. And so that's why Africa has a massive birth rate, right? And even historically, that's why the US birth rate has gone down. The South Korean birth rate has gone down. There's other factors too, but the economics is something that is literally global. I don't know if we can find a country where this isn't the case. So where poor people are having less kids than the rich people, that is just not happening.
So from what I remember from the studies, and I could be wrong, but you're conflating two things that aren't related. It's usually the higher the level of education, the lower the birth rate tends to be. It has nothing to do. I'm
not conflating that at all. I'm specifically talking about your rich versus poor.
You guys don't understand how much I fucking offer until somebody else is driving.
Honestly, I have study.
It's literally any country. You look at their birth rate, you look at their GDP. You don't need to rely on a study for what I'm saying. You can literally look up just all the GDPs per capita. You can look up on an individual country level and look at the income. There's no one study. You can look at census data, anything you want.
So when you look at the population of the country,
real quick, sorry, Jason, I got about 10-15 minutes before I get him outside. So if anybody in the chat has any questions for me, let me know. Jason, I apologize.
Yeah. So it's the real thing that what I remember from studies and stuff. All the richer countries tend to have a lower birth rate. But what do they all have in common? They all tend to have higher quality standards of education. However, even within those richer countries, you will have areas that will have lower standards of education, and you will have higher birth rates there, mainly because they don't have a lot of money, but you know what they do have a lot of time to do? Fuck. Yes, and people enjoy fucking. However, they also enjoy making money. Which should they prefer doing? Well, if you actually look at it, the more money they make, the less fucking they do. Okay, because they are doing more to make that money. That money brings them more gratification than that nut. Okay, smoking that cigarette after you nut, that's temporary. But you know what? That paycheck could be forever, baby. So I really think that you were just misconstruing what the actual stats say. The stats say that it is related to education.
This is something so clear. Literally, no economist on earth would disagree with what I'm saying. No sociologist on earth, like literally zero people. What I'm saying is, I understand you think it's controversial, it relies on said studies. What I'm saying is the most basic thing about both historically, if you look back in the day, people used to have 7 kids per household. That's because of economic issues, right? You need kids to tend your farms. You need kids to do this is what I'm saying is so baseline. I don't know how anyone can disagree.
Yeah,
with
even
that.
to your point, they would have 10 kids because they knew 3 of them would die, and they need 7 pairs of hands.
And that ties directly into poverty and how much access to medicine you have. This, what I'm saying is not. It's not a controversial. It's not left versus right. What I'm saying is something.
Shouting. That's all we got left. The shouting.
I'm saying a basic thing.
I'm just saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's controversial.
It's
Well,
just
how is that
not.
wrong?
I mean, you
How-
can
what-
check.
Wait,
well,
wait.
I don't even
What's,
know how to
wait,
answer that.
wait. What specifically is wrong? The fact
So he's basically saying rich equals less fertile. Okay, less.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm absolutely not saying that. I'm completely not saying that.
So I went and broke it down a little bit earlier. Okay, the way I said it is there are still poor people within these richer countries, and their birth rate is actually pretty high because they're not.
That's right.
That's what I'm
That's what
saying.
Confluence is saying.
I think we're saying the same thing.
No,
Okay, wait. All right, Steelman time. Steelman
Birth rate-
time. Jason,
birth rate in
Jason,
Mississippi
hold
is gonna be
on.
higher than it is in
Steelman
New York.
Confluence.
Mhm.
Steelman Confluence. What is he
The more
saying?
money you make, the less children you have. Okay, as a country, the more money you make, the less children you have. No, it is not based on GDP.
That's not what he's saying. So
Okay, then please tell me
So
where I'm getting it
I'll
wrong.
try, and then Confluence, you let me know if I am incorrect. He was saying not on a national level, an individual level, that the people who have less money don't have anything else to do but fuck, so they end up having more kids. And this was tied to the then he added on the notion that in general, going back in history, the idea of having more kids than we have now was a thing. Is that correct, Confluence?
Yeah, and I would.
There we go.
I would even go further than that, and I would say that yes, you can do this on, I think, a national level too. Although the more you zoom out, then the more external factors you have. Like South Korea has like other problems that contribute to a low birth rate, right? So I'm not saying, I don't know if this is where we're talking past each other. I'm not saying the only factor is economics, but it is undeniable that your economic stability will be inversely correlated with what your birth rate is on an individual level, on a population level, on a national level. That is just like facts.
So you are saying then that the richer you are, the less children you're going to have.
Statistically, I'm not saying it's necessarily causative. I'm saying the correlation is undeniable.
There we go. So Jason was taking it as a causal thing, and you were saying it as a correlative.
And see, I'm saying the causal thing is higher forms of education, which is seen through in studies.
And that's actually, I don't think that's true. That is also a true thing. The education thing is correlated to some extent. But again, we just have to look at history to see this, right? We have to look at like agrarian societies versus the modern day to see that it's if you're on a farm, you're gonna want to have more. What I'm saying is should be pretty.
I don't know what's so hard to understand about this. The more you have in your bank account, the less your balls work.
Pretty much.
Right?
Pretty much.
That's what we've been saying, right?
To Tyler's point, I mean, this is another thing. This is another thing too, as well. I don't think Jason would disagree with this. Bingo. Poor people are just more likely to not use contraceptives and prophylaxis, and are just more likely to have kids. I mean, there's a million.
I refuse to wear condoms because fucking in a rain suit is garbage.
That's fine. I'm just saying that if we track
ladies, you heard
abuse, we see this as well, right? Poor people are less likely to use contraceptives. There's a lot of factors, but the main correlation is economic ability.
Yeah, that was where you were talking past each other. The correlative factor versus the causal.
But he presented it as a causal factor, and there's nothing to actually show that, and that's where the difference.
What Jason's saying is completely wrong. If anyone wants to look it up, fucking look it up. It's just so wrong. I can't. It's hard to even address.
I feel like I understood where Confluence is coming from on that point.
Jason's tax plan. I mean, there will be more kids because that's less money in your bank account. So now you.
How the fuck is it less money when you're being taxed 25% less minimum?
Oh my goodness. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I do gotta get the doggy outside. He will explode. Thank you so very, very much for having me. I think it was an interesting take on our more structured debates, in this space. And hopefully people are a little bit more open to the less blood sporty side of things. Not that blood sport is bad. I'm definitely down to get in the mud, but sometimes
I got a new type of show for you.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm going to be setting up something called the Still Man Debate Series, where people will actually be forced to still man their opponent.
I like that. Hit
like that.
me up.
So I'll be hitting you up. I'll be hitting up Mr. Social Justice Wine Mom, and you know, my man average, not so average debate enjoyer. In fact, he prefers less average debates. The dumber they are, the more he enjoys it, because, well, that's what he can keep up with. Guamtech with the best haircut on the fucking panel, most aerodynamic. It is definitely on fleek, as the kids say.
It is on fleek. I will agree.
Nah, my hair's better. Guys,
Look, dude.
I do it so that my wife can't grab me and punch me any harder.
It's strategic. Yeah, that's good.
Look,
That's good.
Indian Jesus is really kicking the homeless chic thing. I mean, the greasy Indian look is kind of out of style, bro.
Man, taking strays. I just
where did this come from?
yeah, just
I
catching
love
that.
the hair. It just looks greasy tonight, bro.
I think your hair looks great, Lutch. I'm just gonna say that. You know, I
Don't
think it
take
looks
his,
great.
dude. Look at his hair. Don't take his
Jelly. That's fucking beautiful. Look at that shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, if I could do dreads and not get not get canceled, because I do live in a terrible communist hellscape.
I do have to.
I do.
Dreads are cringe.
I think I like dreads. Yeah.
Nah, that's gay.
I'm about
gay,
to call you a
but-
slur. I'm about to call you a really bad slur, and I'm not going to do it because I respect
Yeah,
you.
I mean,
right, gentlemen.
I'm pushing you too much, Jason.
Thank you so much for hosting Confluence.
Thank you so
shout out
much
to-
for being here. It was a great debate.
Shout out to Tyler in the chat. Taught me a lot. And pleasure hanging out with you guys. If you don't know, I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So come on over, hit that subscribe. And you know YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you might as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus party ever. Again, thank you so very, very much, guys. Peace.
God bless you, Lutch. Take care.
All right. What are you guys been saying? Hey, what are you guys gonna say here? We're gonna have kind of. PL kids, unless they're corrupted, it's the natural drive we all have. It's hormonal. So unless you're fucked up, you want kids. I was waiting. I was waiting to see if you were going to throw some strays at me because I don't have any kids, but I do want kids. So fair enough. So much money you have, rich, conservative, religious people are out here having 8 kids. That's a good point. I wish I had seen that because, you definitely see the correlation that Confluence was bringing up. Was with that, but there also is other factors like being religious or from Utah. Unless you trick a bunch of not so poor people to rule over the poor and keep them in servitude. Yep. They said, "Go breed now." Liberty says so. All right. Well, there you go. I was gonna try to see if I can get away with it. But hey, it's an opportunity. Actually, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this in 4 minutes. Nah, we got this. All right. Shout out to our fucking donos. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Sugar Daddy coming through. My goodness. Thank you. So very, very much. Where are we at with this banner? 57. So what is 57 divided by 2? Nope. 28. All right. This is an easier night. My back has been fucking killing me trying to go to these fucking 90s and all that shit. And let me open the vertical stream. Wait, if we do that, no, that doesn't help. Okay. So let's see if I can put you over here. And I'm out of the way. There we go. All right. 28 push-ups. Guys, you've paid me. Now pay yourselves. Oh my goodness. Smug said the pain is good. Let's see some results first, and then we will talk about the pain. All right, 28. Here we go. Bang this out in.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a light on is gone. The chaos watches when the Nazi glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame. The faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect. The second coming of come to wake the sleeping.
Good luck. Holy moly. Almost broke my headphones. We don't want that. What do we think of the new song? You been listening to the lyrics? It's about me and Morty. Here, look. So here's what I'll do. We'll go. I want you guys to see the lyrics here because they're fucking cool. Working on it. So the show's over. If you want to leave, that's totally cool. You guys voted to stay on the panel instead of the after party. So unless you want to see what this song is made by Guam Tech, I will not keep you here any longer. Can we zoom in here? Hell yeah. All right. So it was AI just a music GPT is what it sounds like. And so I had a song the other day that you guys were like, oh, that's gay. So he put in heavy metal with a slight gent, using a heavy singer with screaming in the chorus and deep growls in the bridge. And then he put in all these lyrics. So let's check this out. Let's go!
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a light on is gone. The chaos watches when the Nazi glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame. The faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect. The second coming of common sense.
Oh!
He stands in the fall of a world misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command, a beast of judgment. The Lord powers through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, she keeps the balance right.
I'm here to resurrect the coming of common sense. All right, we got the bridge.
Now you're head to the base that controls the doors. It's in yellow.
shit, boy!
The shadows will consume. The world cracks open. Ushering down.
Exactly, right? This is way better than what I could do.
So either connect or deploy a core if you know what's good.
Feed Morty the Overlord! Oh! Coming, I'm coming, Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. My goodness. We had a fun night. I really, 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 really love you guys. Once again, this is Morty, the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.